What is up, Sir Musty Nation? Gamers. If we can keep if drop frames are low, we're balling, okay? We're absolutely balling. If not, then we might have to delay it another day, you know? Are we balling or are we falling? We'll figure it out. I spent like the last 2 hours or so, gamers, trying to find the perfect, trying to fix everything. Trying to make sure it all works. That's on you guys. Look, hang on. You can't, guys, you can't gaslight me. You can't, listen, literally live internet reaction. Live internet reaction. My internet's fine. You can see if I'm lying. You can literally see if I'm lying. We're still rolling. Something go wrong yesterday? Did something go wrong? Yeesh. So that's on YouTube, okay? That's nothing to do with me. So it was supposed to get fixed today, gamers, as I told you. But what's it? The engineer came out, realized, oh yeah, because I'm guessing, I'm guessing what happened, chat, is when they called the engineer out, they probably were like, listen, he's probably got a quote-unquote internet issue, i.e. it's probably some dumbass that needs to turn the internet off and turn it back on again, and then you can go home, right? But then he literally looked at it and is like, no, this is like, this has to be a problem with like the wiring. So I need to come back tomorrow with all my tools. I'm like, you didn't bring them today? Like, he didn't tell me as much, but like, that's basically what the implication was. You know what I mean? Is that they just thought, oh, I'm just gonna have to plug in a wire and that's it. So no, there's something like fucked with the entire wire, something. I need you to do engineer things, mate. Do you know what I mean? They big broed you. They little broed me. No, they little broed me. They thought I was little bro. I'm like, what the hell, man? So he's gonna come in tomorrow. First thing tomorrow, like 8 in the morning, so I gotta make sure I'm up for that. Bear in mind, I didn't literally say that, but like, I'm not gonna, that's like basically the vibe I got. I'll be real with that's the vibe I got was, oh my god, you have an actual problem. Like, well, I'll fucking say. You know? Like, believe me, I've tried, I don't know if you guys know, but the OpenReach modem has something called a battery backup unit in case something goes wrong with your phone line and there's a big power cut, you can have a phone line still. I even replaced the batteries on those. I didn't know what a battery backup unit was, but now I do. Because I even replaced that thinking maybe it was something to do with that. No, it wasn't to do with that. But so far, the frame seems to be low. We seem to be winning games. We seem to be winning. I'm still my old uni Wi-Fi, actually real. So I think I realized the problem, chat. I've been troubleshooting the problem with my temporary Wi-Fi. I think I figured it out, chat. So because the temporary Wi-Fi is working off a 5G SIM card, it's based off your phone signal, right? The better your phone signal is, the better the internet is. And I'm like, well, I got the Wi-Fi box in my room. My phone signal is 4 bars. But then when I checked it today, it would frequently go from 4 to 2 randomly. I'm like, oh. So I've literally placed the internet box in the one place that I tested has constant 4 bars, which is the window right next to my balcony. So the internet box right now is not in my room like it was the other day. It is in the one spot where I detected 4 bars for like a good solid 5 minutes before I gave up because I was taking too long. So there's a wire running across my entire house just to make sure the internet box works. And it seems to be working. We've gone 12 minutes. I've been testing it for 12 minutes. Without a single dropped frame. I think it's quite good. So we might be balling. I'll give it like another like 2 minutes and then we'll start and then we'll try. Yeah, in the meantime, how are you guys all doing? I'm excited to do this Kart ranking, man. Like, my editor's just been sitting there doing fuck all, and I'm just like, listen, I want to give you guys work. My internet's been shit, man. I'm sorry. Can't help you, boys. Try putting beans in your router. I did, like, they recommend not doing that anymore. I know it's kind of gone woke. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just society. Try playing Donkey Konga too. Wait, they made a squeakquel? What happened to your bongos? Must have been enjoying the playlist. What do you think is playing right? I decided to test your playlist, Mr. Girl. I decided to test it today, actually. It seems to be doing okay. What's up, Sten? Oh, keyboard's tried. Oh, you tried. Story time, maybe? Got the 999 on Odyssey. The cost you want is not worth it. Yeah, imagine not. That's why I gave up after like, I think I got like 520 and I was just like, yeah, I've had my fun. I've had my fun. I took a Huntail for a walk. My dub came in here fun. Hell yeah. Been meaning to play more Pokemon Go, honestly, to get back into that. But no good. I think I'm in the process of ranking all the Mario Kart World Dash food. Shit. You in the weird ranking territory already? I've got some weird ranking ideas, but as I said, I just want to... As soon as my internet fucking gets back to normal, we could do the OST party, gamers. We could do the OST party. Like just OST party? Oh my god, I want to make myself a cup of tea for that. That's 3 games. Oh shit. And the bongos are fine. The delay makes it all unplayable. Oh boy. I'm guessing you're trying to plug it into a. I'm trying to like. I'm guessing you're playing on Dolphin, right? That's probably what it is. Playthrough Planet Robobot is kind of average. I played like I think the first one. And I was having a lot of fun with it. I just did that classic thing I do where I just like a game, but I don't keep playing it for some reason. Oh, we're dropping. Oh, gamers, we're dropping. Support is low. Oh, no. No, the frames. No. Oh, man. Oh, we're back. Oh, hang on. Oh, my God, gamers, we're back. It blipped for a second. Okay, only 451 gamers. Only 451. Well, we might be back. That's not bad. 1% gamers. 1% of us got booted out, but the other 99 should be fine. Small lag spike. We can deal with small lag spikes. I'm okay with that. A little bit of tomfoolery, you know? Have to keep me on my toes, you know? It's okay. We're back. Until next Thursday, until Donkey Kong, so please don't OST play before then. I think I'll probably do it next week, Monday, most likely, I'm thinking. Ace Bowser Castle Stark. No, that has to go, okay. We might have lost some frames along the way, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to take, alright? Alright, I'm gonna quickly grab another drink and then we'll get started, yeah? By hook or by crook, gamers. We will do this ranking. And then we got some Pokemon after. I want to continue Pokemon. We haven't continued Pokemon for a hot minute. We'll do a bit of that too. What's on the playlist? Should we have a look at Mr. Gill's play? Oh, hang on. No. We need to yell at you, chat. You motherfucker. Hang on. No, I'm mad now. I just remembered. No. I'm mad. I'm like molding. I just remembered. I actually just remembered. I actually can't believe my community right now. What do you call this? What do you call this? Huh? What do you call this shit? I literally woke up in my Discord and I saw this. I'm like, what in the skibbity? Oh, but wait. There's more. Oh my god. The brothers. The brothers too. There they are, gamers. Hang on. There they are, gamers. Wow. Crazy, huh? I wonder if there's more. I wonder if there's more, chat. This is so tough. It's a baby-friendly stream, gamers. It's a baby-friendly stream today. What is happening today? What has happened to the community I love? What has happened to the community I love? This is like next level. Oh, you think it? Oh, look! Look at this! Baby Peach has joined the fray. Crazy, huh? Absolutely diabolical. Send them the hell off. But wait! Oh, you thought that was it? Oh, crazy, huh? Crazy. And of course, gamers, to round out the set of babies. Crazy, huh? A full fighting baby team, chat. Absolutely disgusting. I cannot believe my community would do this to me. Honestly. Get them all off the screen. Where's baby Don? Wait, so you want a baby Donkey Kong version of Sir Musty, chat, yeah? Yeah? I'd be careful with that edit if I were you, chat. I'm just saying. I'll be a little bit careful. A little bit careful. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit, okay, guys? Be very, very careful. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab a drink, okay? Keep an eye on the frames for me, okay, guys? Also, keep an eye on the babies just in case they get into some nonsense, okay? Keep an eye on the babies for me, chat. I heard bullying stream. Who we bullying? Listen, I don't want to miss out on the bullying. Who we bullying? We bullying children? Call me Leafy is here. Welcome back to Sir Musty Live. Right, we're looking good, gamers. No more drop frames. No more drop frames, ideally, eh? Hopefully. Hopefully. Should we still have the live frame counter? Hang on, I gotta go back here and check what it was. Oh, I called it dropped frames. That's what I called it. I think we'll go keep an eye out just in case. Where's dropped frames at? There we are. Oh, that's my whole screen. Hello, guys. There you are. There we go. We'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye out. Okay, guys. We'll keep an eye out. We're still only at 451. Some frames were dropped, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Live internet survey, so you guys can't. So you guys can tell if something is happening. If they strike, you have to catch them. Okay. Oh my god. I just poured a whole can of Monster, which I should really stop drinking in all fairness, into the Chalice gamers. To only 451 dropped frames, chat. Yeah, I'm using the Chalice for everything now, if you guys are curious. That's my whole new personality is just drinking from that Chalice. That's my whole personality now. I learned it from Yandere Dev. What's a few drop frames? I know, right? Like, surely we can keep the frame count better than Scarlet and Violet, right? Surely. Has the train just helmet come in? It has, but I've not really stopped by my mom's house to pick it up yet. I'll go by tomorrow. It's just, unfortunately, everywhere I've gone to work has taken me, like, the opposite direction. Does that make sense? It's like, normally when I go to work, like, my mom's house is not too far away. Normally. But lately I've been working somewhere else where, so it's like, if my house is here, the work is here, am I gonna, like, go, like, all the way here to, like, grab a helmet when I'm tired after work? It's like, you know, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just a bit much. A bit too much of an ask. Am I drinking? Was it Mango Loco Monster? I have a Duvel Chalice. There's just nothing I could do, gamers. There's just nothing I could do. I think the internet seems to be fine, right? I think we're good. Let's hope so, anyway. So it's orange? It is actually quite orange, isn't it? I don't think the stream is, like, kind of, like, saturating even more, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's very orange. I like it. Wait, what's your favorite monster? Has anyone got a favorite monster? Again, this is my one. I can't really say I've tried the other ones, if I'm being honest. Deadly Fanta? A bit accurate, I'll be honest. I should stop drinking it so much, but why does it taste so good then? If I should stop drinking it, why does it taste so good? I don't know, someone ought to explain that one to me, honestly. They ought to. Because it's not fair. It's just not fair. Like all the other drinks. Why is the gamers? Why is it that we live in a society where everything that is bad for you is good, but everything that's good for you is bad? You didn't really think about that one, did you, chat? You didn't really think about that one. I can't say the word monster around my brother-in-law's Jeff, really. Is he a fiend? Is he that much of a fiend? I just go for the sugar-free monsters because I'm diabetic. Oh, do they taste any good? I don't want to, like, spend, like, £1.60 on a monster sugar-free if it tastes like shit, you know what I mean? Because there's some things that, taste good when they're sugar-free. Others, no. Water? Water doesn't count, gamers. Water sucks, alright. Water bad. Water L. Oh, the sugar-free San Pellegrinos. Are they nice? Again, it's one of those things where I just don't want to... I don't want to risk it, you know what I mean? I just don't want to risk it. I don't risk spending that much on a drink that I know is going to taste bad, you know? Especially if I want to bulk buy to save money with, like, a multi-pack, you know what I mean? I'd rather just go with the Pepsi Max. Because at least I know I like Pepsi Max, you know? So I made you into Kiddy Kong? Bro, you better be careful, okay? You better be very, very careful. You better be careful, okay? You better be careful. And I'm just an apple juice addict. Ooh, apple juice, yeah? Sure. Are you a Kiddy Kong or a Dixie guy? Is Kiddy Kong the one from DKC3? Is that the one? Fanta Fruit Twist? Do you know what it's about Fanta Fruit Twist, right? Fanta Fruit Twist is the one that my mum used to buy a lot when I was a kid. And I just don't like anymore. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys have a drink like that, but yeah, it's one of those ones where it just became a bit too much. Don't like anymore. I like Fanta Lemon better. Because I was the one I wasn't allowed to have as a kid, because my mom was like, it's just lemon. That's not a good flavor. I'm like, no, but it's good though. Oh, Kitty Kong is the one from DKC3? I don't know, Dixie's a bit better. I prefer Dixie. Although, for me, it's... What's it? It's definitely got to be... What was I going to say? A Swanky Kong. I think it's got to be Swanky Kong, right, chat? Swanky Kong, I mean, it's in his name, right? He looks kind of swanky. Can't really beat a guy called Swanky Kong, let's be real here, chat. Not Funky. Funky's overrated. Funky's an overrated flop, okay? Is there anything in the news we can have a look at real quick? Hang on. Oh boy. What's all this then, chat? What's all this then, huh? Is it over? Oh no, gamers. The Switch 2 the grifters might have been right, chat. The grifters might have been right. It might be over. My Switch 2 might be bad. The Switch 2 might be bad. I'm a Nintendo expert. Okay, here's what's wrong with the Nintendo Switch 2 screen. Gamers claim the Nintendo Switch 2's LCD now has ghosting and blurriness issues and isn't HDR? Oh no. Oh no, gamers. It's bad. It's bad now. The Nintendo Switch 2 is finally right. While it's not perfect, it's a worthy success to the original Switch. The one problem is the new consoles have got a lot of attention is the screen, which is LCD and not OLED. Yeah, I was really hoping, if I'm being honest, that the new screen would be OLED. Because I've seen, I don't know if you guys seen what an OLED Switch looks like. It looks gorgeous. And it's a bit of a shame the Switch 2 didn't like start off with an OLED screen. And if I was going to be a ruthless businessman, I would say they only did that so they could sell a Switch 2 OLED later down the line. It looks amazing, gamers. Like, you should consider yourself happy that you didn't see what it looked like, because then you'd be upset. Some of the differences. I don't know what the difference is. It just looks nice. It's like seeing a 144 hertz monitor for the first time. I don't know what it is about that compared to a 60 hertz one, but it just looks amazing. I don't have any tech expertise. I just know it looks amazing. That's all I can say. How they tested it. Whether they're gaming handhelds, monitors, phones, or TVs, all screens are functional by constantly drawing pictures a certain number of times per second. That's called the refresh rate. Each individual picture is called a frame. The original Switch and most cheaper TVs on the monitor have 60 hertz refresh rate, which means the screen draws 60 frames per second. As a result, the frame changes every 16.7 milliseconds. The Switch 2 has a 120 hertz refresh rate. Ooh, very nice. Which is the minimum for higher-end TVs and game monitors, and its frames last 8.3 milliseconds. Ideally, you test the screen at the native refresh rate, but that isn't feasible. You see, benchmarking a screen on a self-contained device like the Switch 2 is extremely complicated. Chima Blog and Monitors Unboxed measured the Switch 2's screen at 60 Hz due to the limitations, recording the panel's grey-to-grey response time. This is similar but not indistinct from input lag. It's a bit of a shame that people can't test this sort of thing properly, I suppose. Because it's like closed off hardware, I think. That's probably what they're getting at, right? It's just a bit too complicated. The difference is the OLED can be more saturated, and as it can turn off areas of light to get blacker blacks, and generally has a higher possible brightness within reason. That's probably what it is, right? That's probably what it is. Chimo Blog used a web-based blur measurement tool, an oscilloscope, and optical sensor in the camera. The blog measured a 17.1 ms response time, which is a little more than half of what Monitors Unboxed found, but still found high compared to with other gaming monitors. So the average Switch to response time. So it's taking longer? The low numbers likely vary for two reasons. First, the Switch 2 can't accept external video sources, so benchmarking must be performed manually using a camera to measure color. And secondly, the data can be variable if two reviewers use different content to platform these measurements. So even if it's consistent with their own testing, I'm going to take what both sites observed at face value. Know that Chimo Log is a Japanese blog, so I'm using immediate imperfect Google Translate to read the review. Blurriness and ghosting. Are they a big deal? That's probably what we want to have a look at. So yes, the Switch 2's LCD suffers from blurring and ghosting, at least at 60 Hz. A bit of smearing across the 13th of a second is irritating, especially if you're in a fighting game or a shooter fan with a keen eye for slightest movements. This doesn't mean the Switch 2 is unplayable though. I haven't noticed the blur, which may be due to panel inconsistencies, and at worst, the blurriness and ghosting are disappointing, but not a complete disaster. Well, that's a bit too nuanced. You're supposed to tell us it's the worst thing ever made, broski. What are we doing here? That's not fair, is it? Is the Switch 2 screen HDR? Well, now personally, I don't know exactly what HDR entails, but Nintendo claims that Switch 2 supports HDR content. However, Monitors Unboxed measured the system's brightness and contrast and declared that it isn't an HDR screen. Oh boy, they're lying. Are they lying to us? Oh no. That's not entirely accurate. Technically speaking, the Switch 2 LCD supports HDR, but it's not the whole story. High dynamic range means a screen can receive and process video signals that show deeper darks and brighter brights from the standard dynamic range. In other words, there are much more steps of brightness between dark and bright than with SDR. So there's much more contrast, the difference between light and dark. So yeah, I'm guessing it's like, what's it? With a standard SDR, it's kind of like the range is kind of smaller, and with HDR, like it's bigger. That's probably what they're trying to say here. Or at least what I've inferred. Because there's more data in the signal, HDR requires more bandwidth and video processing to work. HDR is a signal standard, so any screen that can accept the signal claims to be HDR. Ooh, okay. However, HDR content isn't mastered to take advantage of screens that can get very bright or very dark. The most basic HDR standard, HDR10, typically builds content around a peak brightness of 1000 nits? Damn. Well, I've never heard that measurement before. I've tested many budget TVs that display HDR that falls well short of that. They support HDR, but they don't really show HDR. Switch 2 is similar in that regard. Huh. Interesting. Monitors Unboxed measured a peak brightness of the Switch to around 330 nits. That is in line with my own eyeballs. The system lacks video output, but I'm good at estimating brightness up to around 1600 nits, thanks to having reviewed hundreds of TVs. Oh, flex. The screen doesn't get super dark because the LCD panels lack local dimming. However, it's much better at rejecting glare and ambient light than the Switch 1's LCD, so it looks nice and black most of the time. So do I. The Switch 2's display is well short of the 1000 nits, so it really isn't a HDR compatible screen. There's a technical definition for HDR, one specifically focused on contrast, but the Switch 2's display still looks very good. It's about as bright as an OLED Switch screen. Okay, interesting. So even if it doesn't get nearly as dark because the OLED panels brighten or dim on a per pixel basis, the Switch 2's LCD has a dimmable single backlight array across the entire area. Okay, interesting. More like 330p nits? Yeah, that's horrible, Troy. Troy, mods, we have to sort them out. Color gamut? I'm learning a lot today, holy shit. The other HDR element is color range. HDR signals almost always reach much farther than SDR signals in terms of how vibrant the colors look and how many shaders can be shown. This isn't specifically a part of the high dynamic range, but goes hand in hand with it and is effectively, though not technically, inseparable. The color wide, this is called wide color gamut. Gamut, oh my god, gamut? Those who know? Current runs between electrodes produce light. The color, I think, comes from the filters like with LCD, but the fact that it isn't always light coming from the back means it can just be pure black. Hang on. Because LCD uses a backlight that is always on, crystals that rotate to change the amount that passes through, and the angle goes through the RGB field as well. As OLED uses electrodes. Okay. Okay, interesting. I'm learning a lot. I'm trying to learn a lot today. SDR, hang on. SDR's video signals typically show a narrow range of color that matches the Rec 709 standard, and the color gamut broadcast television has been tuned to for decades. HDR video signal often reaches and exceed a much wider DCI-P3 digital camera color space, which theaters and movies employ. I tested TVs for both. The color chart shows the levels I measured on a high-sense ULG. Okay. So you can see the color ranges here. Okay. I can't perform my usual tests on the Switch 2, but I have well-tuned eyes. The OLED screen and LCD Switch. The Switch 2 screen reach almost as far as an OLED Switch screen, unquestionably. The newer console has a wider color gamut than the LCD Switch. And on the color front, the Switch 2's LCD is great, though not quite as good as the OLED Switch or a high-end TV with a QLED panel like the Hisense UA. The Switch 2 screen is about half HDR, which means it's comparable to the OLED Switch at least. So it's about the same, basically. It'll be interesting to see what the OLED Switch 2 looks like. That'll be quite interesting. You're built like Warrior. Well, I do like me some Warrior. So is the Switch 2 screen bad? No, in terms of it's great in terms of 60 hertz response rates, but it's bigger and features a higher resolution than a Switch system. Likewise, it has a color gamut almost as wide as the OLED Switch. Lag? Oh, we're not lagging, we're fine. I've been enjoying it. It's not a terrible screen, just flawed. You may notice some blur in games that don't use the panel's 120Hz refresh rate. Okay. So what about the Switch HDR on TV? Or this is going to have to be its own story. There's separate complaints about the Switch 2 pictured in docked mode looking washed out and dim when HD output's never... Yeah, I actually saw some things, chat, where, what's it? Some people were saying, like, YouTubers were recording their footage with HDR on, and it looked blurry and stuff, or like something like that. I don't know how much I've heard about this. But, like, people were saying that, oh, you forgot to turn HDR off, so it looks kind of shit or something like that, if that makes sense. So is that the case? Does it look washed out and dim when HDR output is enabled? I've heard people say this. I don't know if I have HDR enabled on mine. I don't think I do. That's how YouTube encoding works. Oh, is that a YouTube thing? That's just what happens? Really? Very strange. It's not a Switch 2 exclusive thing. Got it. Well, it's a bit of a shame that it's like that then, eh? Why does YouTube suck in this regard? But either way, it's interesting to see what... So the Switch 2 screen is about as comparable as the OLED Switch, which is nice, which almost makes me just as intrigued to see what the OLED Switch 2 is going to look like, you know? HDR on the system itself seems a little weird. It seems a little weird. Compared to PS5, it's definitely washed out. Do you think they tried to, like, maybe... It seems like it was just kind of like a selling point. At least that's what I'm getting at from this article anyway. Like, even though it looks good, it's not really HDR, but they've, like, done the minimum requirements to say, oh, it's HDR, guys, it's HDR. Like, I think I played a bit of Welcome Tour on my own, and there's a game mode where you can, like, do some fireworks, and you can see the fireworks with SDR and then HDR. And it does look different, but, like, not so crazy, if that makes sense. So, like, I don't know, maybe that was the case. Because, like, when I was switching between HDR and not HDR, I was just like, I was expecting it to be, like, really different, but it was only ever so slightly, so I'm just like, there's HDR option that's only has HDR on supported titles. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I didn't really notice too much of a difference now, honestly, which, interesting. Fascinating read. I like actually reading articles, game. It's just weird, I know. I don't just like reading headlines. I'm so quirky. I'm so quirky chunkus. Very quirky chunkus. What's it? Also, I saw this. We'll read this and then we'll start with the thingamajig, shall we? What's this all about? This is Dixerto try not to get a community noted challenge. Impossible. Impossible, gamers. Impossible. YouTube is cracking down on unoriginal content with a major monetization change. Starting from July 15th, channels that not meaningfully transform clips risk losing monetization. That includes reaction channels, compilation pages, and more. Gamers, are we getting demonetized? Oh no. Can't be having that. To which readers added context they thought people might want to know. Unoriginal content has already been eligible for monetization for a long time. They're only improving ways to detect this type of content, to which they link this tweet. Not exactly. To clarify this, a minor update in our long-standing YPP policies, that's YouTube Partner Program, to help us better identify what content is mass-produced or repetitive. This type of content has always been eligible for monetization for years, and is content viewers often considered spam. So, from the sounds of it, it's just kind of... you know what I mean? They're just kind of like crossing some T's and dotting some I's, you know what I mean? That's what it seems like that is the case. I don't know if I want to quickly skim the article, I suppose. Did they have you know an article? Oh, the full breakdown of the changes. So we'll skim this real quick. What did they even say? YouTube takes aim at inauthentic content. YouTube expects those who make... Hang on, let me zoom in a bit so you guys can actually see it as well. It's about as good as it's going to get without the page getting fucked up. YouTube expects those making money to produce content that is original and authentic and not repetitive. Your content should be made for the enjoyment or education of viewers rather than the sole purpose of getting views. The site's current monetization policies state. I certainly do that. I love having fun. Fun is great. The platform says that reviewers can't view... Hang on. The platform says the reviewers can't view every video. Instead, primarily focus on the channel's main theme, most view videos, newest videos, and biggest proportion of watch time. That's actually quite interesting. I never knew that. It does make sense as opposed to just like watching every video from every channel. They just kind of skim the general the main theme, so to speak. What does Sir Musty main theme be? It'd be just like factory sound effects and various factory sound effects and ambient noise. Sorry. Come July 15th, however, YouTube is updating these guidelines in order to monetize as part of the YPP. YouTube always has required creators to upload original and authentic content. The platform sent a new statement. On July 15th, YouTube is updating its guidelines to better identify mass-produced or repetitious. God, I can't read today. I'm doing really bad. This update better reflects what inauthentic content looks like today. Yeah, so basically they reiterated essentially what YouTube said, basically, which is wait, so 90% of channels will now. Is this a classic case of people overreacting? Crazy. Misinformation. This assumes actual humans are in charge of monetization anymore. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I'll be real. I don't think you're necessarily wrong, because I don't know if you guys have felt this way, but I feel like, especially within the last 5 years, I feel like YouTube's just kind of given up in a way. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if it's like a feeling. It might just be a feeling as opposed to like an actual thing, but I really do feel like YouTube like kind of gave up. I feel like 10 years ago, like you'd say like the word frick, demonetized. You know what I mean? But like within like the last 5 years, especially, or 10 years, it feels like YouTube's just kind of like, did you like say the N-word within like the first 2 seconds? No, okay, fucking get monetized again. That's how it feels like. Because like, I don't know, obviously I don't think a bunch of you guys actually upload stuff, but when you're monetized and you upload something, you have to do like a self-certification thing. And basically, yeah, you just like, and it says, oh, if you report anything wrongly, we might ban you. But it's like, how often is that happening though? Does that make sense? Like, obviously I just click, yeah, there's a little bit of swearing, but not too much. And then that's just, it's like, okay, you're fine, you know? But how many people are actually like being honest when they click, hey, I'm getting monetized. Does your video do drugs in it? Video has loads of drugs. No, I swear there's no drugs. Okay, you can be monetized. Like, how often is YouTube gonna go, we checked and you lied to us, there was a drug in the video? It's strange. It's very, very strange. Have a good one, Stargirl, Sylvia. Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, this is just kind of fear-mongering, which is really funny. It's a Dexerto article, so like 70% of the time they're wrong in their chat. I would have just seen this and been like, yeah, it's a Dexerto article, that's just kind of it. and I would have moved on, but hey, it is what it is. They just, Dexerto be Dexertoing, you know? So, the Sir Musty Minds gamers will continue. They will run. They will run, gamers. They will chug and churn along. I mean, I'll let you guys know on the 15th if anything actually changes, but I am not expecting my channels to be affected in the slightest, because I think when they're targeting channels that they say they are, I don't think they're targeting me. I don't think they're coming after me. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine, chat. I think I'm okay. We'll be fine. Stream acting out. No. We're still on 451 frames. When can I resurface? No. You're not allowed to resurface. Also, don't trust an article with a 2010-2017 meme on it. Which meme is this? Dexerto? What's he getting nuked on my birthday? It might do. Might get nuked. Right. I need to take some medicine. I got a headache, chat, I'll be real with you. That's what's fucking with me. But... oh, right, yeah, Bart's here. I forgot about that. Drugs on stream, gamers. I'm taking drugs, okay? I get it from our local dealer. I call him Ibrew. Last name Profan. He's a cool guy. He's my favorite guy I ever made. Oh, Grammy. Oh my god. Would Musty ever take drugs? I've heard Musty's a bit of a drug guy. I don't know. I heard he's wanted in like 17 states across America. He's a bit of a crazy man. You know what I mean? Bit of a crazy man. I won't trust him. I won't trust him if I were you guys. Does he kick children? He doesn't kick children. He definitely kicks dogs for fun. 100%. He'd be doing that. Let's get the green screen down. Would you rank your new Chalice? Chalice Gaming? Chalice would definitely be number one. Can I add the Chalice to this list? I'm gonna add Let me see. Can I add like? Do I have it? I don't. Why would I have an image of a chalice? Okay, I'm gonna pretend this the 4th Chaos Emerald is my chalice, and I'm gonna put it in number 1. If I refresh the page, will it be gone? Okay, thank the Lord, it's gone. All right, that would be weird. Do you rate the cups as if how they drive in regular Grand Prix? Well, of course, yeah, that's how it goes. Like, I'm ranking the cups based on. Well, I'm gonna explain when I start, but it's like you play the first track. So I'm basically ranking the cup, as in all 4 tracks and the 3 intermissions, you know? Are they all, how good are they all, you know? How good are they all? So, gamers, we all know which cup is in 8th. I feel like every ranking is going to have the same one in 8th, maybe the same one in 1st. I don't know, actually. And then the middle is just kind of where it gets interesting. You know, it's like a Mario Kart game ranking. Everyone has Super Mario Kart in last, except me, I have 64. And everyone has like, what, one of the big 3 at number 1. And then it's, the middle is just kind of where we dropping, boys. Where we dropping, you know what I mean? Put Shell in. It's not, wait, Shell? You guys are thinking about Shell? Oh my god, guys. You guys are in for some craziness. You guys are in for some bait and switch. Who predicts? Don't worry, prediction time is on the menu, chat. Prediction time is on the menu. Let me just make sure I got everything ready. Bada bing. Yeah, I've got everything ready. I'm ready, gamers. When I show cups everyone's butt. No, what are you guys talking about? No! The bomb... I don't know why you guys keep saying Shell Cup is down there, okay? Shell Cup is not going to be down there. It's going to be everything that I've always wanted it to be and more. And you guys are just kind of wrong and cringe. But I will say, gamers! Mario Kart World. I've been playing it for a solid month now. And I think I'm ready to... Don't you dare interrupt me, Saul, okay? I'm doing my intro, God damn it! Fuck your super chat, gamers! Gamers. Mario Kart World is finally here after 11 years. And that got me thinking, should I do a cup ranking, methinks? Me thoughts, and I shall. As we have got all the cups here, and I'm going to rank them from 8th to 1st. So, gamers, let's do our first prediction time of the evening. What do you think is going to take my 8th place spot? What's it gonna be? Put your predictions in the chat now. Prediction time is now closed. Let's take a look at what you have come up with. Shell, Flower, Special, and Lightning. Oof, how very, very frightening. We have got Star, Banana, it has to be Shell, Star, Shell, Fire. Actually more of a varied list than I thought it was going to be. But of course, there can only be one winner today, gamers. If you have guessed, to no one's surprise, if you guessed, gamers, the Shell Cup, consider yourselves, or give yourselves, should I say, a round of applause. Look at my cop, dog. Look at Savannah Selvaga. Well, I'm watching in another language because I think it's just funnier that way. Metropoli Coroda, Stadio Peach, and Prior Cooper Trooper. Good lords. What is happening here, gamers? What's happening in this cup? Do you know what the really sad part about this cup is, chat? Is that the cup actually starts off really, really well. Now, you know me, gamers. I love my circles. I love my circles. I love my ovals. I love my craziness. So if you're telling me that Koopa Troopa Beach is basically just a circle, I'm kind of here for it. I'll always be here for it every single day of the week. Like, what's it? It's even got the 5 lap count from the original game. It's got bouncing. It's got Cheep Cheeps. It's got 5 laps. And it's got raving ass Koopa Trooper as well. Bloody yeah, straight from Electrodrome, you know? He was inspired by, what's it, Larry? Making the turntables go. And he decided to do a Koopa Trooper party here. I love this. I actually love this. It's not Baby Park? Nah, it might not be Baby Park. But it is a loving homage to these SNES tracks. One thing that's quite nice about this game is that they seem to give Super Mario Kart its flowers in terms of the intermissions in some instances, which we'll talk about later, and in terms of the tracks themselves. And Koopa Troopa Beach making the jump from intermission reference to actual track, I think it's pretty damn good, honestly. If they had to reference this 40-year-old boomer-ass game, I think they did it in a way that is quite tasteful, quite faithful, and quite grateful. I couldn't come with a third, so I'm just going to do it anyway. But once we're done with Koopa Troopa Beach, we end up sailing away, gamers. Now, of course, this is a cup ranking. I'm not just going to be judging the 4 tracks on an individual basis. I want to see how well they flow from one to another. So, of course, once we're done starting off on a pretty great note, we drive from beach to... Where are we going now? Ooh, we're going to a certain place. A faraway oasis, you might say. So, overall, you first start driving on this watery area with some small rippling waves. Now, personally, even after playing this game for a whole month, I can't say overwater driving has particularly won me over. There's something about driving on water, be it under or over, that just doesn't quite enamor me nearly as much. But the section is basically over before it begins. So yeah, basically, let's just put it this way. If any section has above water, it's probably not going to rank particularly high. I'm going to give you a warning right now. But either way, you end up seeing some rocky ranges, which is pretty cool. But one thing I really like is when the intermissions kind of smoothly transition from one area to another. And I like the fact that this jump, boom, you hit a block, and you can already see these sandy beaches have changed to a more savanna-type grasslands thing. And in order to sell you on the change even more, what do they have except some animals rolling around the road? You have some armadillos, you have some elephants, even a couple of zebras or two running around the frame. Let's see if we can spot one. There's some elephants, not being held by a Shy Guy, unlike in Shy Guy Bazaar. But you got some zebras running on the road, which kind of leads you to thinking, oh my god, faraway oasis. Am I about to go on an epic safari? This is going to be amazing. So once you finally go on the run with the animals, you finally play the track proper, and you're thinking, oh my god, am I going to jump on a zebra? Am I going to fight an elephant? Am I going to bounce off multiple elephants, total wipeout style? And then, even though the racetrack is pretty okay, it kind of baits you into thinking that the track is going to be more than it's worth. Does that make sense? I'm sure I'm not the only one who is a bit disappointed that the racetrack itself does not feature any of the animals as actual obstacles. Yeah, they're around the outsides, but considering they were actual obstacles and you implemented them quite nicely, having them implemented in a more closed-off, more refined racetrack would have been far more interesting if you ask me. It does make use of the parkour stuff, and this Yoshi's Fall style bit over here is nice, so it's not a horrible racetrack, but considering what it led up to, you'd hope that the next bit would kind of lean on it a bit more. So it's just a bit of a shame, really. It's just a bit of a shame, if you ask me. You know, Dino Jungle lovingly uses the dinos to great effect, and it's a shame that Far Oasis couldn't use the animals to the same degree. Bit of a shame, if you ask me. Bit of a miss. When I talk about this racetrack individually, obviously I'm not really going to take that into account too much, but considering the lead up to this, I can't help but feel bait and switched. You know, I can't help but feel bait and switched. I don't know about you guys, but I just feel like that. It's my feelings game. It's my feelings. I really like the track. The layout, the shortcuts are fun, and I like how it's a sequel to Riverside Park, as in the Japan name is called Riverside Safari. That's pretty neat, actually. I just really like the fact. I think one thing I really like about intermissions is when they kind of tease a gimmick that the racetrack is leading up to is going to showcase. That's probably one of the things that I think intermissions can do really well, and I think they should lean into that a bit more. The ones that lean into that a bit more are going to be ones that rank higher on my list. The ones that tend to kind of leave you by or bait and switch you, so to speak, those are going to be the ones that kind of leave me a little disappointed. And if they are going to bait and switch me, is there enough in the racetrack proper to get me going? And with Far Oasis, there's just not too much, you know. Again, pretty cool alternate paths, pretty cool Yoshi Fall thing, but not really enough going for me. So a bit of a miss. I can't say I'm not a little bit disappointed. What about the drive towards Crown City version 2? So, of course, controversially, they reused Crown City and Peach Stadium again, basically. So there's only 30 tracks in this game. And they put both reused tracks in the same cup. Very, very strange. Very, very strange indeed. So the intermission starts off where the other one kind of left off, which is, you know, driving around with the animals some more. Some giraffes end up taking over the road for you to end up driving past. Some ostriches are also there too. And then you get to the bridge, which I actually really like this intermission. This intermission is really, really, really solid. I think the basic road intermissions tend to be quite more often than not, but having this bridge, which is relatively speaking quite chock-a-block full of cars, and with the multiple varied paths you can take, it's actually, even though it's aggressively a straight line, and I won't admit it's not, I think it's actually a lot more fun than people give it credit for, because you can glide along the sides, you can jump on the rails, there's also ramps that you can use to glide, and also when this bridge section is up, as you guys can see, the road kind of gets piled up, which if you're on the wrong side of the road can leave you in the lurch, so to speak. Like, for example, say you jumped over on the left-hand side here and you failed to adjust, you're driving into not one, but two bomb cars right there. Does that make sense? You gotta make sure you stick on the right-hand side of the road here, you know? It's got that Burnout Paradise effect where risk equals reward, you know? If you stay on the wrong side of the road, you might be able to stay away from the fray, as other people might avoid the wrong side of the road, but you also have to contend with way more cars. I think the amount of cars and the amount of variance in this aggressively straight line. It makes it a little less aggressively a straight line. So I quite like this intermission. The intermissions are doing pretty solid. What about the racetrack itself, though? So it transitions to night sometimes as well, at least when I played there a couple of times, which is also pretty nice. I like that. But once you get to Crown City proper, it goes from pretty solid intermission to just a kind of neat, I suppose. I think one thing that's a bit of a shame about this intro bit is that a good chunk of this track, at least not too much, but a good chunk of this track is taken up by just driving through the city again, which, considering you just spent a good time driving through traffic, having the opening of your track be driving through traffic is a bit of a like, the thing with Crown City in the first one is that you drove into Crown City, but the gimmick was kind of like you took a ride around the top of Crown City into this constructed sort of area, even learning how to rail grind once, and then you fly over. So even though it's set in a city, they didn't really use traffic as a hazard because you've seen that before. So using traffic here again is a bit of a weak start, so to speak, but it very quickly does transition you to the other parts, the more rough and tumble bits, the skate park area. It's got graffiti gamers, therefore that's when you know it's rough and tumble. Ooh, it's even got some rail grinding areas to keep you occupied, some higher and lower paths. I like how narrow this road gets. It's actually pretty neat. I like this bit. I like this bit quite a bit, honestly. But overall, I don't think it's doing too much, if you ask me. Like, even though this is cool and it's definitely nice to see an alternate part of Crown City, I'm also not going I'm not going pog crazy. Does that make sense? I'm not really like waking up out of bed for Crown City 2. Does that make sense? It's good, but it is another weird instance where I think I like the intermission more. There seems to be a weird trend of me liking the intermissions more than the racetrack, which, considering the racetrack is what you end up going to, is a bit laughable. So, like, you kind of, like, the whole idea is the intermission is kind of like the appetizer, and the racetrack's supposed to be the final course. But I've had 2 final courses now where I'm just kind of like, I don't know, could you bring back the appetizer, please? So is it going to happen a 3rd time, though? Surely it doesn't happen 3 times in a row, gamers. So once you end up leaving Crown City, you end up driving in, even though it's not aggressively a straight road, as you can see here. I want to be honest, it might as well be, because this is probably one of those boring intermissions I've ever had the misfortune of playing. It's just cars, and more cars. I have famously asked, where are the cars? Here they are, because it's just more road, essentially. It's essentially it's what the bridge of Crown City was, but just less fun. Because at least with the bridge, you could glide, you could jump on cars, you could do all sorts. It's like you're kind of doing that again. I'm just like, I kind of did this. Does that make sense? I kind of did this. We're just kind of driving on roads, but I don't really have nearly as much options as I was, and there's not as much traffic to keep me like on my toes. So I've kind of been here before. I suppose transitioning us to a road with cherry blossoms is kind of okay, I guess, but yeah, this is just road, gamers. This is just aggressively road. If you told me this stage, the intermission and the track proper, were just unfinished, I don't think I'd blame you too hard. And of course, once we get to the track proper, we get the thing that everyone has been hinting about in my live chat already, which is you get into Peach Stadium proper, or should I say the Paperclip Stadium, should I say? Because when you look at this minimap, now I don't like to minimap judge, but good lord, gamers, look at my minimap, dog. I'm going to fucking jail. Now you might think, but Musty, you love DK Spaceport, and that's just a bunch of like, ooh. This is aggressively a paperclip. I don't want to lay out therefore, but you watch this gameplay and tell me what part of the track you're going pog crazy for. Is it the bit where it looks like more like a parking lot than an actual fucking stadium, complete with an overpass there? Oh, stadiums are supposed to have crowds. Where are the crowds? You've got like some people parked up over there as well. Yeah, man, this really looks like a stadium, doesn't it? Or does it look like the fucking, I'm driving to Terminal 5, Heathrow, fucking London to Spain or some shit? What's happening here? I don't know what's happening here, but it certainly don't feel like I'm in a stadium. And considering we literally played Cooper Trooper Beach, was just a small track that was a load of fun, ending on a small track that's just aggressively a small track is just... I don't know what they were thinking. Not only is the cup ender got a lot of pressure to make sure that it ends on a really, really, really good note. Like for me, if you're asking me, I weight the cup based on like how it ends, you know? Because it might start off kind of nah. I'm okay with the nah kind of start. if you end really, really well. And Peaches Stadium is probably the worst cup ender in the entire fucking series. And I don't think I'm exaggerating a little bit when I say this. I drive through boring ass asphalt roads with maybe a cherry blossom to playing a fucking paperclip looking parking lot. Genuinely embarrassing. And I have no idea where all that dev time went, but it certainly went more into the soundtrack than it did this fucking race course. So, considering that it ends on easily the worst note in the entire series, so boring, it's actually unbelievable. It is a shame that it actually started off really well, and some of the intermissions were really fun. So, while I might slightly regretfully put in the 8th spot, there's only a tiny bit of regret. I'm mostly quite content with leaving it there. So, what do you guys think? 8 years of dev time, huh? Good fucking grief. Whose idea was this, man? 8 years of hard work, huh? Fucking Melee had 13 months and it came up with better shit than this. Good lord. Yeah, like, and the worst part is the intermissions were better than the tracks. And I love the intermissions, but they're supposed to work as a kind of nice yin and yang. If one is better than the other, the cup just doesn't work. I'd rather just be playing them individually. Does that make sense? So if that yin and yang just doesn't work, you're already losing me. And if the yin of the intermissions are winning over the yang, what's going on here, bro? What's going on here, gang? I don't understand. I wonder how the heck I got past Q8. Yeah, I wonder as well. I wonder how it did. Oh man, Guru is one of my favorite in the series, but yeah, this is ass. It's a good track, not a good cut. It'll be interesting when I finally do my course ranking, because a lot of the tracks individually are going to rank very different spots. But if we're talking as a collective cut, this is embarrassing. This is genuinely really, really embarrassing. The intermission on Peaches Stadium Shell doesn't even have big shortcuts on the other intermissions that Peach Stadium have. I think that's the also other bit, I'm glad you touched upon that, is that the other intermissions dealing with the Peach Stadium, along with the stadium itself, are actually pretty solid. Like, I remember there's this one where, like, you drive into, you know, like, part, you know, where the second version of Peaches Stadium, there's like a bit where you drive into part of that, and I just thought, well, that's kind of cool, right? So there are intermissions that lead into Peaches Stadium that are really cool, but for some reason they decided not to end one of their cups with them. I don't know whose idea that was. That's really frustration. Is it worse than 8's cup? I think this cup is worse than anything that 8 had to offer, I'll be real with you. Because at least with 8, I'm just playing 4 individual tracks. In this, I'm playing the intermissions too. And even, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I really don't. I'm just in shock. They could have done so much more with it, but they just didn't. Peaches Stadium 1 is Baby Park if it sucks. Honestly, this is the track that the Baby Park haters think Baby Park is. That's what this is. That's why this annoys me. But either way, gamers, I think we'll leave it there. So after we're done with a very, very disappointing Shell Cup, what do you think comes next in the Sir Musty ranking? Hang on. Shell Cup is a decent start, terrible finish. Yeah, basically. Thank you, Troy. So what do you think, gamers? Time to get your predictions on now. Prediction time is now closed. Gamers, I've seen some interesting guesses here. Some interesting guesses. Flower star, banana star for sure. Leaf, banana star. Lot of star. I'm feeling star or lightning. Star. Good grief. Good grief. A lot of people thinking I've got stars in my eyes. But instead, gamers, I will be giving you a bouquet of flowers. If you guess the flower cup, give yourself a round of applause. This is probably... Now, Shell Cup was ended aggressively terribly, to the point where I had to rank it as the worst cup in the game. But the reason why this is 7th is this is the most blue balls cup that I have ever played in my entire fucking life. And it pisses me the hell off, because this cup could have been amazing. This could have been a cup to end all cups. But instead, it just leaves me going... that was a cup, I guess. So right off the bat, guys, you see probably like the most egregious thing about this cup immediately. In that, of course, you only get to play the first track 3 laps. Now, if I was to show you these 3 tracks written in, I think it's Brazilian Portuguese, which one would you rather play 3 laps of? If you said anything but Desert Hills, give yourself a round of applause, because that's how I feel. I'd rather play 3 laps of literally anything but this. So already, we're getting off to a... Okay, I guess if there's one track I had to play 3 laps of, I guess it's Desert Flats, I suppose. And of course, Desert Flats just reminds it, of course I'm calling it Desert Flats. Desert Hills is like everything I hate in a racetrack, in that, you know me guys, I'm a believer, right? I saw Desert Hills came back, and I'm just like, you know what? I believe in Desert Hills. If you don't believe in Desert Hills, believe in the me that believes in Desert Hills. And it's safe to say, while the change to Super Mario Land theming is nice to match with the cohesive Mario Kart's world, as it's more in Sarasa Land, this area of the map, I can't say that the changes kind of did anything for me in particular, because I'm just sitting there going, yeah, okay, it's still fucking Desert Hills though, and I'm not a fan. So overall, I do like that this I do like this middle section a bit more, if I was to give it a bit of a compliment. This like hilly middle section. This section, with the fact that in this game you could do multiple tricks per jump, is a bit more fun, I'll give it that. But then the only actual part about, and then the only actual fun part of Desert Hills, which was the hilly shortcuts at the end, have just been completely removed. They just fucking terraformed them. They just flattened them for no reason. Was Daisy just jealous that the hills had more back than her? I don't know why. I don't know whose idea this was, if you ask me. But they gentrified my Desert Hills, and it makes me a bit sad. The addition of Super Mario Land theming is fine. I think it's okay, if you ask me. I'm not particularly like loving it, but I'm not particularly hating it neither. You think it was Wario that was jealous? It was probably Wario that was jealous. But yeah, like it's just not as fun, unfortunately. It is quite nice in a design sense. I do like the fact that it's a nice, cool shortcut to snag a last minute first place, just like the original. But of course, since the original did this too, I'm not really going to give it too much props for it. And also, considering that there was so many other desert tracks you could have brought back, playing a frankly neutered version of Desert Hills, which at best is about the same as the original, at worst it's just no. Yeah, I can't say that we're off to a fantastic start here. What do you guys think, at least? The whole Sarasa Land thing is it's weird to me. The whole Sarasa Land thing is weird to me, because this is like a new Mario Kart game, not actual Sarasa Land. It's like a Mario theme park. I mean, listen, if you want to talk to the Mario Kart lore guys, then you can have a chat with them, Georgie. Because I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, Chief. I wish they really took out the hills and put more flats in them. I don't know whose idea this was, but it's really, it is really new to. There's like 5 new split paths at the end. Is there 5 new split paths at the end? Is there like a whole 5 split paths? You know what, Albert? Save that for your cup rank, okay? This is my cup ranking. And this track sucks, okay? Like, look at these guys. Like, look at this dude. Hang on. But Albert Burris, give me an explanation, huh? Look at this dude. Look at this. Instead of having the pokies just going like, ooh, yeah, I want to be distracting. I'm gonna be distracting and really cool. Yeah, ooh, yeah. Oh, hang on, what am I doing? Where am I going? Ooh, pokies, yeah, I was spinning around. Instead, you get this fucking numpty just flying. Who's broken hip? Bro's not hitting me. He ain't hitting anyone. Who's been hit by this guy? No one. Okay, no one. Yes, everyone in my chat said no one. Don't confirm it. But yeah, even the replacing of the hazards just didn't leave me really. And apparently, from what I've heard, what's it? There's new routes at the end, but they're all slow, I think. Oh, that's even sadder. Oh, you're guessing these routes over here, which I didn't even notice till just now, I'll be real with you. I played this cup like 5 times. I think I played each cup like 5 times-ish for this review, and I didn't even notice those, I'll be real with you. So, goes to show you how much I like this fucking track, eh? Goes to show you, honestly. It's harder to get hit by them than avoiding the, honestly, it's a shame. Either way, not a fan of this start. Is that safe to say, chat? Not a fan. Checks notes, is there anything I forgot to say? Sorry, in my notes, I wrote L Skibbity Toilet Riz, so I thought I'd mention that too. But once we're done with Desert Flats, where do we go but to an intermission game as well? We have our deserty drive towards the Shy Guy Bazaar. Now, one thing I praised in the Shell Cup was the intermissions were actually pretty solid. There were more hits than there were misses. And this one promises you with a decent start, right? You know that Super Mario Bros. 3 theming, the fire snakes? They're back in this decently nice looking cave section. And also, another thing, gamers, is that they kind of tease something that's going to come up ahead. Honestly, like if you notice carefully, gamers, the sandworm is like, oh, hang on. He ends up coming up to the hang on. Is he going to come in handy? Is this some like foreshadowing? Oh my god. Okay. So you deal with this nice little cave-ish section, which is pretty nice. And then you get into, whoa, you fly into the desert proper. Oh my god. It's so bright you could barely see what's ahead. The sand blocks going, raw. You're flying as high that you can touch the sky. And wow, it looks nice. Maybe the first time it looks nice. Because every subsequent playthrough, I'm just kind of like, I guess. It's such a shame there isn't really just not much to do. In terms of like driving, you literally just hold the straight button. You just keep going straight, really. And in terms of the hazard itself, which is a sandblog, by just not touching the ground, you kind of avoid him entirely. So while it definitely looks nice the first time, in terms of winning me over on a game design front, I can't really say I'm too interested. So yeah, it's definitely not beating the straight line allocations. In all fairness, I do like the fact that, once again, because like the sky is so scorchingly hot, once you deal with this guy, like the castle entrance towards like Shy Guy Bazaar, you're entering more like civilized territory. It kind of fades into view, which is quite nice. So as a spectacle, this looks quite nice. It's a shame that all I'm doing is holding nothing, really. So yeah, a bit of a shame. A bit of a damn shame, if you ask me. So once you get to the second section, we just do a bit more driving. If I'm being honest. It's not really much else going on here. Do you know what the worst part about this drive to Shy Guy Bazaar is? It literally feels like a "are we there yet" sort of drive. And I'm just like, my brother in Christ, what do you mean, are we there yet? You designed the racetrack. You could have maybe had this bit have like maybe a few little houses out here. Because obviously we get into the bazaar, right? The bazaar is like an area with loads of shops with all this thing. So I'm just like, maybe before the bazaar, you could have like a little town area where people live. You know, people live outside of the bazaar and then they live. And then when they go to the bazaar, they go shopping. You know, you could have made it live, maybe, hang on, maybe. You could have made this feel like a lived-in world. Oh my God. Crazy. But instead we've just got a few cars and a admittedly nice-looking elephant Shy Guy riding thing. But that's kind of it. It just feels like we're just driving from lap 2 to lap 3. This aggressively feels like we're just trying to get you to the fun part. Once again, the best kind of intermissions either tease a gimmick that's to come up ahead, or they do a good job fleshing out the world. The spectacle section where you're driving over a big desert, it does look kind of... But at least it was just quite nice, right? You feel like there's a treacherous area with sandworms that would eat you at a moment's notice. It's a shame it's not fun to play, but it does flesh out the world a little. What does lap 2 leading into Shy Guy Bazaar actually do on a lore building or a game design front? Absolutely nothing. I'm just driving from one place to another. Which I think makes you the player ask the worst question, which is, why am I just driving here when I could just be playing the next track? Does that make sense? Why am I just driving here? Instead, the screen could have faded to black and I could end up in Shy Guy Bazaar. You wanted me to play this, so why am I just driving to Shy Guy Bazaar? It's not really that fun when you don't really have anything to, really, any meat to chew on, I mean, it's just not that fun. But either way, once you get to the bazaar proper, which is quite nice, it's actually got a really lovingly nice redesign. Like, I ended up looking at the 7 one for comparison, and while I like the fact that the 7 one is set always at night, whereas in Wild it can be set at various times of the day, I just love the way this bazaar looks. Look at this, huh? The various grinding elements they've added to this bazaar looks extremely lively, and that's obviously not to mention the obvious addition of Daisy's Palace in the background to kind of really flesh out that this is Sarasaland territory. I absolutely adore this. It looks like there's a festival going on. Like the theming of this is absolutely phenomenal. And what they need to do is add a couple of extra wild whistles, and it looks great to play on. It's amazing. They kept the pots as well, the little moving little pots. I think they slow down a tad. They don't really spin you out. I think in the other game they used to spin you out, but they don't really spin you out as much. You've got the alternate lower path. You've got this grinding higher path. This track makes excellent use of Wild's extra parkour grindy things, along with just being Shy Guy Bazaar, which is a pretty solid track in and of itself, where I'm having a very, very fun time here. It's just a shame, gamers, they end way too quickly. As we know, the big criticism of these intermissions into racetracks is that you only get to play one lap. And with a track that is already naturally short, like Shy Guy Bazaar, only getting to play one lap of it just left me feeling wanting, really, which is not how you want someone to feel when they've just played your track. You want them to feel like, man, I just had a complete fun experience playing Mario Kart World for the Nintendo Switch 2. But by the time I've started having fun and maybe, because the thing is, they give this one such a glob. I'm like, so okay, there's a grind path here, so maybe the next lap I can take this path, and then the next lap I can go there, and the next one. And before you even have a chance to think about all of these, you're just like, oh, theme. Yeah. Well, that's a damn shame, isn't it? I just got here and they're kicking us out. Great. I love this. Amazing. So, yeah, you don't even get to try every path before it ends. It's just sad, isn't it? It's just really, really sad. But surely the intermission leading into Warrior Stadium is it going to have basically the same problem that the intermission leading the Shy Guy Bazaar had, right? Where it's just kind of road, and more road. Oh, hang on, but look at this, gamers. Look, they have like a town thing. They have like a cityscape going on. They have like some towns and houses. Wow, wouldn't this have been nice to put before Shy Guy Bazaar to kind of like flesh out the bit? Wow, crazy, huh? Crazy. Wow. But yeah, once we leave the town area proper, what else is there? There's some pokies, I guess. And then we're just driving some more. We're just driving some more. And then there's more desert, I guess. When I get that we're in like a desolate desert area and you're probably trying to sell that, but like maybe you could have like a dry desert style pit, maybe some tornadoes wisping around, anything of that sort, maybe? Do you wanna? Anything? Or are we just gonna be driving with some like very basic Mario hazards going on? I mean, I've seen piranha plants before, so I'm not really that enamored with that. I also have like no idea where I'm going, if that makes sense. As I said, the intermissions, I like it when they tease some like maybe game mechanics. You could do that. You know, we're going to Wario Stadium, so maybe you could do some like tricking area, maybe some like mini parkour areas. Okay. So then we're kind of here now, I guess. So yeah, it's safe to say the intermission leading up to this, as I've shown you in full, was just a whole lot of fuck all. Wasn't it a shame that Shell Cup had such decently good intermissions, and the two leading up to the next two tracks are just kind of like... Could you just fade it to black, please? Could you just fade it to black? No? Okay, my bad. So yeah, I suppose the bridge is quite nice because it's like kind of signals to you. You're kind of getting close. You know, you see the big Wario thing at the top. You see his big fat garlicky nose. It's the bridge leading up to this place is kind of neat, but at that point, having just the bridge leading up to your stadium, I've already fallen asleep at the wheel. Do you know what I mean? You're going to need to do a bit much. You're going to need to do a lot to win me over, Nintendo. So once we get to the stadium proper, that's when... Oh, hang on. And that's when it really starts to get cool. Look at that. Big-ass, Wario-looking garlicky nose. You have like an announcer on the microphone as well, Chad. I don't know if you have an announcer. You have the crowd already here. You have the music kind of like stirring up a little bit. Like this introduction to a stage is actually really good. It's a shame that the 2 laps I played before were really fucking boring, but now that I'm finally here, the Shy Guy announcer, the crowd, the music, I'm just like, okay. All right. I'm feeling it now. So now you're kind of excited because you hear the music stirring up, so you're kind of just like waiting for it to begin proper. So you play a little bit of it, and you finally get into the racetrack proper where it finally kicks in, and boy, you are left with a wonderful, wonderful glow-up of N64 Wario Stadium, complete with all of the tricks, all of the vibes you would expect from a stadium setup, in that there's tricks, there's grinding, there's a roaring crowd, the music is something that just can't be beat, really. It's the raceway theme. This is an amazing glow-up. This is a fantastic, fantastic glow-up that you've ever seen. It's just a shame that, once again, it suffers from the Shy Guy Bazaar issue of I'm having so much fun here compared to what I was just playing 2 laps ago, that when I'm finally done and I go on this, look, you end up going on this big thing. You're like, yes! Oh, big rabbit, and yeah, the fire goes up. You're like, yes! Yeah! Oh my god, that's so cool! And you're like, oh, I really can't wait to do that again. The big yump gamers, the big yump. They made it so much cooler from the original. I did like the original one, all fairness, but this one looks so cool, and I can't wait oh, it's over. Can we like do that? Can we do that again? There's so many paths I want to take. We're not fading to black, are we? I don't know what Proxima Corrida means. I can't okay, we're fading to black. Fim. But yeah, once again, you gave a track such a loving glow up. A philosophy behind track design that enables the player to try things in so many different ways. And yet you make me play only 1 lap. If I didn't laugh, gamers, I would cry. So are you guys seeing the general theme that's going on with the Flower Cup right now as the Y8 7th place? Like, the racetracks themselves, I'm like, yeah, okay, I can fuck with this. Getting to them is just like, you should have just faded to black. You should have just faded to fucking black, bro. Why am I playing the intermissions, man? This is your selling point, and you're making me play them? But that being said, though, gamers, we're actually going to get into a good intermission. Oh my god. No way. There's an intermission I actually like. They went 1 for 3, gamers. They went 1 for 3. How have they managed to do that? So they end up exiting out the stadium, and you go to this like kind of sewer-ish area where chain chomps are rolling around. I thought this one was kind of neat. It's nothing to write home about particularly, but I think it just fits the vibe. Like, you leave the stadium, and then, like, you know, you feel like this is where Wario Stadium would take you out of. You know what I mean? Like, there's chain chomps. There's like a sewery area. It's most likely night when you're playing the stage as well. It's kind of neat. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of. I just think theming-wise, it just matches. It's quite nice. And I think what really this is what Mario Kart World should have leaned into more of. Like, you see, they know where you have to come from, so they can perfectly design a track where you, the player, are gonna see. So look at this visual track. Just like immediately you hit these coins, and then boom, you're met with, oh my god, is that where I'm gonna go? Is that where I'm off to? Again, teasing what's going to come ahead in terms of either game design or spectacle. So look at that. That's just a really cool visual, isn't it? You're like, oh, hang on. I'm going... You want me to go there? Me? You sure not that guy? I have to go there? Sure, okay. So again, I like that. It's kind of like, oh shit, that's where I'm going. So then, and I think the racetrack as well kind of leans into that quite a bit. You find some bomb cars, but I think most importantly, once you get to the second lap, again, the sky gets darker. There's ash flames, like embers, coating your screen. There's very few cars at this point as well. The road is even broken up as to why you have to trick down the road as well, because the road isn't even properly maintained here. This is exactly what Mario Kart World excels in, and it should lean into more perfectly. It is the absolute best introduction to Bowser Land you could have done. Do you know what I mean? You're just like, whoa, okay. And then you end up taking this little, I love this little ramp, by the way. This is one of my favorite bits. You just take, again, you could just very clearly see it's not like a proper road. It's just kind of like a hilly structure they just converted into a road, I guess. Do you know what I mean? It feels all very like hostile. The architecture feels very hostile. Do you know what I mean? And I just love it. I absolutely love that about this intermission. So once you do that big ramp, then you see again another cool visual. The fucking bombs going off. The airship right in front of you. You take one more ramp. The lead-up music is really drumming it into you. The bum ba bum 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 ba, and then you finally get to it. And oh my god, gamers, it's like you never left. Airship Fortress, about as good as you remember it. Especially in a game with 24 races, having a track this small, that was designed originally for 8, just it's quite a nice juxtaposition from so many of the more open native tracks in this game. I think it fits perfectly. It's about as good as I remembered. It's a shame the little bar section from the tour version is gone, but I suppose it just kind of wouldn't fit in with the theming. Yeah, there's no bar anymore down here, which is a bit of a shame. But overall, I think they did a solid job. I also really like these little grind rails. Like, I feel like these grind rails are more like a troll opportunity than an actual sort of opportunity to grind. Does that make sense? In the sense that you might not see this grind rail, you might hit the grind rail, and then because the firebar is coming your way, you might not realize and you might hit it. It feels more like it's deliberately there to trap you into a narrow path to make you hit. You know what I mean? And I've always thought that was kind of cheeky. I thought it was a nice cheeky addition to make the hazard a bit more enticing. You know, I always thought it was quite nice. And of course, you got the big cannon shot, which I'm gonna be honest, chat. I just think it's kind of neat that you regain control before you land. I don't know why. There's something about that just makes me go, that's just kind of neat, isn't it? That's just kind of neat. And then you do the big spiral turn that you obviously know oh so well, and then you finish the lap. And oh my god, gamers! Wow, they did it. They made an intermission and a racetrack that it only took you. Gamers, it only took you to the very end, but you finally ended on a good note. Oh my god! Congratulations, Flower Cup! And of course, it's the part where I know I've seen some people say, oh, like, I wish it was 2 laps, I wish it was 2 laps. Now, while I do wish it was 2 laps, I think considering the lead up and the actual track itself, it felt like a complete experience. Would I have liked another lap? Of course I would have. I want the intermissions to have 2 laps on the actual track. I want us to give us that option, Nintendo. But in terms of like a complete experience, I feel like I'm full. Do you know what I mean? I feel like I've had my time here. It wasn't like Wario Stadium where I just desperately wanted a lap because the lead up to it was so fucking mindless and boring. I felt like I had a complete experience here. And what a nice ending. It's a shame the rest of the tracks could not follow suit. Either the racetrack was good and the intermissions were bad, or the racetrack was just straight up dookie. So unfortunately, even though the last intermission of the racetrack were a nice finale, I just can't put you any higher than 7th, my little bro. I'm going to be honest with you. Regrettably so. This is one where I regret more so putting in 7th, but I kind of have to. You don't really have too much going for you, which is a damn shame. A damn shame indeed, Falcon Cup. You will fare better when I'm ranking the tracks individually, but as a cup, I personally would just rather go, yeah, I'm okay, thank you. So, with that out of the way, gamers, we get on to prediction number 6. What is the 6th place one, gamers? Prediction time is now open. Prediction time is now over. Let's see what you guys came up with. We've got a big tie essentially for Star and Mushroom. I'm seeing most one shout for Lightning, very strange. But I'm seeing mostly Star and I can see Special Cup doing bad. Mero, you don't know me as well as you think you do. Because gamers, if you said, oh man, maybe I might make some enemies. I'll see when you guys give me your lists. But if you guys said Star Cup, give yourself a round of applause, or should I say the Ice Cup? Because I'm not really seeing much stars when it comes to this one. That's for damn sure. The Star Cup. This is where we're getting. So just to clarify, this is where we're getting into the cups that are good. This is just a case of which ones are good, less good, and which ones are more good. These are the only 2 cups where I probably never want to play these cups again. We're getting to the point now where I want to play these cups. It's just there's some I'd rather play more than others. And I think the bottom one of the ones I would like to play, but not as much as the others, is the Star Cup. So once we see the Star Cup, let's have a look. Let's have a look at what we're dealing with first. We get Passagem DK, or DK Pass. We get Starview Peak. We get Sky Sunday. And we get Wario's Galleon. Now, of course, if I was to pick all 4, one of these 4, personally, I'd rather play 3 laps of Sky Sunday. But DK Pass offers a decent start, if you ask me. So let's talk about that, shall we? DK Pass is one that I was never particularly enamored with in the original game. And in all fairness, I do kind of miss the more hostile, snowy theme of the original one. The original one kind of felt like it was in like a harshy, snowy mountain, which juxtaposed nicely from DK Summer, which felt like a very deliberate ski-type resort area, you know? So having this one be a bit more of a cozy resort, it feels like it steps on DK Summit's toes a little bit. I suppose it's kind of like a sleepier version of DK Summit. And especially considering the snowmen are kind of gone, which was probably my favorite hazard. It's a bit of a shame. Although I say all of that, but it does have probably my favorite shortcut in the game. I'll be real with you, chat. I remember the first time I saw an NPC do this shortcut. Because obviously, if you don't know, you can once you're tricking, you can bounce off basically any object in the game. So if you jump off this thing and bounce off this ball, it makes for a nice, cool shortcut. And I just think that is really, really, really neat. And I think they should have done more of those kinds of shortcuts, if you ask me. It kind of reminds me of the Shroom Ridge BCP shortcut, where there's just kind of like a fan down below, like blowing air. You kind of just have mushroom into it to get up. It kind of has that same energy, except it looks cooler because it looks like it's natural part of the level design, you know? It just looks kind of cool. I kind of like it. Do you know what I don't like, though, chat? Do you know what I don't like it to make up for it, though? I don't like this ramp. Guys, I don't like this ramp here. This ramp fucking sucks. The amount of times I've been tricked by this fucking ramp. I'm mad, gamers. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. The amount of times I've seen this ramp and I want to go on it, but it's not part of it. It's part of the open world. It's part of Free Roam. But I want to go on that ramp. I want to go on that ramp. Put the ramp in the track, okay? I keep falling for the clickbait. Like I think the 5 times I tried this cup, I think I fell for that ramp like 3 times. I'll be real with you. It's just like fuck. It just looks like a natural part of the level design. It's really annoying. So yeah, as much the pole shortcut, amazing. This shortcut, annoying. So it kind of evens itself out, if you ask me. But DK Pass, as I said, I'd rather play 3 laps of maybe another track in this cup. But overall, a decent enough start. It's better than Desert Flats, that's for damn sure. But overall, I'm having a decent time here, right? Like it's like okay, we started. Okay, we just started. We had a start and a half. So once we're done with DK Pass, we get into, it goes into nighttime, oh my god. We take the drive to Starview Peak. Oh, Starview Peak, gamers? What do we think of Starview Peak? You're going to know my opinion in a second, and it's going to be... But the drive up to there, hang on actually, gamers. Do we have a decent intermission? Not a good intermission. Not a bad intermission. We have a decent intermission? What the... Say it. Say it isn't so, gamers. A decent intermission, one that I don't fucking want to blow my brains out on. Because I quite like this little, again, first we drive through this little nice town. It's quite nice. You got the moose, the elk, whichever animal, someone's going to correct me. I do quite like that. And then once you get into the second lap, you drive up the mountain, which I do think is just kind of neat. I do think the road is a little too wide for my liking, but considering it's a Star Cup, maybe they should probably narrow it out a bit more. But this like subversion of expectations where you're driving uphill and the Shy Guys are coming down below, it's something that only Mario Kart World can pull off, you know, as a natural hazard, you know. It's quite nice. It's quite nice. I really, really like it. Coupled with like the ice bros that throw ice up here as well. There's enough to keep you on your toes a bit. It's just a shame that the road is a bit too wide. Just a bit too wide for me. Narrow it down by like 10%. I think this area would be perfect. And then which leads into a very nice introduction to Starview Peak, which is quite nice. Actually, choose your direction and get to the stage proper. It's just a shame that once you actually load up this racetrack, it's just really fucking okay. I've been real with you, gamers. Starview Peak is just Starview. It's just Starview. That's all this really is, to be honest. It's just turns, and more turns. And don't get me wrong, I like Mario Kart, and as a result, I like turning. I don't like it when a track is just aggressive. It has hang on, this has the reverse intermission issue. The intermissions are just aggressively straight. This is just turns, and not even like the kind of fun, like, yeah, the Yui kind of turns where you're like Tokyo drifting. It's just got like turns. It's just kind of got turns, and not to mention, it does look really pretty with this like kind of watery, like nice looking road. It's just a shame that there's another track we're going to talk about later down the line that kind of stole this and made it look way better. Which I would feel bad for Starview Peak, but then again, gamers, it did kind of steal Ice Outpost's whole flow. So it got stolen from, but also stole. You know, so we're kind of reached a homeostasis of thievery here. I don't think the police will be called for this one, but Starview Peak doesn't really have like a shining hazard, if you ask me. It does look it's really nice to look at, but and the racetrack name is kind of nice. I suppose it's good that it's a Rosalina track that isn't terrible, but when the best compliment I can give you is it's not Rosalina's Ice World, but also I kind of wish it was Rosalina's Ice World because at least I'd have something to say about it. I think it makes for a track that is kind of left me wanting. And this is yet another instance where the intermission was a bit better than the racetrack itself, even though they were both just kind of hovering around the middle a bit, if you ask me. So Starview Peak is more just Starview. I'll just call it Starview because Starview Week, I like that. Even the Aurora Borealis can't save it. So then we get into another intermission, which is ice, and more ice. I hope you guys are not bored of ice because we're getting into another icy road intermission, which is once again not being the I'm just going to go aggressively straight allegations. This icy cave area looks kind of nice. What would have been nice if, I think the problem with this cup, right, as a whole, when it comes to Star Cup, is we're getting a little harder now. But I feel like the tracks, specifically the intermissions, aren't really reflecting that in kind, you know? Like, so for example, we get this icy cave section, which like, hey, do you want to maybe throw out some ice snakes to kind of parallel the fire snakes from the desert cave we saw last cup? Not particularly. Do you maybe want to have some stalactites drop down a bit, you know what I mean? And this bit, like, what do we have? We have some penguins on the road, but like, for me, they've barely ever been a hazard at all. I suppose the road is quite narrow, which in a 24-player track, maybe that could be a bit of a hazard. So like, it just feels like they're not really doing enough, you know what I mean? And while the view leading up to Sky Sunday is very, very nice, I do like that. Especially you could tell you're going downhill towards it. It is quite nice. The drive up to it is just another one where you're just like, could you have not just faded to black? Can we just fade to black and get there, please? Is that okay? Because I can't really say I'm having too much fun on this intermission. I'm not completely bored out of my skull, but I'm also not particularly having fun neither. I think they just thought that driving on slippery ice was enough of a hazard and kind of left the hazards at home, I guess. It has some decent turns, I suppose. Yeah, you're right, Mad John, but there's just nothing here to win me over. What I will say is that I do like the transition from Sky High Sunday to Ice Track. It's just like a line on the ground. I don't know if you guys ever noticed that. But like there isn't like an ice cream path that like kind of seamlessly leads into it. It's just a bridge that's connected to the ice. I just thought it was quite funny. I always just thought that was kind of funny. Then we get to the start also. And I like the fact that there's like these little towns, these little like buildings over here around the outskirts before you get into the Sky High Sunday proper. Goombas chasing you around. Again, we're kind of upping the game design chops a little bit, which is quite nice. Aurora Borealis! Aurora Borealis! Good skip. Piloto We unlocked Piloto and Aurora Borealis. But yeah, the lead up to Sky Sunday, pretty neat. And then we finally play the track and we're like, oh my gosh, yes. Probably one of the biggest glow ups in like video game history. Once again, gamers, aggressively an oval. But good lord, they jam-pack this oval with just a lot of fun. Look at the amount of alternate paths you can take. It really just makes you think, why the F did they really... What? I censored myself there. Why the fuck did they put this in the BCP? Just look at this track, dog. I'm going to jail! I'm getting lock me up and throw away the keys. I will live in this track forever. The walls you can grind on, the lower path you can take, this lovely shade of green. I love everything about Sky High Sunday. So, once again, gamers, what issue do we bump into again? We bump into the issue of, oh my god, that was so much fun. I can't wait to see the other alternate paths. There was some grind rails. Can I take the green path instead of the pink path this time? Oh, I can't wait to play more Sky High Sunday. Fim. Yeah, yeah, we bump into another Fim issue, gamers. We play a racetrack that has so many varied paths we can do, and we're gonna just play one lap of it. And considering the rather middling intermission we had to suffer through, playing just one lap of Sky High Sunday, Fim. Just, it's so annoying. Yeah, I was having fun and they just ripped it apart from me. Just like, okay, thanks. I was eating that garlic bread, but you just took it away from me when I had only one bite. So, yeah, bit of a shame. I absolutely, especially, you know, I think we know what Musty's favorite track is. Listen up. We'll talk about that when I do my course ranking, okay? Which I might do next week, actually. I want to get that done too soon. So we go from Sky High Sunday. We film Sky High Sunday, and we get to Wario's Galleon. So we finish driving along the ice cream path here, which is pretty neat. We go back into the ice, and oh my god, gamers, hang on. So once again, gamers, we have one for free in terms of intermissions. The last two, fucking boring. But gamers, I can report we have a good intermission. I actually really like this one. Wow, it's almost as if you can make good intermissions when they want to, but for some reason it's just a coin flip. And this time, gamers, we called heads, and we got heads. Allow me to demonstrate why. Firstly, reference, therefore, nice little loving homage to Vanilla Lake here, complete with the ice blocks, the Goomba shoes. That is quite nice. I like it. Some food to go as well. So overall, we're starting off quite decently. I'm like, oh, I know. The 4-year-olds in chat will be like, I know what that is. But here's where it gets really fun, chat. Here's why I absolutely love this intermission. Lap 2 starts. The sky darkens. The walls kind of remind you of Frappe Snowland, innit? The walls are getting a lot more claustrophobic. The ice bros, all you can see, like, the most brightest thing you can see, gamers, are the ice bros, ice balls that they're throwing at you. So you can avoid those like crazy. So it's really getting, you're just like, hang on. It kind of builds up a bit of intrigue, a bit of like, you know, a bit of anticipation as to what's to come, and I actually love this. This is a fantastic build-up to what's going to happen. And when you finally jump out of the icy road, you meet the treacherous waves of Wario's Galleon. And you can see the galleon in the background. It fades into view as you get closer. The snow is still on your screen because we're still snowing a bit. Oh, the waves are ruffling. The typhoons are booming. The waves are as big as they've ever been up to any track in the game so far. Absolutely love this intermission. This perfectly treats you into what you're going to expect when you play the Galleon proper. And it lasts about as long as you'd like. It doesn't stay too long, and it doesn't go on for too long. It doesn't overstay its welcome and understay its welcome. The intermission bit lasts just long enough for you to take that recognizable U-turn to play the Galleon itself proper. Now, this is a racetrack where when I first played, I think I did my first impressions, I wasn't too big on this, mainly because overwater driving. Mainly because overwater driving just isn't that fun. But as I've kind of gotten used to tricking on the waves, I found this one to be a bit more fun than I initially gave it credit for, honestly. A bit of a... I've changed I've had a bit of change of tune somewhat to this. I actually really like the ruffly waves. As I've gotten used to tricking on them more effectively, I've kind of grown to like this one a bit. It's a shame that we will never get to see a HD version of what underwater Wario's Galleon could have looked like, but I do think this is a good rendition. I don't think it's like better than the original, but I don't think it's worse either. I think it's an alternate take that I've actually grown to really appreciate. Honestly, I actually really like this. I think what helps is that as well, when you jump in the water, a fun mechanic to get the hang of is when you jump in the water and trick, you know, sinking back down in the water and you can use the momentum to trick again. you could probably do like twice, you know? It's a side grid. I actually I really like that about this one. So overall, you have an intermission that teached you. You have an intermission that showed you what you were going to get into, and then you played the track proper. Wow! Game design! Game design, gamers. Game design! Wow, crazy stuff. Thim. I feel like I got my Thim's worth, if you ask me. So with Warriors Galleon, I feel like that was a decently solid ending. Now, I think the reason why this cup will continue to rank low is because obviously we're kind of dealing with the yo-yo effect, aren't we? The intermissions were shit. 2 of the racetracks didn't really leave me that impressed. You know, Starview Peak was just Starview okay. DK Pass is also just okay. Sky High Sunday's a ton of fun, and Galleon's a ton of fun too, but you only get to play 1 lap of those. So overall, even though this cup is... I'm not having a bad time with this cup. As I said, the rest of these get good. This is like the lowest amount of good I'm having. Does that make sense? I think what makes this... What also... I didn't really talk about this. I think what also makes this cup kind of not stick out to me is I feel like there's just a bit too much ice. It feels like just a bit too much ice, if you ask me. One thing I really like about the later cups, especially what I liked about the Flower Cup, actually, is that there was 2 tracks that took place in the desert, and then we kind of left the desert for, like, another area. I feel like 2 tracks in the same sort of theme, I think, is quite nice. I think having, like, all of the intermissions be icy just kind of made for, like, I was just like, I've had enough of the ice, I'll be real with you. I kind of got a bit bored with the theming after a while. I think since it didn't really sell me on it that well with the intermissions, like I felt like with the intermissions, you could maybe do ice as like a, going uphill as a hazard was quite neat. Maybe you could have like done different things with the ice, but I don't think there was enough variance with the ice to make the ice interesting, you know? So I'm just like, it just kind of left for a track that I was just like, you know what I mean? A cup that was just a bit too much ice. A bit too much ice in my iced tea. I don't know what I'm saying, but basically, yeah, just a bit. The intermissions were just a bit too icy. I felt like they could have mixed them up and varied them out a bit much. The tracks obviously did do more than just ice, but yeah, the intermissions just kind of left me wanting a bit, I would say. They left me wanting a bit. So either way, good, but still sick, I would say. No crazy standouts on the cup. Unfortunately, Sky High is great now, but I don't think it's enough to boost the cup that high. Yeah, for me it is, but yeah, no, for me it's mainly Galleon is good. I think for me it's Galleon. I think Galleon is good, but not enough to boost the cup. 3 out of 4 tracks are ice. None of the tracks are ice themed. They could have split them up way better. Yeah, I would say so, honestly. I think this one's a victim of like Wild's like cohesive Wild design and didn't really do enough to justify it, if you ask me. It's like 8-star cup. It starts like pro ever, then becomes great in the second half. Yeah, well, like obviously we know what's it? 8's one just ends up on the best track ever exist, honestly. So, you know how it is. But either way, that's my number 6 place. So, gamers, now we're getting into the ones where I'm having a better good time. I had a decently good time here. Now we're getting into a severely good time, gamers. So, what is your prediction now? Predictions in the chat, gamers. Prediction time is. I didn't realize I cut the music that short. Prediction time is now closed. I think this one is probably the easiest prediction we're gonna get because I'm seeing a lot of people say Mushroom, and I think Mushroom has definitely punched above its weight class a lot, especially considering it's managed to beat out 3 other cups. I'm quite impressed with this Mushroom Cup, as I think most of us are. So when we have a look at the Mushroom Cup, what are we getting into exactly, gamers? We have Circuit to Mario Bros. You have Mario Circuit, Crown City, Whistle Stop Summit, and DK Spaceport. A solid looking cup, but how good are they all really? Let's have a look and see how they stack up. Now, gamers, we all know how it goes with the first track in a Mario Kart game, right? We know how it goes. You never really start off with your best track, do you? But Mario Bros. Circuit is probably up there with Mario Kart Stadium as a wonderful introduction to everything this game is going for. Instead of taking place in a instead of starting in a more, closed off stadium, bright lights aesthetic sort of thing, you start off in a track that kind of really shows you what Mario Kart World is all about. The open, free air, the range, the roaming for you to be able to do exactly where you want. That's why it takes place in this open air, kind of desert-y sort of environment. I think theming-wise, this was a wonderful aesthetic of a track to start on. And on top of that, they introduced all the gimmicks brilliantly. They have grind rails immediately, which if you're playing the game single player, like you immediately see the CPUs use them. So you want to try and use that and trying to get your grinding wheels wet, so to speak. So you've got quite a few opportunities to learn how the game works without them just straight up yelling in your face about them. It feels quite satisfying that they just kind of have them there. Maybe the CPUs will show you, and you kind of just figure it out on your own, And I think this bit at the end also kind of exemplifies that perfectly. Because you see this path here, you could also go around here. There's also another alternate path off to the side too. Like, there's enough alternate paths to also showcase to you, the player, that, hey, listen, you might want to get a little fancy with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, the world is your oyster here in Mario Kart World, and you're gonna want to use that to great effect. If you could see it, you could probably drive to it, unless it's that fucking DK pass ramp. I hate you. But either way, I think this one starts off on a fantastic introduction. And I would easily say that this is up there with Mario Kart Stadium and with GCN Luigi Circuit. Honestly, I'd put them up there. I think it's the big three now. It's no longer the big two gamers. It's the big three. The Mario Kart World is your oyster. Could you say that again, please? Could you say that again? So this is a FIM that I'm happy to FIM, gamers. Are you happy to FIM this FIM? I'm happy to FIM. I'm glad we chose another language. I don't know why, gamers. I'm glad we chose another language. Big FIM. This is a big FIM. So then once we're done with Mario Circle, we get to the intermission as we drive to Crown City. And consider it's the first intermission you'll be likely to play. You're so excited. You're like, yeah, intermissions. We're driving to tracks. Craziness, game design, roads, open on the highway, born to be wild. Yeah, hamburger, Toad. I love me a hamburger. We're up on the upper Goombas. They got Goombas. They got bullies, I guess. They got bullies. Yes. We got a tour bus. Gamers. We got a tour bus. We've got dash panels, I guess. I think you kind of know what I'm getting at, right? In the sense that, well, you would kind of hope the first intermission would kind of give you a bit more meat to chew on. But yeah, this is just basically baby's first intermission. Let's be real here. You're driving on the open road, the open asphalt road, picking up Yoshis wherever you can get them. It's not the best, but I can understand why it's not, because again, they just kind of have to slowly introduce the player what you're getting to. You never really start off with your best intermission, do you? I think this is the perfect example of that. But Crown City itself, is it safe to say I kind of like it? Because once we start with Crown City, they do something that I quite like a lot. I think I alluded to what I like about this Crown City track earlier, in that a city track having a lot of traffic. When it comes to city tracks, the one gimmick you kind of associate with city tracks are traffic, right? Now, considering you just drive through 2 laps of traffic, having a city track that was traffic based would have just been kind of like a bit anticlimactic. So instead, what you end up doing for your entirety in Crown City lap 3 is you end up driving along the less constructed areas. You end up driving up and up and up as high as you could possibly go on the more uncharted areas of the city. The areas of the city you're not really supposed to be going, if I'm being honest. But I quite like it. You got these like girders in the air. The roads are quite twisty because you're not really supposed to be there. I really quite like this, honestly. I think it's a fantastic showcase of the intermissions, or what they can do when they really try. Uncharted referenced. And I think one of my favorite bits is this. Now, of course, this person completely like sells me up the river. But one thing I really like about this bit of the intermission here is that throughout the game so far, at least from the previous track you've played, you've never had to actually grind, right? Like, grinding has been there. Maybe the CPUs, you figure it out. But you've never really had to. Now, while you can technically avoid grinding here, as this player's done, most likely if you're a player, you're probably driving on one of these roads. I know I did when I played this. I drove on one of these 2 grinding rails, and that's when you think, oh, what the hell? You can grind? What the hell? So if you didn't figure it out before, like just of your own accord, this is the game saying, listen, you can really get wacky with this. You can get wacky burger, just like the Toad. You can get a bit wacky burger, okay? So don't be afraid to really get imaginative with it, okay? Don't be afraid to really, really try and learn how it goes. And I really liked about this. I think most of us in the chat can attest to the fact that we saw this and we're like, oh shit, hang on, where am I going? And you're like, what the fuck? I can drive on 2 wheels? That's crazy. What a lovely way to introduce that sort of game design. I thought it was brilliant. And once again, it keeps the theme of just going up and up and up before you. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy's just having a bad time here. And then I think the ending bit is quite nice in the sense that you end up just gliding across the whole city again. Can you drive low? Can you drive high? At this point, you might figure out that driving into poles gives you a trick as well. I didn't think I figured that out quite yet. But again, you have a nice ending where you end up gliding over the city as well. Quite nice. And I would say a worthy film. A very, very worthy film, if I do say so myself. What do you guys think of this? What have we got here? There should be a chance that if you play with a heavyweight, you break the glass panels and fall down. I mean, considering those heavyweight cars end up bullying the lightweights, I think it'd be like a a nice, risk reward sort of thing. I think I agree with that, honestly. Bolden Part 2. Never knew Nintendo would actually make me miss the usual loading screens from any other game with some of these. A bit of a shame, eh? The one lap doesn't show enough of this track. 3 lap versions changes each lap, so the version leaves much to be decided. I think as a 1 lap showcase of Crown City, I think I was left satisfied enough. This is not one where I was left wanting. You know what I mean? I wasn't really left wanting with this one. Could it have been 3 laps? Of course it could have. But I think I had a decent enough FIM here, you know what I mean? I had a FIM, you know? It doesn't showcase all of what Crown City has got, but I had a good FIM here. Now, obviously, once we're leaving Crown City, we drive on more road games. More road. We've got more road, and more road. We've got Burger Toad again. Fuck yeah, we got Burger. I love Burger Toad. Burger Toad, gamers. So when we leave the city, I actually don't really remember this intermission. I don't think I left any notes on this intermission. And it probably means it's just okay. Oh no, I did leave notes. I remember this bit. Oh my god, gamers, I remember this bit. So obviously we drive through roads, and it does the thing, gamers. It does the thing I love so much. What's the thing I've been talking about, gamers? Flashback. What's the thing I've been talking about? Isn't it nice if the second lap ends up teaching you what you're gonna do in the third lap? Oh my god! So we're getting to the second lap. Trains! Oh, and then of course you glide for a bit, but you're forced to go to the ground eventually. And when you're on the ground, you'll learn the thing, gamers. You might learn the thing. You either bounce around if you want, but you might learn here that you can grind on the trainer. There it is! Yeah! Oh, he's grinding, gamers. He's grinding. A bit of a teaser as to what's to come. So you kind of, again, if you didn't learn it from the Crown City bit, the game is kind of forcing you upon. The game's kind of forcing it upon you, but it's look, we're seeing it in real time, chat. He figured out you could grind, so now you have a bit more of an opportunity to do so, and the game's just kind of giving you more opportunities to grind. I love that. I love that about Whistle Stop Summit. Slowly over time, the game's trying to push you. The game's trying to push you. Come on, grind. And now finally, you've been given quite a nice opportunity to do so. And I really like that about Whistle Stop Summit. I think it serves as just a fun racetrack and a excellent showcase as to grinding as well. Because I think just grinding on this bit is just really fun. And then you go up here, and then it's just really, really fun, honestly. There's just something about grinding in this game, especially on like an area which enables you to exactly this bit here as well. I don't know if you guys know, you can jump left, you can jump right. You can do so much cool stuff with the grinding. I don't know if it's technically faster or not. I have no idea if you're asking me. But I really like that. I also really like the fact that because it's nice, long and straight, you can kind of repeatedly trick on the grind rails. I don't know if you guys have tried that before, but the repeated tricking is kind of cool on this bit. So I quite like that. Along with the train being an okay hazard, but it also offers enough open roads. There's just everything about this racetrack is brilliant. You got the grinding, you got the multiple paths that Mario Kart World kind of pushes you to be a bit creative about. Plenty of shortcut opportunities too. Big fan of this one. I might not be much of a train guy, but listen, I'm picking up. I don't know. Maybe you autistics kind of know what you're talking about, gamers. I don't know. Maybe you guys have got a good thing going on over there. Maybe you guys got a good thing going on over there.Maybe you need to join the club. Maybe. Who knows? But what a good FIM. A good FIM was had by all. I'm pooped, gamers. So after we're done with the Whistle Stop Summit, what is this one say? We partida towards the last track, which is, oh my god. So, this intermission bit, so I think it starts off initially just quite okay, to be honest. I think, once again, I'm a bit more okay with them not really introducing too many hazards, because the road is actually quite narrow on this bit, because you're kind of, like, descending down the cliff. So, I thought it was even, again, not the best intermission, but it kind of gets the job done. Especially when, in the second lap, you get a decent view of, like, what's to come. You're like, what's that over there? It kind of, like, piques your interest a little. It's like, where are we going? Banana? And I think once you get there, and then you see, and once you get a bit closer, you see it proper. Look at that, gamers. That is unabashedly a reference to the thing. I know what that is, gamers. I know what that is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it a reference to the thing, to the guy? So obviously, when you get closer proper, you end up going to the space port itself. Oh my god. So gamers, would it be crazy if I said like top 10 track in the entire series? That would be too crazy, right? Especially like how the Mecha DK kind of roars at you and climbs up to the top. Just like that one game that we all recognize so much. But yeah, the absolute best ending you could probably ask for in a cup. Because each lap kind of does something a bit different. It does something a bit different each time, you know? You get to one lap, you're dodging barrels. You get to another lap, you're dodging barrels, but sideways. Another one, you're grinding to your heart's content. Next lap, what are we doing? We're getting wool-righty with it, gamers. We're going up, we're going down, we're going side to side before we end up going to the final duel with the big man himself. These giant barrels are a bit harder to dodge than you might think, honestly. They're quite big. They're rolly, they're annoying, and they've ruined a game or two of mine, that's for damn sure. But if you manage to avoid it, it feels like a boss fight in Mario Kart form, do you know what I mean? Something they haven't done since Mario Kart DS. You know what I mean? How cool is that? If it concludes with a lovely boss battle, wow. It's almost as if when you're doing this whole intermission racetrack thing, you could craft it to feel like a bit of a story, a narrative, a gameplay, you could say. A world. Oh my god. Good film, gamers. Good film. Good film indeed, honestly. So I think with easily one of the best cup enders in the entire series. Some intermissions that, while some of them were okay, you have the whistle stop one, which I thought was pretty good, but the others are just kind of, The racetracks themselves are all really fun, but most importantly, gamers, and I think this is why Mushroom Cup ranks this high, none of the tracks left me wanting. I played each of the tracks, and I felt like I got a complete experience. Something that cannot be said with any of these three cups. And I think as a result, the Mushroom Cup happily takes place in its 5th place spot, I would say. It's a really, really good first impression that unfortunately the other 3 cups immediately after absolutely don't follow up on. How sad is that? Huh? How fucking sad is that? Jesus Christ, man. What a shame. What a shame that turned out to be, huh? Good grief. Well, let me restart my recording so I don't lose anything. We'll just stop to Spaceport. It's perfect. A big adventure. It feels like you're going to blast up into space. It's great as it is. It's so fucking cool, man. All the tracks are really good with their layouts and multiple paths. They really are, honestly. Like, even though it's simple because it's a Mushroom Cup, I don't feel like I would, even though, again, it's basic, so it doesn't really end up doing a lot of stuff. Again, I felt like I got my time's worth and money's worth. I feel like I got my $80 worth, honestly. I think I really did. So, gamers, there's 4 cups. Now we're getting into the ones where, okay, I'm definitely playing these cups. Like, definitely playing. These are the ones where I'm like, yeah, I'm here. I'm here for it, and I will be queer for it. I certainly would, honestly. I would take any of these cups out to dinner, and the payment is on me, so don't worry about that. So, what would you guys say is the least one? What's the one that I'd probably go out with the least, you know what I mean? I'll call up the others, and if the others aren't available, then I guess I'll go out with it, I suppose. Make your predictions now. Prediction time. It's now closed, gamers. What did you guys come up with today? Banana, flower, lightning, banana, special. We got a nice mix, but I'm seeing a lot of banana. A good ton of banana. I want to keep slandering special just to be different. Oh my, gamers. So what do you think it's going to be? Anyone going to change over last minute? Have we got any last minute changeovers by any chance, gamers? Last chance to change. What am I gonna be quirky? I'm checking my notes, gamers. Can I be quirky and change something over last minute, gamers? Or I might be quirky. I'm feeling a bit quirky, gamers. I'm feeling a bit quirky. If you guys guessed the banana cup, give yourself a round of applause. Now, just to be clear, between this and the 3rd place spot is very, very close. So the next one I review is like pretty much, I would say, quite similar quality to them. But if I had to distinguish between the pair of them, I would say banana is the 4th place. Just about misses the winner's podium, I would say. So let's have a look at what we got here. We got Peach Beach, Salty Speedway, Down Jungle, and Great Question Block Ruins. Ooh, we got quite a lovely stack here. We've got quite a lovely stack, I would say. So Peach Beach, we start with Peach Beach, which if you're going to start with any one of them, you know what, I don't mind starting off with Peach Beach, if I'm being honest. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool indeed. Especially what they did with the place. They were just like, hey, let's just turn Peach Beach as like not a beach. Let's just do that for some reason. I think this is one of those tracks where I don't think any of us were particularly asking for Peach Beach to be different. But they just did, and we're just kind of like, hey, do you know what? I kind of fuck with it. I kind of fuck with it. I like the various pinks that you see throughout the racetracks. You know what I mean? So I quite like that, to be honest. It almost feels like the first lap is tacked on, because if you guys don't know, you end up taking this path initially to get to the beach section, and end up driving up here for the rest of it. So whereas you thought it was just gonna be a basic circle, it's like, nah, you're going this way now. I remember the first time I went this way, just like, whoa, hang on, where are we going? Whoa, hang on, where are we going, gamers? We're going into the nice pink-looking beach area, except it's not really a beach, it's just more of a resort-ish kind of looking area. You got like a town area with like shops, I'm guessing, and houses, multiple paths, the kind of thing you expect from a Mario Kart World track. And I think it pulls it off reasonably well. Not my favorite sort of section, but I quite like it. I do like this big open area with the giant buildings on either side. I don't know, there's something about being flanked on either side by buildings or like anything that just gets my goat chat. It's the same with the Warriors Galleon intermission, and it's the same here now. It's just quite nice. But what kind of brings this one down a bit is the ending section here. Once again, over water driving doesn't quite win me over, if I'm being honest. And considering the road is just open and there's just nothing really to do, it kind of just makes me go, oh, okay. So, a bit of a shame, honestly. Like, this ending bit just does not really leave it on a good note, if you ask me. Like, the first section was good. It was a nice, playing the original Peach Beach. Second one, also pretty neat. But this ending bit, I'm just kind of like, oh, okay. You get the Shy Guy speedboats, I guess, but I don't really think there's enough of them to entice me over. So, a pretty decent track that's let down with a bit of a unfortunately bad ending, if you ask me. But overall, I had a decently fun time. I'm left wanting. I wouldn't say I'm left wanting, but it does leave me on a bit of a sour note. I think that's the general theme of this cup. That, like, while it's good, there's just one too many things that just makes me go. Ugh. I think that's one of them. Peach Beach Lap 3 is one of those ones where I'm just kind of like, oh. But then we move our way towards Salty Speedway. And hang on, let me quickly check checks notes. So is there anything I wrote? Oh, I know I was gonna, like, obviously we got Gamers Catacracks. I saw Catacracks. Therefore, yeah. So that's all I got to say, gamers. That's all I got to say. It's got Catacracks, therefore. But one thing I think one thing that quite annoys me about Salty Speedway, and again, it's one of the reasons why, as I said, this cup's good, but the reason it's fourth is because I feel like Peach Beach into Salty Speedway, while I think it obviously makes sense with the cohesiveness of Mario Kart World, I feel like theming-wise, they step on each other's toes just a little bit too much, I think if Peach Beach was the standard, like, beach fare that we expected, and then we drive from a beach area to, like, a beach vacation sort of town area, like Salty Speedway is trying to be, I'd be like, oh, that's kind of neat, eh? But I feel like we had an area that was kind of beach resort sort of town area, and then we get into another beach-y sort of resort town area that you drive on water again. And I'm just kind of like, even though there's differences enough to kind of make them unique, at least in an individual context, I think driving from one straight to driving to another, I'm just kind of like, I mean, it's good. It's just a shame it once again ends on a above water bit that just goes on for a bit too much. It's just kind of, it's good, but I'm just kind of like, I would have liked it if we did, like, maybe something else in between, If we went from Peach Beach to something else, then to Salty Speedway, I'd be like, oh, I don't mind that. Yeah, it works well as a cohesive cup, but to race on, I'm just kind of like, I would have liked something different, I would have liked something different. So I ordered a pepperoni pizza, and then the next day we ordered pepperoni pizza again, I'm like, I like pepperoni pizza, so I'm not hating my time here. But I would have liked something different, maybe like an American, like meat lovers, maybe even a burger. Could we have a burger? That would have been quite nice. So that's kind of how I feel about Salty Speedway. It feels like Peach Beach the sequel, if you're asking me. But once we're done with Peach Beach the sequel, we partied onto the next track, which is, oh, I like this. See, now this is an intermission that I think is quite solid, gamers. So once again, I think the second lap, they start to signal to you, okay, now we're getting into, like, weird territory. Do you know what I mean? Like, the trees are looking a bit more prehistoric than you remember. And I think it transitions nicely from Salty to Dino, which I'm just realizing now, like, double up on the names, with this, like, giant-ass waterfall section. I love it. There's something about, like, a running water section that's trying to, like, ruin our forward momentum by, like, skewing us one way. That I think is just kind of nice game design. I like it when they did it in Cooper Cape. I like it when they did it in Yoshi Falls. I like it when they did it in Far Oasis. And I also like it here. It's just a level design thing that I always think is kind of neat, which transitions us perfectly into the more prehistoric area. What the hell? Because like right after you're done with that, look, hey, what is he doing? Oh, gamers, I don't think we're in the Mushroom Kingdom anymore. Look, oh, good lord, what is happening up there? Oh no, gamers. It's Jurassic Park. Oh my god, I know what that is. Oh, I watched it with my dad once. I love Jurassic Park, but I don't like Jurassic World. That was woken back. I actually have no idea what I'm talking about with you. Yeah, that's it. It's a lovely transition into the next section where you actually get to see the dinos proper stomping on the road. You see them flying all above. See, that ends up working in both a spectacle sense and a gameplay sense. Wow. It's almost as if, gamers, we've created a Mario Kart world. My mind is positively blown. So once they tease the gimmick to you, as they should, gamers, remember, one of the best things about the intermission is that it can tease a gimmick to you, and then you end up racing on it proper, and you're like, whoa, okay, now we're in down in the jungle. The music's kicked in. We've got Mr. fucking Stegosaurus on the track. We get the stomping guys once again, and we get that triple path section from the original track as well. Pick your poison, where exactly do you want to go. You can grind on one of their backs as well, which is just kind of fucking neat. And then you get to what was usually the cave section in the original Dino Dino. It's now like a research center, which I think is a really nice, well done alternative to the cave. I really like this a lot. I don't know if anyone's ever. Am I the only one? Am I the only one that really likes this like research center area? Because I feel like it's just a nice area that kind of fits with the theming of the area. It really does feel like the world at hand wanted to research the dinosaurs, so they made like a research center, and then while they were researching the dinosaurs, oh, one of them broke out. God damn, he's mad, gamers, and he's gonna stomp around and ruin everyone's day. And exactly. Do you see what I mean? Theming wise, it's perfect. Like literally, one of them breaks out of containment and starts stomping around. Oh boy, gamers! I wonder if in the next intermission you're still gonna see him stomping around. Wow! I wonder if that's what they're gonna lead into. But either way, gamers, I think I had a very good film. Oh my god! An intermission that led into a lovely racetrack. I feel like I got my I felt like I'm full and not left wanting in the slightest. Good job, Dana Jungle. I kind of wish the shortcut in the lab was still a dangerous ramp like in the original. It is quite nice. I do wish that too. It's a bit of a miss, but I think the theming just wins me over so well. I'm fimming. I'm stimming, baby. That's what I'm doing. I love this. I actually love the lead up to Dana Jungles and the racetrack proper. Absolutely adore it. And then once you're leaving Dana Jungle, wow, as I said, I wonder if that big guy is going to show up again. Where is he? I could swear he said, oh my god, there, whoa, he's there? He's still running around and causing trouble. Obviously, if you drive fast enough, you can avoid him, but if you're still back of the pack, you end up having to contend with this stompy ass ways, or just getting Mario Kart like this person had. One nice little bit of cohesion. It almost makes you feel like you're in a Mario Kart world! Oh my god, I love this game! So once we're done transitioning out of the Dana Jungle, I think it transitions to another track where theming-wise, I enjoy. I think Starlight in the chat said he didn't really mind the fact that Peach Beach led into Salty Salty Speedway, because like theming-wise, it was quite cohesive. For me, Dana Jungle leading to, like, Dana Jungle, which is supposed to be like prehistoric and like old-timey, leading to another prehistoric ancient ruins. Absolutely fantastic theming, if you ask me. This is something that really makes the world feel cohesive, you know? It feels like the last two tracks of these couple more of like a prehistoric ancient theme about it, and I absolutely adore that. And then we get into the racetrack proper, which, I'll be honest, gamers, I didn't really think much of this racetrack when I first played it. I thought it was just okay. But this is one of those tracks where the more I've played it, the more I've absolutely fallen in love with it. Now, I'm aware that there's some crazy shortcuts in this track, none of which I can do, none of which I've even seen. But just on a racetrack front, I absolutely adore this one. I think that this is the one where they demand the most of you in terms of skill and in terms of using your brain box. Not only do you get like these really sharp turns as well, I've had to brake drift on some of these turns. Look how close this player was to driving on the grass. You know what I mean? Like, you really have to be able to turn perfectly to make sure you hit that turn. You can also drive up there as well for some extra little game, for an extra path to, and then the road opens up here too. Choose your path. Where do you want to go? This person opted for a route change last minute, and I don't think quite worked out. But yeah, you can choose multiple paths of either gliding or grinding, or even just keeping it relatively neutral if you want to. Absolutely love this open area before it kind of converges into this section as well. The fact that people to this day are still finding new paths in that area just goes to show the creativeness of this game and this track as a whole. One final U-turn to maybe secure your legacy, and I think it leads into a nice track where, admittedly, I will admit, chat, I am left a little wanting. I would have liked it if I could play another lap of this one, but overall I had a good time here, you know what I mean? I think this works on one lap, because even though the crazy stuff kind of hidden, not obvious on a first playthrough, so you're not wanting another lap, I suppose you're not wrong. I suppose, like, on a first playthrough, you're not left wanting. But considering I played these cups, like, 5 times each, when I play that, I kind of just want another lap now. Does that make sense? On repeat playthroughs, I'm kind of, like, wanting more laps. So, again, it's one of those things that makes this cup not rank as high as the others. Do you know what I mean? Combined with Peach and Soy Speedway kind of stepping on each other's toes a bit. Combine that with, like, Great Question Block Ruins being a great ending, but making me want just a little bit more. I think that is what makes the Banana Cup in 4th place. As I said, we're getting into the really good shit here. Just want to remind you again. But yeah, definitely ranks 4th place. And now we're getting into our top 3 gamers. 3 more contenders battling out for 1st place. Who will be the one that gets the bronze medal? Enter your predictions now. Let's see what you guys all came up with. What have we got? We've got Leaf or Special, Lightning, Special, Leaf. I'm seeing a bit of Leaf. I'm seeing a bit of Lightning. I'm seeing actually, it's weird. I feel like I'm getting a bit of an equal mix of all 3, if I'm being honest. It seems like no one knows what I'm going to pick, which is nice, because I'm going to shuffle them around last minute, chat. I'm going to shuffle them around last minute just to stress you all out. But, gamers, enough shuffling around last minute. If you guys guessed the Leaf Cup, give yourself a round of applause. Once again, gamers, I'd like to remind you, these 3 are amazing. But Leaf Cup, I would say, is the 3rd of the 3, I would say. So, well, let's have a look at what we're starting off with to begin. We have got... What have we got, gamers, actually? What do we have? We have Cheap Cheap Fools, Dandelion Death, Boo Cinema, and Dry Bones Burnout. A really solid cup here. Oh my god! These cups are fucking kicking. Oh my god! So we start off with Cheap Cheap Fools, which... Personally, if we're looking at this cup, I don't really mind starting it. I'll be honest with you. So we get into that to start with. And hang on, gamers. Hang on. There's no way, gamers. There's no way they actually did it, right? There's no way Cheap Cheap Fools actually did it. There's no way they actually made driving on water fun. Having a section where you're kind of like driving downhill, kind of fast paced, and you have to avoid the cheap-cheeps, and there's some corners you can take. Wow, hang on. You guys can actually do fun, and then there's some grind rails as well, some tricking opportunity. Wow, you guys can actually do fun stuff with the fucking water? Oh my, where was that? 5 cups ago? Like, this is like one of the very few instances. Like, not Warriors Galleon was solid enough, but it's like the only section where I'm playing on over water bit where I'm actively having fun, you know? Again, Galleon is okay, solid enough. This is the one where I'm just like, yeah, I actually want to drive on the water on this bit because it's just really fun to like drive down these rapids where there's water gushing from either sides and the cheap-cheeps are jumping out as well, so you kind of want to avoid the middle, but you also want to grind as well, you also want to get an iron box. There's like enough decision-making and things you have to think of where I'm having a lot of fun on the water bit. The rest of the track also is pretty solid, but I'm gonna be honest, the main meat and potatoes of Cheap Cheap Falls is the actual Falls. I actually adore this. I adore this. And while the Place Japan stuff might be winning some of you losers open, or might be winning some of you losers over, should I say? For me, the theming is nice, but again, it's just the driving. It's just the driving. I'll be honest. It's the driving. It's the driving on the. Hey, yo, can I get some more fun over water driving? Can I get some more fun over water driving? Can I just Can I get some more fun over? Can I? Hey, gamers, are you jonesing, gamers? Are you jonesing for some more fun over water driving? I think I'm jonesing. I'm jonesing, honestly. The idea of driving, the idea and the driving is what wins me over. I'm kind of joking, gamers. Oh my god, can I get some more? Can I get some? Are we filming? Oh my god, film? Oh, gamers, I didn't want to film. I wanted more. Can I get more? I want more, man. I want more. And yes, the fact that this is the one we get to play 3 laps of, I love it. I absolutely adore it, gamers. I absolutely adore this one. Fantastic start, gamers. Well, why is it only in 3rd, Musty? Why is it only in 3rd? Musty, you killed my parents when you put this in 3rd. Calm down, person I just made up. I think what puts this in, I think, once again, gamers, say it with me. The intermissions are, I don't think, let me refresh my memory slightly. I remember this one has some cool turns in the beginning. But overall, I remember this intermission just not doing anything too interesting, if you ask me. Yeah, it's got the thwamps, I guess. I'm just refreshing my memory real quick. I didn't leave any notes, which usually is a sign of there wasn't really anything interesting to take note of. So, yeah, I'm just kind of like, yeah, we're just kind of driving. We're kind of driving, and more driving, gamers. It's a shame that, Dandelion Depth, they couldn't do that thing. Do you know that thing, gamers? You know that thing where you could introduce the gimmick of the track on the 2nd lap so we can play it on the 3rd? I don't really think it does much of that, unfortunately. But Dandelion Depths itself is a track I kind of like, to be honest. I just kind of like it, gamers. Is it anything to write home about? I wouldn't say in particular. But I think the Depths part itself is just really, really, really cool. Oh my god, look at this visual. Look at this. The light shimmering down from above, the dandelions themselves, touch fuzzy, get dizzy. Yeah, I quite like the way this one looks, but I think Dandelion Depths, while it does look nice and I enjoy playing it, this is part of the track that I had to play the most, chat, if you're curious. Because I didn't really have a take on Dandelion Depths. And if you're wondering, this is the reason why it ranks in 3rd. Dandelion Depths, while it's a nice looking track and I like it, it's not really something that I'm particularly enamored by. With Cheap Cheap Fools, I love the rushing waterfall section. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. I want to play it right now thinking about it. When I think about Dandelion Depths, I'm like, it's cool, but I'm like, yeah, it's just cool. It's just cool, really. It's like the margarita pizza of Mario Kart tracks. I could go for a margarita pizza. Am I ordering a margarita pizza, though? No. I'll eat one. If you ordered one, I'll have it. I'm not ordering one, though. I'm not ordering one. That's how I feel about Dandelion Depths. It's nice theming-wise, and the uphill part with the speed pads kind of reminds me of Rock Mountain, which I thought was quite nice. But yeah, this is just some pure, simple margarita pizza fun, It's just kind of neat. I would order a margarita. Well, remind me not to go to an Albert Boris party, okay? Remind me not to go to an Albert Boris party, because we're ordering pepperoni whether you fucking like it or not, okay? You are going to eat meat on your pizza whether you like it or not, young lady. But yeah, Dandelion Depths. And I think, once again, I think this is one of the reasons why we're in 3rd, gamers. We start off with the fantasticness of Cheap Cheap Falls to get into a pretty intermission, to get into a track that's just, we've gone from up here to down here. I'm just kind of well, down here is still kind of nice. The fact that we went down here is just kind of, that's what gets me about Dandelion Depths, chat. That's what gets me about this. The fact that I wrote no notes for the intermission it was a bad sign, essentially. Dandelion Depths is part of the meal you'll still eat by actively ordering it for the meal, yeah. It's like when your friend orders a starter, like some mozzarella sticks. I'm never ordering a starter when I go to a restaurant, chat. I don't know about you. I'm never ordering a starter. The starters are usually overpriced and don't have enough meat on the bone, literally. But if someone orders a starter and is like, hey, do you want to share some boneless chicken wings? I'm like, oh, I'll have one. Yeah, I'll have a boneless chicken wing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll have one. But I'm not ordering any boneless chicken wings. Just give me the main course. And is the next track, gamers, that main course? So we go from Dandelion Depths to the next track. And oh my god, gamers. Hello? Okay, I'll tell them. I'll let the chat know. I'll let the chat know the good news. Gamers, we might be having another good intermission. Oh my god. I know. It's crazy. It's like a coin flip once again, gamers, but I can confirm. I did have Kyle call me on the phone. We can confirm the intermission is actually quite nice. And personally, the reason I really, really like it is because while the first lap is not really too much to write home about, once the road starts I just love when we get off the asphalt, more paved over roads into the darker roads. That's when I'm like, oh shit, where are we going? Ooh, okay, interesting. Oh my gosh. All right, so again into the more spooky. I just love this. Like I said, the pillars absolutely covered in leaves as well to indicate how much it's aging. Oh, we're getting into we're getting spooky up in here. We're getting so you got the trees blocking out any sort of light as well. I don't know if it's raining because of a lightning or if it just naturally rains, but either way, it's adding to the ambiance quite a bit. This build up into the Boost Cinema feels like actually amazing. It might not be anything. It genuinely isn't much on a racetrack front, but this road leading up to it just feels really sick. And the peepers as well, running on the road. You know what the funniest bit about these peepers are, chat? You could just drive through them. Which I think, to me, is really fucking funny. Do you know what I mean? You could just drive it. They're not hazards gamers. They're just floating around. And just like, and then you drive through them, you're like, oh, hang on. Right, they're ghosts. Of course I can drive through them. So yeah, you could just drive through them. They're ghosts. They're not tangible. Do you think you could drive it? They're just chilling. They're just trying to get from one. They're just walking. They're just floating. And you're just in their domain. Do you know what I mean? I absolutely, even though it actively makes the track worse because they're not obstacles, to me, I just think that's really funny. When I found out, I could not stop laughing. They just live here. You've taken, as Potato said, you just took the wrong turn off the road. You're like, oh shit, do I ask for directions? Roll your windows up, gamers. Roll your windows up. We're kind of gone to a bad part of town here, and that's exactly what this kind of gives to me. I'm gonna say the word, gamers. I'm gonna say the words. I'm gonna say it. It's charming. It's charming, gamers. It's charming. And then once again, you get a lovely view of the. Look at this lovely silhouette. Again, the fact that they can account for where you're coming from is just so cool. Again, just like with the airship fortress visual, they got a nice visual here. You can see this. Look at this. It's just like, it feels like an old abandoned church instead of a cinema with a giant like pointed kind of spire thing going on. I absolutely love this visual. Which is neat, and it kind of drops down into, oh my god, guys, you play a section of Ghost Valley 1? Oh my god! A nice SNES tracks, oh my god. The 4-year-olds are going pog right now. You got some booze to introduce you. I'm like, you're in the wrong part of town now. And then you get into the Booze Cinema itself. Now, I'll be honest, the racetrack itself, I'm not that big a fan of, but in a cup format, this is one that I absolutely adore. Again, you've taken the wrong drive up the road. You've seen those peepers kind of chilling. You see a lovely reference to Ghost Valley, and then it turns out you're the cinema. You're not going to watch a film. You're in the film. Ooh, it kind of just adds up to a perfect cup. And you get those jump scares as well from those giant boos. I think everything, Booze Cinema is a track that doesn't really enamor me personally, but everything leading up to it is just brilliant. This is the era. You could almost say, gamers, it's absolute cinema. You could almost say. And then once you're done going in the cinema, you end up leaving. Again, you're not watching the film. You're in the film. So cut and print. We're going platinum, gamers. We're going gold. Now it's your turn to leave the cinema. Leave exit stage left. To wrap up the lap. Honestly, I think this is amazing. I think this is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And a FIM, gamers. A FIM, if I've ever had it. As a racetrack, and when I do my course ranking, spoiler alert, can't say I'm too big on this one. But in a intermission cup format, I absolutely love Boost Cinema. I think it's great. This is an intermission that I enjoy with a finale that I think was quite nice. Well done, gamers. Well done. So after we're done with a trip to the cinema, we end up going. Where do we end up going? Oh man, gamers, we keep the kind of spooky-ish theme going as we go to Dry Bones Burnout. Oh, Dry Bones Burnout. We've got the Meese. The Meese are back. The Mooses, gamers. The Meese, the Moose, the elk, the fawn, the deer. They live here too, apparently. One thing I really like about this one, gamers. Do you know what I think is really neat about this one? It really makes you feel like a Mario Kart World, gamers. And I'm not just saying that to be like, haha, funny, okay, funny me, Musty. But no, I really like the fact that in order to get the Dry Bones Burnout, you kind of drive a little bit through like what looks like Acorn Heights, like this Acorn Heights kind of looking area. I don't know if on the map this literally is, but I like the fact that you drive through like a different sort of foresty area on your way to Dry Bones Burnout, you know what I mean? I think that's just one thing I kind of like a lot, you know? It is Acorn Heights? Okay, it is. So yeah, I just like the fact that you have to drive through here to get to where you're going, you know? I just think that's kind of sick. There's other cups that do that, also other tracks in intermissions that do that too. It not only is a nice way to change up the visuals, but it really makes you feel like I'm not going to say it, guys. Finish the sentence for me. Finish the sentence for me. So once we're done with our Acorn Heights kind of interlude, we end up getting into, oh my god, gamers, I don't think we're in Acorn Heights anymore. Once again, we've gone to the wrong part of town. Bomb cars are plenty. Dry bones abound. And I don't know if this guy's going to show it, gamers, but if you drive along the sides, you can literally see the dry bones like poking their arm out of the ground and coming back up and shambling out. And it's just like, what the you can see, look right there. Oh my god, I'm so glad we caught one. Look at that. Right about there, gamers. Right about there. One just comes out of the ground to jump scare you. You're in turf now, big boy. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it so much. A bit of necromancy. It just really confirms that like dry bones really are dead Koopa Troopers, aren't they? It's like, what the? That's like, I've never actually seen them come up from the ground, and I'm just like, what? That's spooky. There's so many. They're all just roaming around the. It feels like a natural hazard that this track just would have. Of course, a track called Dry Bones Burnout is going to have lots of dry bones. Of course they are, right? It just makes perfect sense. So after we're done with that Dry Bones graveyard, it kind of transitions us nicely into the track proper, and we get this nice Dia de los Muertos quite theming as well. I don't know why they decided to do that, but I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Dry bones are kind of dead. Let's make it inspired by Day of the Dead. Wow! Oh my god! And of course, Dry Bones Burnout, I am a big fan of this racetrack. Having a game with 24 players and the chaos that entails, having a track with like multiple paths to kind of split up the players to kind of just explore the area, I think while it might not be the most compelling game design, I think it really, really works well for this track. I think having like maybe one or two of this archetype of track works extremely well. And it feels like every time I race on this, I'm finding a different path. And when the track is kind of built around finding multiple paths and like splitting up the players, you just want it to feel like you haven't explored the whole thing. That's a very, very good feeling. And considering the lead up to this track was quite nice. Now, as I've said before, a track having multiple paths kind of leaves me wanting because I want to explore more paths. I want to explore more, right? But considering the lead up to this was kind of nice theming wise, I don't feel like I was left wanting with this one. I would have liked another lap, but I don't feel like I was left wanting another lap. Does that make sense? It's more of it would be nice if I could change the settings, but I'm okay with just the one lap, honestly. So this was a pretty good film, if I do say so. Good film, honestly, good film. Not as good a cup ender as some of the other ones, but a pretty solid cup ender nonetheless, I would say. We're doing pretty good. We're doing a pretty fucking good job. Can't you just get SpongeBob to do it? Oh, no, I do know the rules, and so do I. So when it comes to this cup overall, let's just take one last look at it. So you have a starter track that's like one of my favorites in the entire game. A track that just kind of is just margarita pizza. Good, but that's kind of it. A track that really excels in the cup format with an ending that I would say, while it's not the best cup ender, is a pretty damn solid cup ender. I think it's earned its spot as the bronze medal. Honestly, I think it's earned its spot, gamers. I'll be real with you. So that leaves us with the final two, gamers. That leaves us with the final two. Oh no, gamers. We're back down to two of them. Who is going to take the silver medal? And who's going to be left going for gold? Oh my god. Make your predictions now! It's Rainbow Road, it's where you go when you die. Rainbow Road, I'll miss you again. Prediction time is closed, gamers. So, let's see what we're going for today, gamers. Is it going to be good? Is it going to be lightning? Or is it going to be special? Am I going to change my mind at the last minute? Ooh, gamers. I'm going to change my mind last minute, and there's nothing you can do about it. Ooh, if you guys guessed. If you guys get special. If you guys get special as the second place spots, give yourself a round of applause. Now, of course, this is going to be maybe a little controversial because it does have an amazing Rainbow Road. It certainly does. But a Rainbow Road does not a cup make. You have 3 other tracks that have to impress me. And while it is an amazing cup, second place, I think, is about where it deserves. So let's take a look at where we're going first. We are going towards. Let's have a look, gamers. Let's have a look. course, we'll have a look. Let's start with... We got Acorn Heights, Mario Circuit, Peach Stadium, and Rainbow Road. Now, I have been no stranger to the fact that Acorn Heights is one of my favorites to start with, and I think it might be the very best cup starter in the entire series. Does anyone else agree? Am I the only one, gamers? Am I the only one who thinks Acorn Heights is one of the best cup starters ever made, like ever, on planet Earth? I absolutely love this track. I think if there's one thing I absolutely adore about it, is that if you take the right path over here, if you take the right-hand grind path over here, you have to like jump up to like hit the ramp, otherwise you end up falling over. Do you know what it reminds me of, gamers? It reminds me of the little jump you have to do in Donut Plains 3 in Super Mario Kart, which, oh my god, gamers, was also the first track in the Special Cup. Oh my god! Are you noticing things, gamers? Are you noticing things? Oh my god! I quite like that. But overall, I just really like how Acorn Heights, not only just theming wise, it just looks really nice. It's just really, really nice. But I also think it makes excellent use of like the multiple paths sort of thing that this game has to offer. You can glide, you can trick off the leaves, you can grind on the petals. It just feels great, to be honest. I will say this area over here, maybe a bit too open. I would have liked if there was maybe a bit more acorns coming down. Again, when the Special Cup, maybe you could like up that, again, final cup in the game, you could like up the hazard quota just a little bit. But I really like the multiple paths here, like the extra petals you can grind on as well. It's quite nice. The section's quite nice and I like it. I just wish maybe there was a little bit more going on. Just a little bit more. I feel like there's some paths that just barely get any acorns, you know what I mean? I just wish there was like a couple more. Just add an update. Instead of updating the multiplayer to ruin it, could you maybe update the multiplayer to add more acorns, please? There's just giant squirrels that need those acorns. Okay, they need them indeed. We need more nuts. We need more nuts, gamers. That's what we need. But overall, the theming is amazing, and the Mario Kart World editions really shine in this course, I would say. So once we're done with a pretty solid cup starter, if I do say so myself, we end up leaving the Acorn Heights to go to Circuit de Mario. Circuit de Mario, gamers. Gamers. It's Mario Circuit. Of all the places to have the Nepo baby, Mario Circuit. Yeah, you had to have a Special Cup. Had to have it in a Special Cup. Yeah. You could have just gone. You could have just gone somewhere else. Maybe. I get it. SNES track. You have to. Oh, SNES track. Oh, but like you couldn't have just like put it somewhere else. Just anywhere else. Like it's good. Like it's good. It's good. No, I like it. I like it. You could have just like. Maybe like in the Lightning Cup or like the Leaf Cup, because like leave it, because obviously it's special, isn't it? It's like you want the Special Cup to have like some of the harder tracks in the game, and it's like really sell me. You know, it's the final cup, and you unlock it as well. Am I really going to get excited to unlock Mario Circuit? Do you know what I mean? Like, you couldn't have done something else. I know you're good. I know you're good. Listen, we'll talk about this later. Okay. So once we exit, so we're exiting Acorn Heights into the pretty decent section, if you ask me. Nothing to write terribly home about. But I just quite like this. I just like the aesthetic. I'm gonna be honest. I just like the Acorn Heights aesthetic. I just like how green it is. I feel like I'm Albert Boris, gamers. I feel like I've become Albert Boris, and how I'm just like I like it. I like how green it is. I'll be honest. I just like forests, I guess. I guess the forest world was always one of my favorites in DKC Returns as well. So yeah, maybe I just like green. Maybe I should just change my name to Green Musty. 100 likes and I'll change my name to Green Musty. But once we get to the Mario Circuit proper. Again, is it a bit of a shame? Like, what's it? How many tracks in the Mario Kart series, guys, have people declared a waste of a slot? I've always thought that statement, sometimes it bears saying, and other times I think people are just lying. For me, it's like listen, I know, it's a Mario Circuit, you're supposed to be here. Did you have to be in the Special Cup, though? But if it was going to be in the Special Cup, I do like the fact that it's all three Mario Circuits put into one. And I did say all three, because if Nintendo are going to pretend Mario Circuit 4 doesn't exist, I am going to pretend Mario Circuit 4 doesn't exist, okay? So they did all three of the original Mario Circuits in one track, which I think is quite neat. I think we all think is quite neat, right? I don't really like the use of the giant tall red arrows to like guide you areas. I suppose it's better than nothing, I suppose, but it's just a bit annoying, really. It's just a bit annoying. But either way, it's just kind of like, I mean, there's not really too much to say about Mario Circuit, right? I think it certainly looks way better than it did in the BCP. Let's be real here. It looks much better than BC. What was it? Yeah, it looks much better than it was in the BCP. That's for damn sure. And while again, I wish it was in a different cup, I think its addition in this game is nice, and it just goes to show you how much they really love the Super Mario Kart game, honestly. Could you have maybe given us a GBA track, by the way? I know I've not complained about that a lot, but I'm just like, could you have just given me Saturn, man? Like, god damn. It's not a high bar to reach. You're right, Jar. You're so right. Having this as a section track combining every Mario segment works really well. It looks difficult enough. Yeah, I suppose maybe, but I'm just like, fuck, man. I was just hoping for something else, you know? I was just hoping for a little something else. And if you're also wondering, now, Mario Circuit being in the Special Cup isn't exactly what marks this down to number 2 for me. It is a little bit. It is a little bit. But I would say the other one is also... so you get from a kind of asphalt, basic kind of road type track. So we went from a foresty, nature, green track, and then we get into like kind of like a standard go-kart racing fair, and then we're gonna go to the next track, which is Peach Stadium. Is it gonna be good this time, gamers? Is it gonna be good this time? I hope it's good this time. So we end up driving from place to place. Did I leave any notes on this? Is this one of those ones where I forgot to leave any notes? I actually do have something to say about this one. It's kind of cool that you go back to the fundamental basics of Mario Kart right before the final 2 tracks of the game. Yeah, I'm not too attached to this one either. I suppose you're right, Jules. I'm going to steal your analysis and use it as my own. But one thing I do actually like about this intermission, once again, I mentioned before that it was nice that you saw Acorn Heights on your way to Dry Bones Burnout. And I also think it's kind of neat how you drive under Moo Meadows to get to Peach Stadium, huh? Isn't that just kind of neat? You see like the backside of like the moo on the bicycle kind of thing. I just think that's kind of neat, gamers. I don't know. I just like seeing other tracks as we go to another thing. It kind of breaks up the theming quite nicely as well, because now we're getting to like green Moo Meadows type territory, and it's kind of a nice way to break up the intermission to make it feel like a connected world. We say hello to the cows and Farmer Luigi before we move on to the stadium proper. And it kind of makes the lead up to Peach Stadium just that extra little bit better. Am I like going pog crazy over this intermission? Not particularly. Other than the fact that it's nice that you drive under Moo Meadows, I can't say I'm particularly in love with this intermission, but it is better than the other Peach Stadium intermission. That's for damn sure. I mean, anything would have been better than that, to be fair, because you do in fact go into this like this pink road area, which kind of like is quite neat, because you get the various food stands around here. You get to like what I would call the plaza just outside the stadium. This feels like the area where people would kind of huddle up before like you end up going to the stadium proper. Do you know what I mean? Like most stadiums like in the world have like kind of an area where you can get like food and concessions before you end up going there proper. So I quite like the fact that this area kind of exists. It's kind of neat. A lot of food stands as well. Kind of, it fits the cohesiveness of the world. I'll let you guys finish that sentence. But you take the nice pink road dash panel-ish drive, which lasts a bit longer than I'd personally like, into Peach Stadium, which I feel like if this was Mario Kart 8, this would be a intermission, or this would be an anti-gravity track. But this is one of those tracks that kind of does a bit of anti-gravity chicanery without like kind of advertising it, you know? At least that's what it feels like to me. And I also, one thing I really like about this track is, I don't think it was just me that was tricked by how deceptively short this road gets, right? Like, look at this. Why does it get this small? It almost feels like a scaling issue. I'm like, why is it this small now? And it immediately goes back to being big. That fucked me up the first time. I think it still kind of fucks me up. It makes this bit, even though it's like not that tricky, at least it doesn't look that tricky, it's actually a lot trickier than it looks. And it like threw me off. Like, I think it still throws me off when I play, because I always forget how small it gets, you know what I mean? Which, considering it's a Special Cup track, I kind of fuck with it. I kind of fuck with the tricky energy. It's got a lot of fun turns here. I quite like it. Although I will say, one thing that kind of lets me down about this is that, once again, it's Peach Stadium, and I don't really still feel like I'm in a stadium, you know? Like, the theming just isn't really winning me over, which is honestly extra sad, because, you know, it would have been nice to have, like, this finale stadium kind of blowout track before we get into the mystique of Rainbow Road, you know what I mean? This doesn't really feel like a stadium. The theme has been wasted kind of twice here, and especially because I love Mario Kart Stadium. I think the theming really sells me on that. Like, it feels like a grandiose stadium. This one, less so. They could have just called this Peach Circuit, and it would have been fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't call something a stadium and not have the grandiosity of a stadium, you know? Like, think of Mario Kart Stadium. Think of even the stadium, like the gym battles in the Galar region in Pokemon Sword and Shield, right? The trees. Think about that, for example. That feels like a stadium, you know? So I feel like even though the racetrack is a lot of fun, don't get me wrong, the theming is kind of wasted, which I think annoys me just that extra bit more because it's a Special Cup track. When you're in the Special Cup, you really have a chance to like finalize these concepts and give me the most concentrated 4 tracks that really get my go. So the fact that the theming kind of leaves me wanting is just a bit of a shame, honestly. It really, really is a shame. So as far as I'm concerned, the middle 2 tracks kind of leave me wanting in certain areas by either feeling out of place or just not fitting the theme too well. But I don't think that really bothers me too much, considering it leads into the final track in the game, which, honestly, the first time I played this game I think it's safe to say it was quite magical, right? It was quite magical when we went to the road for the first time. The Rainbow Roads. I like the fact that you start off on your glider on this one as well. It's quite a nice touch. But you end up driving towards what would otherwise be Cooper Beach. Instead, you end up seeing the rainbow light up ahead. It's just teasing you. It's just welcoming you in. It's just whispering to you, come hither. The road has returned. The road that's been gone for years is finally back. And about time too. And this time, we're in the mood. So when you finally ascend, I think one nice touch as well is that the UI just completely goes. So it really makes you feel like you're going somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? You're like, where am I going? Oh, and then we're here. Holy. Amazing. Amazing. We got flashbang, don't we? And Rainbow Roads, I think I mentioned this before, but I think overall when it comes to this Rainbow Roads, while on a difficulty front, it definitely leaves me wanting. I definitely do miss the eras of Rainbow Roads being this really tough finale challenge. But in the context of this game and the spectacle that has on offer, I can't say I'm not having a smile on my face every single time I play this track. It is just it is an absolute joy to look at, and it is absolutely beautiful in that regard. The first lap just being your standard Rainbow Road, I think works kind of well. It gets your rainbow feelings going real quick. Before we get into the next section, which is straight from Starview Peak. Oh man, wow. It's a shame that they stole Starview Peak's whole ass flow, right? Damn, it's a bunch of it's just forced soul, isn't it, past me? It's just forced soul, isn't it? I think the music on each section really sells you, because I think the music becomes a bit more muted, a bit more mellow over here too. Once again, I still don't find overwater driving that compelling, I'm gonna be honest with you. But like to look at, good lord, look at the lumas around, the blue trees as well. And I think if there's one thing I really, really like too, which I didn't notice the first time or even the second time I played it, but I never noticed how fast I was driving on this bit. Now, we'll talk about this later, but there's this extra mechanic they added where, like, you can see the engines are blue here, right? You can see it's blue, gamers, which indicates you're driving extra fast. You can see the action lines as well. You actually, even though the road is quite long and windy, it's getting a bit more narrow, and since the game forces you to drive a lot faster than you're supposed to be, it's quite neat. Again, is it really much to go on a difficulty front? Not really, but you're blue now. That's this road's attack. Second section, I'll be honest, bit okay. But then you get into what I call Mario Kart 8 times 2. As we go to another space station chat. Probably my favorite section in this entire thing. I absolutely love the way this looks. I don't know what it is. I just love the colors on it. And then you drive onto the space station itself, which just, I love it. I absolutely love everything to do with this. The rainbow thwomps akin to the SNES Rainbow Road. These really tough turns that you have to be careful. Remember, your wheels are still blue, by the way. Your engines are still blue, so you're still driving at faster speed, right? So I quite like how tough it is, relatively speaking. This is the bit which kind of gives me that toughness I was looking for from a Rainbow Road, and I was really hoping the last bit would sell, which really kind of bring it home. And while they didn't bring it home on a difficulty front, it kind of goes back to being relatively simple again. I wouldn't say I'd be remiss, gamers, if I didn't mention the fact that the train appears. We do love the train, don't we, gamers? It comes into view right about now. There it is. With all the friends you've met along the way. And while playing the Cup 5 times for the sake of this review, might have made the spectacle I saw the first time kind of wear off. It is just really neat seeing that train. And it's one of those things that, whether you're in first place or last place, you get to see different parts of the train that you otherwise wouldn't. Like, I remember being like in the middle of the pack, you see the tree. A tree from Acorn Heights makes on the train. How neat is that? This bit, again, it would have been nice if they rounded out the difficulty. You know, they made it more difficult in the space station section. Would have been nice if they rounded it out here. But this bit kind of goes for more speed, you know? And considering how wide the roads are, you're not really going to fall off, if I'm being honest with you. It's not really that much of a fall off thing. You're definitely going for spectacle with this Rainbow Road, and I think they sold it. And I think it is a fantastic ending, but again, just to clarify, not as difficult as I'd like it. And it's the reason why it's in second place mostly, because the difficulty just isn't really there for me. Nice though, nice to look at. I'm just staring at this now. I'm just staring at this, games. I fucking love it. Oh man, Fim? Gamers, I think we had a Fim, didn't we? I'm Fimming so hard right now. And Bowser Jr. looks adorable with his little point. Can I see that again? Yeah. We had a Fim, gamers. A Fim time was had by 4. A Fim time was had by all. I'm pooped. My section rank would be 3, 1, 4, 2. I think that's about mine as well. I think that's about accurate. I think section 3 is my favorite, and it starts ramping up quite nicely. It's a shame that they went for a more spectacular fun instead of a difficulty one. I would have liked that personally, but hey, it's a good cup. I would say the middle of this cup kind of lets it down a little bit. I would say Mario Circuit definitely feels like a why are you here? Peach Circuit, while it's a fun track to race on, the theming kind of lets me down. The Rainbow Road is an absolute spectacle to race on, but once again, leaves me a tiny bit wanting on the difficulty front. So even though this cup is fantastic and I absolutely love to play it, it's not as perfect as I would like it to be, if you're asking me personally. It leaves me with a little bit of, just a tiny bit of, not too much though. And as a result, it will take my second place, where I don't think there's any use of doing a prediction time, is there, gamers? I don't think there's any use. Because we all know what's number 1, gamers. From the beginning, gamers, you predicted number 1 to be the Lightning. Give yourself a round of applause. I like it's a celebration of Mario Kart, with Mario Circuit taking us back to its roots, Rainbow Road being a typical Mario Kart celebratory track. I think it works well in that regard. I would say so. It's just to play on it, it's just kind of, if you ask me. But so, gamers, your number 1 pick for this evening, and Musty's favorite cup in the game, is Lightning. Lightning? Lightning. I love me some Lightning, gamers. Really? Oh boy. Oh, you guys aren't gonna like me for that. Oh, really, Musty? Really? No, Musty, really? No! No, Musty, you can't disagree with me, Musty. You fell off. You fell off, Musty. You fell off. Musty, you fell off so hard. I'm gonna be honest, guys. While the start might be a bit uninspired, we'll talk about it, gamers. So we start off with Moo Meadows. Moo Meadows. Do I like some Moo Meadows? Do you guys want Moo Meadows again? Do you guys want Moo Meadows one last time? Should we do it again, gamers? Should we do it again? While this stage is definitely one of those bit of a they have to be you again. I think what kind of pisses people off is that this one is back again. Whereas if you ask me, I still think it's a good track. You know what I mean? It could have been Moo Moo Farms. It could have been Moo Moo Munchkins. They could have just made up something new. Do you know what I mean? It could have been something new, you're right. But I quite like the take on this one, in that it's basically just Moo Moo Meadows again. And I think it serves a perfect start as we lead into what's going to happen next. Because overall, gamers, I think if there's one thing I absolutely love about this cup, is the escalation. This is a cup. This is probably the only cup in the game, I'd say, that tells a decently compelling story. Because we start off with the easiness of working at the farm on Moo Meadows. And I think we kind of ramp our way up to the finale. I absolutely love this about this cup. And I think starting off on Moo Meadows, considering where we end up at the very end of it, is actually really, really neat, to be honest. I think it serves as a simple but pretty great start. Maybe that's the one track I outright don't like. I actually really like the 8 Deluxe. Oh, okay, fair enough. At least Moo Meadows returning again means it's meant to get a second chance of being a battle track. True, honestly. I think it needed to come back again, didn't it? It could have been Daisy Hills. Daisy No Skills, maybe? That's what I thought, loser. So Moo Meadows, I don't really have too much to say about Moo Meadows, because I mean it's kind of Moo Meadows, right? Hello gamers, hello. So once we're done, can I get a Fim, please? I want to see the Fim. Can I see the Fim? Fim me, gamers, Fim me. Oh, is he gonna be first? Fim. I think it's a decent Fim to start with, right, gamers? I think it's a decent Fim. Can't go wrong with Moo Meadows. You could have gone right, but you can't go wrong neither. I think it's a decent enough start. Was that? So after we're done with Moo Meadows, we drive on to the next bit, gamers. We drive on to the next bit, which is Choco Mountain. Now, if you're wondering, I think if you guys remember my first impressions, I would say I wasn't particularly sold on Choco Mountain, to be honest. I did quite like the more isolated mountainside aesthetic to Choco Mountain from the original. But this is once again another one that, as I've played more of, I have definitely come around to. I think I've gone from I'm indifferent towards Choco Mountain to I actually kind of fucking love this Choco Mountain. I'll be so real with you. I'm kind of the new theming has definitely won me over. And while the drive up to it might be roads and more roads, it's an intermission that doesn't really do much to start with. I do like the fact that actually hang on. While I do like that, I actually do like this intermission here, this bit here. Because if you guys don't know, this is the bit with the this is the bit with the insane aggressive shortcut. I've seen was it how many clips have you seen in your Twitter chat where people will complain that Knockout Tour is so much of a bagging track, and someone gets a golden mushroom and just skips through all of this giant ass golden mushroom ass looking shortcut. If you guys know me, I like me my big beautiful ass shortcuts, and I like the fact that there's a shortcut that's kind of exclusive to the golden mushroom. If you got 3 mushrooms, you can't make this shortcut. You have to have a golden one, and I just think that's kind of neat. I just think that's kind of neat. Honestly, it's really dumb that it exists, and I love it. Banging gamers, it's a shroomful shortcut. But after we're done with that big ass shortcut, we get into the Choco Mountain proper. Choco Mountain proper. Now, once again, the theming of the original is something I love, but I just love how like narrow these turns can kind of get. I like the muck as well. The muck kind of works like the lava does, in that if you're in there for too long without any speed boosts, you kind of drown in there and end up losing your items and what have you. But one thing I absolutely love is that I'm gonna be honest, chat. This is the part where I become a Nintendo fan. This is the part where I become Nintendo Land, chat, because I just like that it's a lot more overt a reference to Super Mario World. Yeah, I said it, gamers. I said it. Super Mario World. Therefore, the charging chucks really sell me on this track. It really does. I think they're a fantastic hazard and a wonderful homage to the source material. Coupled with the rolling balls from the original that are still here. Coupled with that big ass shortcut you can do around the mountainous part too. Like when you're leading up to this upper part, you can do like a big shortcut around, which is something you couldn't do in the original one as well. I just think they take the original and they put a lovely spin on it, and they reminded me of my scrimbly game. Therefore, gamers. Therefore, I'm gonna be honest, I absolutely adore this Choco Mountain. So we've gone from a track I think was a solid start to a Choco Mountain reskin that I've learned to adore, gamers, because it's very scrimbly bimbly jimbly coded. I would say a very good film. A very good film indeed. And it didn't leave me wanting, gamers. It didn't leave me wanting. That's the important bit. So we play a bit more of the Choco Mountain style of Choco Mountain. And then, so what's it, gamers? We've gone from the nice plains of Moo Meadows. We've gone into the rougher terrain of the mountain, gamers. So before we make our push into the dark lands of Bowser's Castle, gamers, we have to armor up. We have to go to get our munitions. We have to go to the factory, gamers. We have to go to the Toad Factory, which, I won't lie, gamers. I won't lie. Even though the intermission leading up to it, from what I recall, is nothing too crazy, I would say it's decent. It's a decent intermission. Toad's mid? Yeah, okay, Alfonso. Can we time out Alfonso, please, check? Can we time out Alfonso? Because once we go from this, we end up in Toad's Factory, which, guys, it's peak, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, gamers. I'm really sorry. 10 minutes of Dimitri Alfonso. This is exactly what I wanted out of Toad's Factory, but it's more, you know? It's one of my favorite tracks ever designed, and they gave me more, you know? They gave me more. This is one of those ones where, yeah, it's criminal that it's one lap. It really is, but I'm happy to drive on it. I'm so happy to drive on it. It is one of the best circles they've ever made, and I adore it. It's got extra grinding stuff as well, but I have no idea why they decided to put this in the Lightning Cup. I'm here for, honestly. Was it, yeah, they took a Mushroom Cup track and put on 24 plus and scaled it down. Yeah, I think that's one thing that I'm glad you mentioned that, Mary, because I was about to. I put that on my notes. I don't think you guys realize, one thing I absolutely love about this compared to the old Toad's Factory is how narrow it is, which I think, considering it's a Lightning Cup track, fits as a difficult enhancer. And I think it just works perfectly. I don't know why they decided to make this short, but they did. And in an actual race, it ends up being extremely chaotic. I think difficulty-wise, even though, again, it's Toad's Factory, so you might not think it's anything to write home about, the downscaled nature actually makes this far more tougher than you might remember. And that ending turn as well, again, it might be a Mushroom Cup track, but this ending section is still a game breaker. If you miss one of those boosters, it's kind of neat. It's definitely kind of neat. And I enjoy Toad's Factory. I'll be honest, gamers, even though the intermissions in this cup haven't been anything to write home about, I think the tracks individually I've had just so much fun on. I've been able to just completely ignore the intermissions being okay. This is one of those. The reason why this is number one, gamers, I'm going to be honest. The reason why this is number one is because, in spite of the intermissions just being okay and nothing to write home about, I just love the track so much that it ends up being the intermission allocations. It really does. And on top of that, it just tells a really cool story. We get from we go from like an easy track like Moo Meadows, and it just progressively gets harder and harder. I love the progression of this cup, you know? Even if the intermissions aren't that good, the progression of this cup is amazing, along with the tracks themselves just being brilliant. And what other brilliant track to end on than fucking Bowser's Castle? And yeah, but this intermission though, I said the intermissions were bad, but this one... Hello? Oh my god, gamers. We've got... Joey has confirmed another great intermission. The track was perfect and weird. I need to change it. Just some elements from the game's mechanics, basically. So once again, gamers, we get the good intermission. If you are going to have a good intermission track, it should be the finale intermission. So we end it on a good note, gamers. We end it on a good note. So we go to Bowser's Castle in Lap 2, gamers. Lap 2, Bowser's Castle, already here. And wow, oh my god, gamers. Reference. Not only do we get such a sick... Look at that sick-ass view as well. Oh my god, look at this sick-ass view. But on top of that, we get reference. Big Donut. Oh my god. Complete, gamers. Complete with Boom Boom. Baby did a Boom Boom, gamers. Because the Boom Booms are there, and they'll mess you up if you're near them, honestly. You can avoid them if you stay, like, near the edges of the donut, but obviously you have to contend with being really close to the edge, so you kind of have to be careful about that. So while this section might be a bit simple, you still have to be a bit careful. Taking the fastest racing line involves you taking a bigger risk than you might be okay with. So once we're done with a lovely reference, we end up ascending to the castle itself proper. Good lord, I love this section. It's kind of like Acorn's Heights in a sort of way. There's like boulders rolling down at you as you pick like one of multiple paths, and there's also a little bit where you have to kind of drive in the lava a tiny bit if you're not careful enough. They kind of have the hop skip over the lava as well. I love this. The fact that you can potentially drown if you're not careful with the way you drive really sells you on just how brutal this track is going to get, honestly. I love this. I actually love this intermission. It's so good. The other two might have been nothing wrong to write about, and then the firepoint. Suspect gamers. I don't know what to say. What do you want me to tell you, gamers? I'm not gonna, guys. Do you know what my notes were? Guys, do you know what my notes were for this fucking track, gamers? Do you know what my notes were? I'll be real with you. I'm gonna show you. My notes for a lot of this cup were the last two tracks of this cup, gamers. My notes are fucking. I'm gonna be straight. Is literally Toad's Factory, fun, Bowser's Castle, vibes, and more vibes. Because I could dissect this for like a fucking hour, man. I love this. It looks phenomenal. The upper path you could take, the lower path you could take. This Bowser's Castle just blows my fucking mind. Every single time I play this Bowser Castle, I feel like I'm just learning something new. I'm noticing something awesome. If you guys didn't know as well, there's this sick shortcut you can do. I think you jump around off the side here as well. There's just so many cool things about this Bowser Castle. I absolutely fucking adore it. And I think this is one of the few tracks games, and why I absolutely adore it, and why it's one of the best cup enders ever made, is they actually decided, hey, do you know what? Do you remember that old school game design that we used to do in old Mario Karts, where we'd actually have put hazards in the track to kind of make your decision making better? It's something we've kind of avoided doing in this game because there's so many races now. They've started doing it again. Oh my god! If you take the most inwards path, guess what you have to contend with, gamers? This grated floor here. You have to contend with the Podo Boos. Oh my god! It's just so nice to see a track that actually uses hazards. Because again, I don't mind this game's philosophy of the players are the hazard, but it definitely has left me wanting in a lot of tracks for just that extra bit more, you know? And Bowser Castle absolutely delivers on that. It has these fucking lava level hazards where you can take the most inward. You have to be careful though. And you have just a lovely cannon shot leading into the cloud top cruise looking dark thunderclouds. And this bit, gamers, the very first time I played this bit, I'm just like, what the fuck was this? But as you guys can tell, you're blue now. Gamers, you're blue now. That's Bowser's attack. If you guys can tell, the speed of your car is greatly enhanced when you get to this bit, which makes the absolute narrow road combined with the fire geysers that more thrilling to avoid. Good lord, I love this section. You're blue now, and then you see the raining meteors down ahead, and you're just like, wow. I wonder if I have to contend with that at any point. I certainly hope I don't. That would be rather tricky. And again, this U-turn, even though it doesn't really look like much, this U-turn combined with just how fast you're going, good lord, it's tough. And then you're like, oh no, I do have to contend with the flying meteors. Now, I think in this footage, I don't think any of them are on his forward path, which is quite lucky. But I've had numerous instances where I've had to like dodge past one last minute. And on top of that, they can also land right on you on the track. Oh my god! It's like a double hazard. You dodge them as they're flying past, and then when you come up to it around, you still could get hit by them. And remember, gamers, you're going incredibly fast as well because you're blue now. What? This track is amazing. I absolutely love this track so much. You have no idea. This track alone, gamers, is literally why this cup is number one. I'll be real with you. Like, the other tracks are great. Don't get me wrong, the other tracks are fucking great. But this is probably one of my favorite tracks ever made. I would say this gives like Mount Warrior a run for its money. I wouldn't say it's as good as Mount Warrior. This definitely gives Mount Warrior a run for its money. I absolutely adore playing on Bowser's Castle. And the fact that this is the final track in this cup, the best ending you could have made with an intermission that came before that really led you into it, I am left with an absolutely fantastic film, gamers. And that is why, gamers, along with the other tracks being pretty damn solid, is why Lightning Cup ends up being the best cup in this game. While the intermissions definitely left me wanting at least the other two, the tracks are all just really fun to play on, and most importantly, none of them left me wanting. So gamers, there you have it. My Mario Kart World Cups ranked! Oh my god. Oh, I had so much fun. I had so much fun doing that, gamers. We had fun, don't we, folks? We had fun. We had fun with this. As I said, I think the only two cups I would say I'll probably never want to play again are these two. These are the only two cups I don't want to play again. The rest of these are good, with I think these two being like the clear standout. So I would say meh, good, and then I would say great, fantastic, phenomenal. That's what I would say. And overall, that is your cup ranking, gamers. That's your cup ranking. And I want to have a look at yours now. So let's turn up the music and have a look at yours. Good. I just want to play Bowser's Castle. I'm going to be honest. I just want to play Bowser's Castle now. Fuck my life, I fucking love that racetrack. It's so good. It's so good, man. I would say, like, overall, again, like, as a cup, maybe there was others that, like, did it all well. Do you know what I mean? They did it all, like, quite well. But, like, this is one where, like, I'm just so excited to play Bowser's Castle at the end, and the other ones are really solid to make up for it. Do you know what I mean? So, I'm a big fan. Let's have a look at yours, huh? Where is... Oh, gamers, where are we? Where are we? Oh, there you are. Oh, here we are. Okay, I found you, gamers. I found you. We'll start off with the Catholic gamer. Preaching to the choir. Lightning number... Hey! A fellow lightener. A fellow lightener, gamers. A fellow lightener. Honestly. You gotta see some of the short guys. No, well, okay, while I'm planning it, gamers, we actually haven't dropped any frames. Holy shit. Maybe, guys, maybe my trick worked, gamers. Maybe the trick worked. Maybe my trick worked. Yeah, next week is going to be OST ranking and, what's it, shortcuts. We're going to look at the time trials next week, gamers, yeah? We'll do both of those next week when my internet's fixed. Does that make sense? Big stuff. Big stuff. I have big plans. And now I'm going to put them to work. Next up is Morkin. We've got Lightning second best. Leaf is up there. Ooh, nice. Peach's paperclip. Oh man, unlucky. Very nice. Hey, listen, overall similar-ish to mine. Interesting. Alfonso. Shell and it seems like everyone thinks Shell and like Flower down the bottom. Radio track? Yeah, we're doing the radio tracks. Don't worry about that. Star, Lightning, Special, Mushroom. At least they're all S though. Okay. Best cup in the series? Ooh. That's a shout. That's a shout. I respect it though. That's a hell of a shout. Potato. Once again, Shell and Flower at the bottom. Leaf. Leaf, huh? Ooh. I wonder why Leaf is number one. Leaf is good. I would say Leaf is probably like overall, like, I would say Leaf is a fair number one, I would say. But like for me, I'm not gonna lie, Lightning is number one because I just fucking love the track so much. It wins in spite of the other two intermissions, do you know what I mean? That's what it is. I think Leaf is probably the most complete cup, I would say. It's probably the most complete cup, so I agree with it. It's just for me, Lightning is just like, it's peak, I'm afraid. It's so good. Who comes next? We have got Anna. Obviously, but the tracks aren't bad. PS Shell is overhated. No, it's underhated, gamers. I'll be real with you. It's absolutely underhated. Everything wrong with the Shell Cup is everything I love in the Lightning. Lightning just ends phenomenally. And this one doesn't. This one ends horribly. Has my goat, by the end misses and takes too long and isn't fun. That's sad. That is sad, honestly. Sad to see. Two of the bottom three tracks, GCN ones, but ends on a bigger banger, I guess. Dinosaur Jungle? Crazy. Blah, 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 you get the idea. Okay. Track 1 and 3 are both S tiers, but others are B. Airship Ender obviously works, but is boring. Yeah, Honor's crazy. Honor's off her meds, honestly. This cup ends on two of my favorite tracks. The other two are good, and it's A and B and S. Okay. Crazy. Crazy games. Act like an angel, dress like crazy. We have got Nintengoob. I think this is Nintengoob. Nintengoob. Wants to get in the video again. I know, right? Shell and Flower where they deserve. Leaf. A lot of Leaf number ones. I respect it though. As I said, I think as a cup, it's probably the most complete. Probably, I would say maybe on a more objective level, but I just fucking love Bowser's. I just fucking love Bowser's Castle, man. I actually adore that track so much. Like when I don't write anything, when I write very little in my notes, it's either because I have too much to say or I have too little to say. And with some of them, I had no notes because I don't have anything to say. With some of them, I had none. And with Bowser's Castle, I didn't have any because it's just vibes, and more vibes, vibes. Tabiyoshi. Oh, special second worst. It is in B though still, but oof, harsh. Not Shy Guy. Once again, Leaf is went Shell. Crazy chicanery. A lot of leaves in number one. Yeah, as I said, I think it's probably the most complete cup overall consistently, but I just fucking love Bowser Castle. Any cup that had Bowser Castle would be in number one, honestly. I'll be honest with you. That's how much I fucking love it. My fiance just said, what's a FIM? Friendship is magic. No. Okay. It's FIM. We all know what FIM is now, gamers. FIM! Would you like AM or FIM? Is that everyone's? Oh, hang on. My Adventure Gamer. We've got a couple of last minute entrants. Specials number one. Ooh. The usual suspects down here. Lightning fifth. Oh. I'm crying. I don't own the game. I don't own the game, but I have FOMO. So here's my list ranked out of 0 plays, says Mad John. Lightning number one. Therefore, your opinion is correct. Your opinion is correct. And I have a gamers. There we have it. Oh, look at the drop for gamers. We've been so consistent. We haven't dropped any frames since. Oh my god. Am I back, gamers? Am I back? I think I might be back. I'm honest. Or we might actually check. Actually, we might be so back. Might be. Are we watching anything now? We could watch Odyssey's cup ranking. I think Odyssey Central made a cup ranking. Should we watch that? And then we could do some like Pokemon. I fancy doing some Pokemon. At least probably won't play too much Pokemon. Probably just do one gym. I want the next challenge because I'm a little tired. I don't know. I'm just tired today, chat. I'm just like really tired. I don't know what it is. I'm just exhausted. I'm just a tired man. I'm just tired. I promise, Musty years. I'm working on it. Okay, I'm working on it. I'm working on it, Drake. Okay. I'll do it. I promise. Okay. I'll keep you in the loop. All right. He made his 3 weeks ago. God damn. He works fast. It's a shame I still have a job. Life sucks. But then again, he has college, so it's hardly an excuse, really. I'll be real. He's just better at this than me. He's just better at this. He's just better at video games. Why are you so much better than... Why do you think you're so good? You think you're so good, Mr. Odyssey, man. You think it's like... You know, I'm unmembering. I'm unmembering. I've had enough of you. I've had enough. Do you have a costume suggestion for King Boo before the reaction? Yoga instructor. Yoga instructor King Boo. Thank you so much, Megan. Got paid today. I have a small cut. Oh, let me read some of the other. There's another super chat as well. I missed out because I was ranking. Mankind knew they couldn't change society, so instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the beast. Heaven or hell, let's rock. Is that guilty? I think that's Guilty Gear reference, isn't it? Hey, Guilty Gear. It's better than Guilty Gear. Galaxy Central is better. Do you know what? If he changed his name to Galaxy Central right now, that'd be kind of cool. A diver King Boo. Go on, give Planty Boy some ideas, gamers. What should it be? I've gone with yoga instructor King Boo. Security guard King Boo. Let's have a look. Odyssey, man. Oh, Odyssey, I see. Gamers. Mr. Odyssey, man, is back at it again with ranking every Grand Prix Cup in Mario Kart. I've already done mine, so let's see what Odyssey, man, has for me. Let's have a look.
Years, finally, we have a new Mario Kart game in the form of Mario Kart World. Over the past few days, I've been playing a ton of the game, and so far, I think it's incredible.
But it's $80. It's $80 though.
This game sucks, actually.
True!
No, but for real, this is definitely a very solid entry into the series. I don't think I can say it passes Mario Kart 8 Deluxe as my favorite yet, but I do think this game has potential to reach that point in the future with updates. But enough about what's not in the game. Okay, wait, one last thing. Larry from Mario Kart, let's get it trending. I want to talk about what the game...
Guys, can we get, Rayman for Mario Kart? Let's get that trending, okay? Fuck Larry.
Game does have in the form of the Grand Prix mode. This is the main mode in every single Mario Kart game where you have to go through a cup made up of 4 different courses to see who can get the most points. Unless you're playing Super Mario Kart, then you have to suffer through 5 courses.
Suffer?
Back when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe wrapped up its DLC,
Suffer?
I made a ranking for all 24 of that game's cups, and you all seem to really enjoy that video. So today, I thought it'd be fun.
Did it perform well? Did it perform well?
Fun to do the same, but for the 8 cups
did it
that are
perform
currently
well?
in Mario Kart
My algorithm,
World.
my
Just like that
algorithm?
video, they'll be judged based on how fun they are overall and how creative they are. Now, this ranking is
Bruiser, yeah, Bruiser, okay.
actually going to be a bit more interesting than the Mario Kart 8 version because of how Grand Prix was changed in Mario Kart World.
It is.
Now, instead of just going through each of the 4 courses, I
will jump. Can I jump the intro a little bit? Yeah, you're gonna explain it, which is fair, but let me jump ahead.
favorite would have to be 8, the Shell Cup. This one falls
About what we expected, chat? About what we expected?
into a few traps that I just think puts it below the others. Before we get to that though, I do want to quickly talk about the new format of these cups because I'm still not really sure if I love them yet. Due to having to drive between the tracks as part of the race, you only ever spend 1 lap on the actual track before moving on to the next. The only exception is the first track of the cup, which has you do the full 3 laps. In my opinion, that makes the cups overly reliant on their first track.
True.
Since it's the only one we actually get to spend any time on.
I agree.
I also feel like this has the side effect of making the tracks themselves, especially the new ones, feel far less memorable as they blend in with the intermission portion.
As I said, I think when I was talking about what I said is when they have something that teases you into the track proper, I think that's what makes it memorable. Like Whistle Stop Summit, again, it has the rail yard before you get into the track proper to teach you. I think that's what makes Whistle Stop so much more memorable. But like, for example, something like Dandelion Depths, like you don't really like do anything with like the game design of like what the track offers beforehand, which kind of makes that less memorable. I think it depends. I get what he means in general, but like it's kind of because they did it poorly as opposed to the natural inclination of only playing 1 lap. That's what I would say.
Like, before scripting this video, I genuinely could not tell you a thing about Faraway Oasis. I kind of miss getting to spend time on every track and getting to know what makes each of them special, which would especially help in World with its complex trick system. But okay, with all that out of the way, what do I think makes the Shell Cup the worst? Well, starting off, we have
Peach's
SNES
Paperclip.
Koopa Beach, and with it being an SNES track, I think you can guess that it's extremely simple. It's easily the most simple track in the game, just being a circle with a few bits of water. Now, with that said, I am a Baby Park enjoyer, so I think
This is why I'm a member, okay? The moment you hate Baby Park, I'm unmembershipping, okay?
circles are cool. But having this be the only
My money to you is entirely dependent on you agreeing with me, Odyssey, man. Don't ever forget that, okay? Don't ever forget
you get to
that.
spend
You are audience captured, okay? You are audience captured.
time within this cup when the others are, in theory, more interesting is a bit disappointing. But I did honestly still have fun here. I like that they kept the lap count at 5 instead of the standard 3, and the new remix here is honestly pretty good. Moving on to our first intermission, and this is where the cup falls apart even further. They do try and play on my heartstrings by playing a remix of Baby Park in this portion,
But it's gonna take more than that to impress me.
the lead up
I
here
don't think it's guaranteed to play Baby Park, is it? I think it's just Is it? I thought the intermissions, the music-wise, it picks from a dedicated pool, right? So, Odyssey, man, he made a mistake. Minor mistake. You lose.
Here starts with a ton of water, which may sound kind of interesting, but so many tracks and intermissions use water that this really doesn't feel that special, especially since this is just a straight shot to the road. The road itself is also pretty basic until we reach the dirt, which does make things a bit more interesting. I like the armadillos that you have to dodge here, as they work both as great obstacles and as unique build-up for our second track, Faraway Oasis. Although, missed opportunity to make them Armads. On top of them, we also get some zebra and elephants.
Well, wasn't enough. It wasn't enough of a reference for you.
In the lead-up as well. Missed opportunity to make them Elephant Luigi.
I agree. Actually, you know what? They should have made a reference. You're right. Actually, you're right. He's so right for that.
How about Faraway Oasis itself? It's surprisingly boring, actually.
True.
There are no unique animals here like in the lead-up that actually.
That's what I'm saying.
Instead, you'll spend most of the time.
I've been saying this for months, and finally someone agrees with me. I thought I was the only one. Am I the only one?
Also feels like an intermission track. I do like
That's
the
what
part
I'm
with the
saying.
waterfall turn, but yeah, this is a pretty weak
He
track.
agrees
That
with
is
me.
Especially painful when the last two tracks of the cup have a serious issue. They are Crown City and Peach Stadium. These two tracks actually both repeat in other cups, being the Mushroom Cup and Special Cup respectively. Now yes, the route you go down does change between the cups, but I still think it's a bit lame. Getting unique as
It definitely is a little lame. I think Crown City does a decent job of differentiating itself, but the problem is I'm not really enamored with Crown City 2. Does that make sense? I think it's definitely different. And I like it, but I'm just kind of like, it's Crown City 2. You know, I'm just like, okay, fair. You know.
aesthetics is another big part of new Mario Kart tracks, so even if the routes are different, sharing an aesthetic is also not great. Not to mention that it gives less to explore in the open world, at least in the case of Peach Stadium. But what about the intermissions and tracks themselves? The lead up to Crown City is pretty solid. You first have to drive past some giraffes and ostriches, which are some more unique obstacles before going onto a bridge segment.
Hey, I like the bridge. You like the bridge?
Straight path. I actually do like this section.
Hey, he likes the bridge too.
All the cars, and there are a ton.
That's what I've been saying this for months.
With rail grinding. You could even go on top of the bridge if you really want to risk it.
He's stealing my script. Actually, technically, he's me stealing his.
Other more basic roads,
That's what I'm saying.
Honestly, I might even like it more than Crown City itself.
Same.
The first pass and intermissions in this game, I'm really burnt out on the city theme in Mario Kart. This track really doesn't do anything special with.
I've been saying this for years. You've been saying this for years. I've only been saying this for months. Honestly. Crazy.
The idea, so this just blends in with most of the others in the series. I do like the area with the graffiti, as it's not something seen at all in Crown City 1, but otherwise, I didn't find this too interesting. Moving to our final track.
Guys, I promise. I promise. I didn't watch this video. I promise. He's literally saying what I fucking said, like B for B.
Out of Crown City 1 from the Mushroom Cup, and then some very open road. This is some of the worst in intermission track.
He's gonna hate this one as well, just like I did. Fuck my life. Yeah, this intermission was fucking boring,
There
man.
are some obstacles, but due to how open it is, they're extremely easy to avoid. Not to mention that road is used all over the game and isn't that interesting.
We might have to do a VAR. I don't. This one, literally, what's happening right now is why I do not watch any videos before I've done mine. Because you know I have that rule, right? If I'm doing a video, I don't want to watch any person doing it because I don't want to inadvertently, like, subconsciously steal their thoughts. I did not watch this beforehand. Why would I? I wanted to have my own thoughts. I took my own goddamn notes, and you stole them from my brain. Our brain lives are linked, Mr. Central. We're linked. We're interlinked.
As for the track itself, though,
it's terrible. It's fucking terrible.
I want to apologize to Koopa Beach for calling it the most simple track in the game, because wow, look at this minimap. I know I said I like circles, but this might be my breaking point. This entire thing is entirely flat, except for a staircase at the very end. The rest of the map is just boring, extremely open road. There is nothing interesting at all here, and completely feels like filler. In a game with so much open road with cars, that just makes this even worse. So somehow, by the end of this cup, SNES Koopa Beach might be my favorite track here. The saving
That's crazy, isn't it? A fucking SNES track is the best track in the
this cup is that Faraway Oasis is okay, and the intermissions connected to it on both sides were pretty good. Other than that, the rest of the cup is extremely bland, so I think the Shell Cup can easily take last place for the worst cup in Mario Kart World. 7, the Flower Cup. This one hurt me to rank so low.
Flower Cup is way! He did the same thing! Oh my god, I said the same thing! Odysseys, man, we're just copying. Is it brainwaves? Are we interlinked again? We're interlinked games. We're interlinked.
Any higher.
Same.
Starting off, we have
I felt the same way. I like the tracks in the cup, but like I was fucking born, right?
Desert Hills. Now, going into Mario Kart World, I think everyone, myself included, were taken aback.
I'm actually not being. I'm not gonna upload my cup ranking game because this is just plagiarism.
This is pretty agreed upon to be the worst desert track in the series, and it was already remade in Mario Kart Wii. I was expecting Dry Ruins to return,
Same.
but who knows? Maybe they could make Desert Hills into an actually good track. It's worse.
It's worse.
It's so much
Yeah,
worse. First off,
worse.
aesthetically, not that the original was good, but I really miss a lot of the details, like the pyramid near the start, which is now just empty desert. That's
Maybe
also
re-record the costume ranking again. Wait, I need to get my costume ranking out first so that we can use our interlink telepathy. He's also going to put Aristocrat King Boo number 1. That's what he's going to do.
not helped by the fact that the hills of Desert Hills have basically
Desert
been
Flats!
killed. They do technically still exist, but they are no
Hang on, Odyssey. I'm sorry. The original was good. Guys, you're just trying to get in the video, Blitzkrieg. I'll be so real with you. Just trying to get in the video.
nowhere near as extreme as they used to be. On top of that, Desert
Zero
Hills
cake.
also lost the fire stakes, which I think were great obstacles. They've now been replaced by the from Super Mario Land. Now, I will admit that's pretty cute, and I mentioned really liking this enemy type in my 2D level ranking. Sadly, those obstacles, they don't work nearly as well. I think they should have been saved for
Guys, every level in Super Mario Land ranked and OST, we're going to do that tomorrow, okay, chat?
the missions, honestly. Oh yeah,
Yes,
and what
okay.
makes Desert Hills being super boring even worse is the fact that it's the first track in the cup, meaning it's the only one we get to spend a full
Guys, he's agreeing with me too much, okay? He's agreeing with me too much. I don't get this. This is not fair.
So yeah, this is an atrocious
I've got nothing. I'm
start.
literally stealing his video, chat. Oh my
Only
god.
gets worse as we move to the intermissions. Now, I do
It's not
think the
Deltarune
Desert Cave
tomorrow,
is a
it's
pretty nice
Mario
set
Land
piece,
tomorrow.
Especially since we do actually get to see the fire snakes here. However, once we leave the cave, we get this massive glider segment.
Boring,
now,
right?
Aesthetically, it does look
It's aesthetically looks nice, but racetrack is boring. You're just driving straight, right?
kind of cool, but gameplay-wise, you just hold forward for the
Okay,
entire
listen. We're just interlinked, okay? I literally just said this an hour ago, Odyssey Central, okay?
If you stay in the air, there's
Stealing.
literally nothing to do.
You stole
And
my
even if you
you
go
stole
onto the
my
ground,
brain.
There's only a couple ramps. And then once the second section starts, you're just on the most generic desert road up until the actual track. Now, at the
True.
very least, our second
At
track
the very least, the track is great. The Daisy reference is nice, but you only get to play one lap, and it sucks because of that, right?
7 Shy Guy Bazaar is a good one. I always liked it in 7, but I love how it's recontextualized here, spinning cars around Land, where we can even see Daisy's castle in the background. The market area is also massively improved from the new rail grinding
Yeah,
wall
just
running
like I
games.
said.
I think this is a great choice to return for this game.
Yeah.
Sadly, though, we only get to do one lap here, which
I
doesn't
said
make
it-
it just
I do
how
what?
good this
Oh
track
my
is.
God, I
That's
said the
made
same
even worse by
thing!
the intermissions after just being more generic desert slop.
Oh,
it's nice
man.
to see some pokies,
Wait,
I guess,
did he say desert slop? Hang on.
and worse by the intermissions after just being more generic desert slop. It's
Slop! Slop mentioned! I did not say the same thing. This is
nice
actually
to
very
see some pokies, I guess, but if I really wanted
Guys,
to
I promise I didn't watch this video. I promise. Well, hopefully his next one isn't what did I put? I put star, right? Hopefully his next one isn't star.
just drive as one.
Otherwise we're quitting the video, chat. We're quitting the video.
Doesn't want to play as a cactus. The very simple desert continues pretty much all the way up until our third track, N64 Wario Freaking Stage.
We're gonna have
It
to
does
have a
little
different
bit of an
opinion soon,
entrance
otherwise
before
it's
you go
over.
inside the track, and I do really like this area, especially with the Shy Guy announcer that you
It is
get.
nice.
As for the track itself,
But then you like it's a loving remake. You love the big jump, but you only get to play one lap, right?
it easily earns the most improved award of the retros in this game. The original version of this track is one of the worst in the series, as it's way too long and empty. In World, though, they cut a lot of the track out, and since we can actually trick in this game, it's fun to go over the ramps here. Now, I know a lot of people didn't like that it's changed so much. Those people are psychos if they like the original more. Don't go near them. But that
True. Who's saying that, Odyssey Central? Where are these people? Hang on. Really? There's people that say that?
people didn't like that it's changed so much. Those people are psychos if they like the original more. Don't go near them. But that brings
Don't
us
go
to
near
our
'em.
final intermission, which is easily the best of the bunch because it's not just desert. It's also playing a remix of Waluigi Pinball, which certainly helps. You first have to go past a ton of rolling chain chomps, and while the area may be a bit too wide,
I've heard people say that. You guys are schizophrenic. You've
I
heard
still
no
like
one.
the unique idea here. I do wish there were a
You like the idea. You like that it gets dark when you go to Airship Fortress. And then the entrance is nice. You just wish you could play one extra lap of Airship Fortress, just like I said, right, Odyssey Central.
Section 2 is where things really start to get good, as we get put in this
It's actually okay, guys. I'm actually promising you. I have to stop reacting to this. He's literally. It's actually uncanny. It's actually This is actually insane to me. This is actually getting insane now. Because yeah, I said the same thing. This intermission's one of my favorites. It's just an unreal.
cool, dark, and gloomy atmosphere that's clearly been war-torn. That's especially
Yeah.
supported
It's actually supported by the road being like broken up, and you have to trick on them, right?
by just how broken up the road is.
Jesus. guys, I'm not a plagiarist. I swear. I promise. This is becoming genuine. I'm genuinely like in shock right now. I'm genuinely in fucking shock. How do we come to like literally beat for beat the exact same fucking conclusions? I did not copy his homework. I promise.
Is, which helps make the gameplay much more fun as you get to trick
Jesus
around.
Christ,
That's especially
man.
the case as you get closer to the
As
track.
you get closer, the drive is not. Crying. I'm actually crying, chat. See me off and go, I've done nothing wrong, teacher, promise. I've done nothing wrong.
With the terrain becoming a super harsh slope as well, which is really different from all the other intermissions in the game. But of course, the highlight of the cup is flying off this ramp and seeing our
Airship
final
Fortress.
track, yes, Airship Fortress.
How do they make this?
It's finally back, right? Oh my god.
In case you all weren't aware, this is one of my favorite tracks in the series, and I am more than happy to see it finally return after being snubbed from 8 Deluxe. The layout
The Odyssey GPT. Listen, if the next one is Star, I might have to cancel this reaction, gamers. The reaction, it's a fail reaction. We're playing Pokemon.
changed a ton beside adding a few rail grinding areas, but they really didn't need to change much. Dodging all the bonsai bills is still as fun as ever, weaving between the rocky wrenches is great, and even the tower feels super fun to go down. This is undeniably one of the coolest looking tracks in the series as well. They really went hard in—
Okay. He's just trying to get in the video, man. Stop it, guys. Stop it. Is Airship Fortress going to become the new Waluigi pinball track? Oh, it's so over. Airship mid. Oh, airship mid. Yeah.
making it feel like we are in the middle of an airship battle, which makes it all the more sad that we are only here for one.
Only here for one lap. Actually, no, in all fairness, I didn't say— No, in all fairness, I didn't say this. Hang on, we're different gamers. We're different. Yes, it's different. For me, I said because the lead up was so good, I didn't feel like I was left wanting with the ending, right? I would have liked another lap, but I'm okay with playing one lap of this. That's what I said. So he's like actively upset that there's only one lap. Oh my god, finally.
Lap. Normally, Airship Fortress would be able to hard.
Oh my god,
this
I
cup
didn't say the
it's
same thing.
Easily a top 3 track in this game minimum, but due to the intermissions,
It's only 90%.
makes up so little of the content of the cup, I just can't justify that. In fact, the last 3 tracks here are all really solid, but since we only spend 3 laps on desert hills, this whole cup suffers for it. Not to mention, most of the intermissions here are awful, with the lead up to Airship Fortress being the only exception.
Same,
as
I
much
agree.
as I would really love for this cup to be higher up, I think sadly the bad outweighs the good here. It's enough to pass the Shell Cup, but I think 7th unfortunately makes the most sense for the Flower Cup. 6th, the Mushroom Cup.
Okay, it's not Star, guys. We're different. Gamers. Different. It's different now, gamers. It's different.
The first cup in the game, it's understandable that it would be lower on the list. Compared to the last 2, I really don't have many issues with this cup, it's just really the fact that I had to stay simple. Kicking us off, we have Mario Bros. Circuit.
The
And
reaction
as
is
for starting
saved.
courses in Mario Kart games go, this is definitely one of the best. It's honestly battling Mario Kart Stadium for number 1 right now, though I'm definitely giving it a bit of time before I make my official judgment. I do like the idea of having it be more deserty though, which makes it stand out from all the other Mario Kart games having more bright and grassy openings.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It goes to show how different Mario Kart World will be. Gameplay on the track is
I said the same
simple, as
thing.
to be expected on the first track, but it does a good job introducing both the rail grinding mechanic and the wall jumping a bit as well. And
Oh my god.
This is helped by being the first in the cup and getting the 3 laps.
I mean, in all honesty, like, this is like pretty simple analysis. I feel like this is solved analysis. I think everyone who ever talks about this track is going to say the same thing. It introduces it quite nicely. The multiple paths are nice. So, like, even if we say the same thing here, I'm not really that shocked, you know?
So this is absolutely a strong start.
It's like
Moving to
baby's
the
first game
intermission,
analysis,
though,
you know?
It's really good. How could I not think that? They're playing Jump Up Superstar. Okay, in all seriousness, yeah, this is pretty weak. Really happy we got a Jump Up Superstar remix because Odyssey my beloved, but the track itself is the worst victim of the plain open road. Granted, this is the first intermission, so I'll give it a little bit of leeway, but I still found it to be too open and straightforward.
I think I said the same thing.
It stays pretty much exactly like that all the way up until we reach our second track, Crown City. Now
I like the fact that it's a stage in a city that doesn't rely on traffic. You're not going to say that, are you, Odyssey Central? Because I said that.
already mentioned that this gets repeated, and I'm not a huge fan of city tracks. However, I do like this more here than its Shell Cup appearance. I really enjoy that it takes us up through the skyscrapers.
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah? I think I said the same thing.
To the top of the city, which is something not done in most Mario Kart City tracks. There's a lot of options on how to move about this section, including some more rails to get players more used to the concept. I also love how once you reach the top, you have to jump back
You have to jump back and you get a nice view of the city and you can like choose your path, just like I said.
down to the bottom, which I think was a lot of fun. So while I still don't love the fact
Oh, no,
that
okay, you didn't say that. Okay, neat.
it repeats, this is certainly the better of the two versions. The next intermission takes us through more of Crown City, which isn't all too interesting, but I like that it's more cramped than the first intermission. The second segment, though, I think is kind of cool.
Musty H. Bomberkai is recording a video on you. You might, but it's okay. I don't play Rage Bait! You're Rage Baiting me, Alfonso! Listen, guys, I'm secretly Odyssey Central. That's my secret, gamers. That's my secret.
Putting us on a big railway where we can practice some more.
Where we can practice some route grinding, and it kind of like, it's kind of neat because it kind of teaches you about the grinding in a more overt environment before you play it on the track proper. Something like that, like I said.
Rail grinding. The area is really open, but at least the setting is unique. We do also get to go on a bridge, which I think helps with some more risky rails to grind on.
Okay, I didn't say that.
All of that builds up really well to our third track, Whistle Stop Summit. This is pretty much rail grinding the track, and since I like the mechanic, I quite enjoy this. There are several areas where you get to go across alternate routes with rails, and I especially like the bridge where you can
jump from left.
Jump between the edges. Having a train obstacle is also nice.
Train is nice,
yeah. But moving on to our final track, we first drive through a fairly cramped cliffside.
It's a bit boring, but it being cramped is kind of neat, but still a bit boring.
Which isn't the most special intermission, but I think works well. I also like the bit where we get to
similar enough.
See a bunch of Goomba shoes jumping around. Why are they yellow now? After that, we do have a bit more generic road before we get to the final track, DK Spaceport. At
this point, I'm just trying to guess what he says, which is what I said. It's just a game of guess what Odyssey's going to think because I'm secretly Odyssey Central.
Love the aesthetic here a lot. It's very different from anything else in the franchise, especially...
I mean, I think DK Spaceport's kind of... I just like that it's all different stuff. I think everyone says the same thing, really.
Any DK track, as this is very robotic. This is also one of the few tracks we get to experience in full. Since it's normally split up into sections, we don't have to worry about not doing 3 laps here. The whole thing acts as a reference.
Is he going to say it's a boss fight just like I did?
To the original.
I don't think that's quite unique analysis. I think everyone's going to say that. Maybe the YouTube demonetization update is going to fuck us.
Donkey Kong Arcade.
Listen, if I'm going down Odyssey, I'm taking you with me, okay? You're going to be a brokey. You're going to be a brokey in college, bro.
Game and flying.
I'm going to have to go back to being security guard full time, okay? We're both in the shit now.
And you can even see how the track is set up to look like 25M. You can even hear its theme play as part of the track, which is burned into my brain because people think it's so funny to play during traffic. I'm sure some people may not like the zigzaggy nature of the track here, but I honestly really enjoyed it, and each section is very distinct from one another.
I have no idea who said that, but point them my way, I'll beat them up for you.
Sometimes you'll be dodging barrels, wall jumping across several walls, or even some more rail grinding. I love how this tops off with the final showdown with the
First ever Musty stream, just found the YouTube. Love the content, G. I hope you like it, man. Because at the moment, I'm trying to beat the plagiarism allegations. That's what I'm trying to do, Soria, okay? Your goat might be washed. Your goat might be washed.
DK Mech, as it acts as a perfect conclusion to not only the track, but the cup as a whole. Overall, for being the first cup in the game, this was a very strong showing.
The intermissions might be mid, but the tracks are pretty solid.
Really, it's only being held back by its intermission.
Crazy.
The tracks themselves are definitely the most solid selection across the board so far.
Wow, it's almost like I said the same thing.
5, the Banana Cup. Now
Banana? Hang on. What did I do? Hang on. Is this? Are we still in copying territory, gamers? I already forgot where I put stuff. I'll be real with you. Hang on. What did I put? Okay, I didn't put in 5th. We're safe, gamers. We're safe.
Now we're really starting to get into the difficult to rank territory, as I feel like the cups were all very similar to each other quality-wise. This kicks us off with GCN Peach Beach, and I think this is the most changed track of the retro.
Okay, gamers. we're gonna turn this into a game chat. Where's my thing? Alright, gamers, you're all cooked, okay?
Bro really just plagiarized Odyssey Central's homework and rearranged some of the paragraphs. I can't. Crying face.
I did no such thing. I did no such thing, okay? Gamers. We're gonna play a risky game, gamers. We're gonna bring it back. We're gonna bring it back, chat. If I predict to a notable degree what Odyssey Central is gonna say, I'm gonna start banning people now. So gamers. Who is going to be the first on the list today? I'm going to keep you on your toes.
If you didn't tell me this was Peach Beach, I honestly might not have noticed. The first lap is the only real recognizable part, as it follows pretty closely to the Double Dash original, even down to the Cataquacks. Lap 2, though, really mixes it up.
Okay, gamers, I'm doing it. If Odyssey Central also said the same thing I did, which is the 3rd lap is the stinky lap, because over water driving just isn't that fun. Mario Adventure Gamer, you are banned.
up as it has us taking a left instead of a right into a town area. This is all entirely new content, and I think it's one of the best
Your life
areas
is in
to showcase
Odyssey's
this
hands.
game's new parkour mechanics. There are so many walls to ride and rails to grind, so I really look forward to seeing what the community cooks up for this track in terms of optimal routing.
I agree.
Now I will say, once you reach the water, the track does fall off a little bit, but since it's pretty open and plain without much to do. But overall, I did still quite enjoy this remake. Unfortunately, the next intermission...
Well, hang on. Okay, he didn't say it was the... He said it was lame, but he didn't say it was like the low point like I did. Was that enough? Was that enough? That's way too general. You know what? I will issue a ban. I'll give it like 5 minutes. I'll do 5 minutes, okay? I'll do 5 minutes. You're right, it was too general. Let's make it a little tougher then.
Extreme.
Let's make it a bit tougher, okay? If he says, hang on.
Week, taking place on a very standard beach. There are a few cataquacks, but really nothing else of note. That continues all the way up until our
if he says what I said in that this track and Peach Beach are kind of stepping on each other's toes, if that's the analysis he comes up with, gamers, Alfonso is banned, okay? If he also agrees with me in that this and Peach Beach right next to each other, just kind of like theming-wise a bit, you know, Alfonso's gone.
next track, Salty Salty Speedway. It gives off very similar vibes to Peach Beach.
Oh, Alfonso, you might be dead. You might be dead, Alfonso.
Which may sting for some in terms of aesthetic variety, but I do still enjoy what we got. The idea here is that...
I mean, he technically said it, right? They are stepping on each other's toes, but he likes it, though. So, Alfonso, it's been fun. But at Odyssey Central, doomed you to a life of death. Gamers, today, we lived... it's a sad day, as the fish of the Empire is now dead. Because me and Odyssey Central apparently share a brain cell. Cooked and hooked. Who wants fish for dinner? Do you guys want fish for dinner? I don't mind some fish for dinner.
We have to race through another town, but the bottom is a big river. This is really cool as it gives you the option of racing on the water or trying your parkour skills on the buildings. I also like how after the fully on land section, the water starts to flow forward, which feels like it's making you go much faster. Unfortunately, just like Peach Beach, this also ends with a pretty open and plain water section. Not only is that boring by itself, but the fact that two tracks had it back to back like that makes this cup even worse. Luckily, after this, we get a pretty sharp departure from its beach theme and move on to the ancient section of the cup. This intermission is definitely a huge step up. First off, it's playing the Mount Vobono town theme from Odyssey, so right away, it's peak.
Wow, letting the music... I can't believe this.
Gameplay-wise, well, it starts pretty generic, just being...
Fuck. Okay, hang on. If he also really... Like, if he glazes the Dino research facility the same way I did... Len... You're banned, okay? If he glazes the Dino research facility like I did... You're banned, Len.
On some basic road, the second section gives us a really cool waterfall area. This makes water driving much more fun as you have to battle the current and try and trick off the small stones floating.
Thank you so much, Space Ashes, for a gifted membership. JD, you better say thank you. But I'm still not going to stop you, Len. Actually, for every person that gives membership, I'm going to add another person to the ban list. So Len and Morkin. If he mentions the observatory and loves it the same way I did, the research center, you're both banned.
Putting in the water. This one is not a ramp, don't make the mistake. This is definitely one of the more memorable intermissions for me and acts as a great way to transition us to the dinosaurs. Before getting to the track itself, we actually get to drive past a few dinos, which really helps sell the theming.
It's nice, isn't it? 3
GCN Dino Jungle, and wow, this is a huge improvement over the original. It's now got a Jurassic Park sort of
Mention the
vibe with several
observatory.
Dinosaurs. The added dinosaurs here really help.
Observatory?
Not only can you use them to actually drive on now, but I love how the T-Rex is added as an additional obstacle. It's such a shame we only get to spend one lap here. This is truly fantastic. But to move on to our final...
Oh, okay, you guys are safe. He did not mention the observatory the same way I did. You guys are safe. Okay.
track, we first start again on some pretty basic road, but at least the aesthetic is unique to match the dino vibes. Especially with the T-Rex escaping. That was a great touch.
It was a good
the ancient
touch.
forest vibes transition really well to the ancient ruin vibes of the next track, which culminates in a big water area.
Okay, what I'll say is that he's going to mention the shortcuts, right? He's going to mention them, because I mentioned them too. But if he specifically shows the world record time, Acorn is banned. He has to specifically edit in the, like, a time trial, like, world record thing. He can mention the shortcuts, because I mentioned them, but he has to edit in something. Then you're banned. Will Odyssey Central use the power of editing?
At least a little better than some of the others we saw in this cup, as there are some question mark blocks to jump for, which is a lot of fun.
Hang on. That's not even saying the same thing. That's not what the rules are. You don't decide the rules, Minister Chicken. You're not running this clown house. I am, okay? He has to edit in the world record.
Following the waterfall upward brings us to our final track, Great Question Mark Block Ruins, which I must say is a
Oh, would you look at that, gamers? Would you look at that? Every single person who's been gifted a membership will also be banned if he edits in the time trial gameplay. Wow, who are the unlucky people who got a gift sub? Matthias, Frying Pan Sam, Bendy Ink Boss, Noble Six Gabe, Daisy Frex, GM, Hopeful Blue, Suko Times, It's a Jimmy, and Phantom Microwave. Wow, thanks for being a member, guys. You along with Joshua O'Connor, Andy B, El Piloto Pro, Circle, Infinity, and Glide J Sierra. Wow, I'm banning 16 people if Odyssey Central edits in some footage. Let's find out if that ends up being the case. Let's find out, gamers.
Fantastic.
Mods, it's gonna be a killing. Get ready, mods.
Theme. Not only is it a ruins, it's a floating ruins, which fits with the fact that question mark blocks are usually found floating in the Mario series. The gameplay here is also a lot of fun with a ton of twisty turns.
Wow. Phil has also been gifted a wow, another person that's going to be banned. 17 people. Are you ready for the bloodbath, gamers? I'm excited.
There are also several bouncy clouds which fit the sky theme and open the track up for several alternate pathways, which I think is really Mario Kart World's strength as a game. This is another track that I definitely look forward to.
Oh, gamers. It's hunting season, boys! It's hunting season, boys! Run, boy! 30 minutes! 30 minutes in the race there, boy! Round them up, boy!
I've already been seeing a bunch.
They're going down to the ranch, boy! They round them up there, boy! Send them all to pasture there, boy! Get them in, get them gone! Yeah, mods, half an hour for everyone who got a gifted membership. Thank you so much.
So overall, the Banana Cup was pretty strong. Some of the intermissions were fairly weak, and the first two tracks do
The chat's gonna be dead by the time this reaction's gone. There's gonna be no one left.
Fall off a bit at the end, but I think as a whole, this is definitely a strong contender. For the Leaf Cup, I was very torn whether to
and send Acorn as well, alright.
But I'll be honest, personal bias.
Oh, hang on, which one's this one? What did he do next, chat?
For the Leaf Cup.
Leaf Cup is 4th. Oh my god. Shit, okay.
I was very torn whether to put this or the Banana Cup above each other, but I'll be honest, personal bias definitely won me over here.
It's Dry Bones. Oh, Dry Bones, Dry Bones.
We start off this cup on Cheap Cheap Falls, and right away, I love the red and white aesthetic.
Let me guess, you also thought the overwater driving was fun, but in specifically this track and nothing else, right?
Here, which fits very well with the Cheap Cheap it's named after. The start of the track is mostly pretty simple, but still absolutely fun to race through. The main highlight comes near the end with its water section. Not only are we faced with a lot of fish, but the river here can be quite tricky to navigate through. It's very twisty and
okay, gamers, okay. If in the next... I've thought of something, gamers, I thought of something. CJ Adams. Come closer. If Odyssey Central does a FNAF-related edit for the next 1.5 minutes of time, you're banned. including the 5 people that are also been gifted a membership to. Pokey Goldmine, Tyflo Scythe, Nexon, Nathan Hunter, and HXMRH. If within the next minute and a half of game time, he does a FNAF edit, you're cooked, okay? I know he loves his FNAF. He's a zoomer. He loves his FNAF. Is he going to do a FNAF edit, gamers? Let's find out. So remember, we are on, I want to say 1740. So what's like a minute and a half from that? 1910? If we reach the 19-10 minute mark, you're banned, okay? 1910 gamers, 1910.
I also appreciate that there's plenty to do in this water, like off-road cuts, rocks and rails to trick off, and cheap cheeps to avoid. It makes this track's ending far more interesting than the 2 water tracks we mentioned in the previous cup, which is especially good here since we go the full 3 laps. Moving to the intermission, and we get another Odyssey song cameo with Bowser's Kingdom theme playing.
30 seconds gone, gamers.
Gameplay-wise, though, there's not much interesting here. It's just a more road with cars on it. I do like that it's a bit more cliff-based, but it's not too much more exciting because of it. Speaking of not too exciting, I can't say I love Dandelion Depths that much.
Oh, I thought it was good. I just didn't think it was like anything cinema.
I do like how the colors give off strong Steam Garden vibes on the surface, but the gameplay I didn't feel was too interesting to support that. The depths are also a really cool aesthetic piece themselves.
Go on, mention Freddy, mention Freddy. Mention Freddy. Mention Freddy, mention Freddy. Come on, go on. Freddy. FNAF. Freddy, FNAF. Freddy, FNAF, Freddy.
Sadly, we do still have a bit more
FNAF Freddy, come on.
Next intermission starting out with some very open roads.
30 seconds left.
Makes it way too easy to avoid all the cars. But luckily, that's just section 1. The section
Oh, section 2 is nice, isn't it?
Pretty great. As we continue to drive, the sky gets darker and darker as we enter some sort of spooky forest area. They really nail the atmosphere here, as it really feels like some creepypasta.
Hang on, it's FNAF. This could be FNAF, gamers. It's dark, it's creepy. 15 seconds, come on. FNAF!
Jump out at any moment.
FNAF! Oh, fuck, it was a slender. You got me as well. The fucking bitch got me. You actually jump scared me, you fucking bitch. I jumped a little bit. Oh, Slender Man. Come on, give me one more. Give me a FNAF one. Give me a FNAF one, please. Give me a FNAF one. Give me a FNAF one, please.
I love how eventually Peepos even show up as obstacles here. At least I thought they were obstacles. I smashed into one by accident and he kind of just gave me coins.
Yeah, look, he noticed the 2. He noticed the 2. 5 seconds, please. 5 seconds, please.
Give me money. I also love how once we reach the water, we go into a spooky boardwalk. And
okay, gamers, you are safe. It's 90, a minute and a half has passed, and there was not a FNAF edit. It was the Slender Man. I was close, though. I was close. I knew he would do, like, a horror game edit. I knew he would, but I didn't think he'd do that. I'll let you know when inspiration strikes.
As it's actually one of the Ghost Valley tracks from Super Mario Kart. Using the old SNES tracks for these intermissions is such a great idea, and we'll see this a few more times as we go through the rest of the list. It acts as a perfect build-up to our 3rd track, Boo Cinema. And yes, it's absolute cinema. This might just be my favorite Boo-based track in the series.
You mean left turns? It's got turns?
At the very least, it is thematically.
Turns?
The idea of not only going through a haunted movie theater, but also the movie itself is just so cool. Not only do they nail the vibe on the inside, but jumping into the movie puts this old-timey filter.
I guarantee he's gonna do a FNAF edit on the Boo. You know the Boos when they just pop out and jump scare you? He's gonna do a FNAF edit for this, isn't he? Okay, if he does a FNAF edit now, I will gift 5 memberships for free. How about that? On the Boo. Specifically, he has to do a jump scare on the Boo.
Over the screen, which is so creative. I love that we are driving on the actual.
Okay, he's not. I don't think he's gonna do one.
The background being filled with spooky haunted manors is fantastic. Being able to.
Okay, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Okay.
Out of the screen
I thought he would.
I absolutely love this track. But we still got one more to go. The intermission starts by taking us through a different and longer portion of the Ghost Valley, which I thought was a lot of fun. Coming off of that, we get back onto the land and even get some moose cameos.
Meese?
That does lead us into a small break from the haunted aesthetic as we get into this big tree area that we glide into. I think this is just a nice additional aesthetic.
It is nice, isn't it? I love it.
It's a lot of fun gameplay-wise as there are a ton of different routes to go down here. But soon enough, we are pushed back into the spooky atmosphere as we drive past a ton of cars. Bomb cars. The spookiness really kicks into gear.
Might see Minecraft. It's a Zoomer game. It's Minecraft. It's FNAF. It's maybe you might talk about Fortnite as well. I'm trying to think of saying games. I'm trying to think.
But once we enter this
trying to think, how do I want to?
And I love
how do I want to kill my chat next?
Rising up from the ground and running onto the course. That's all to prepare us for track 4, Dry Bones Burnout.
Okay, how about this? Okay, how about this? I have one, gamers. I have one. So obviously this is based off Dia de los Muertos, right? If the gameplay at any points shows Mariachi Waluigi. Brickmaster is banned, okay? If Mariachi Waluigi gets shown at any point, you're banned, okay? You're banned, Brickmaster. You're finished.
Yeah, yep, that's the bias right there. This is the first track named after my favorite character, Drybones. We don't claim you. I don't know if it's named bias or what, but I love this course. It acts as this game's
might see in the background,
level, which allows it to show off this game's interesting lava mechanics. In older games, if you touched lava, you just immediately die, but here you could drive through it for a second before Lakitu picks you up. That might not seem very interesting, but if you have an item like a mushroom or a star, you can actually cut through the lava as a shortcut. I think that's way more interesting than just being forced to respawn, as it gives this track so many more shortcut opportunities.
It's nice, isn't it?
Without that though, this track excels with several different pathways. It's a lot of fun trying to parkour between them, especially since this track really encourages the use of the new
You're doing too much free room. Hey, honestly, you're doing too much free room.
To mention again, I love the
Waluigi. Is Waluigi gonna pass you? Is he gonna pass you?
And the whole track being filled with a ton of bones just gives this a fantastic vibe. So while this cup does have
we saw all-terrain DK, but we didn't see fucking Mariachi Waluigi. God damn it.
a bit of a weak point near the middle, I think the rest of this was good enough to pull the leaf cup.
Wherever you live. Okay, that was an easy one. I'm gonna think of something harder, okay? I'm gonna think of something harder.
Into the top half of the
You're
list.
dying today, okay?
Free the lightning cup. We start this one off with Wee Moo Moo Meadows. What the hell are you doing here? This is the penultimate cup of the game, and Moo Moo Meadows is a starter course. I understand that the track ordering in this game is a little wonky as it had to work with the open world, but this does just feel wrong. Luckily for this cup, I just so happen to like Moo Moo Meadows.
Okay, I'm guys. It was a meme so nice. Chat. I'm gonna do it twice. Chat. I'm gonna do it twice. CJ, you're back again. This time it's 2 minutes. This time it's 2 minutes. FNAF. 23:40. Okay. I'm predicting another FNAF edit. We spoke via twin telepathy. FNAF edit. He's gonna do a FNAF edit. I promise. He's gonna do a FNAF edit. I promise. He's gonna do it. And you and Richie Pete Media are gonna die. Okay. I'm telling you, he's gonna do it this time. I believe in. We spoke, gamers. We spoke via twin telepathy. He's gonna do a FNAF edit.
And change from its 8 Deluxe version.
23:40. Come on.
Portion being a bit less windy. To be honest, I kind of preferred when it was windy, as it made the cows a bit trickier to avoid, and it opened up for some bigger shortcuts. I do like that there are more cows here, but yeah, that was a bit disappointing.
Yeah, FNAF. Come on, FNAF.
Version of the track. Not by too much though, because I still enjoy racing on it. I mean, who could say no to this guy? It being the one to get 3 laps compared to the other.
Just do a Foxy jump scare or something, please.
Tragic. Also, I thought I could run through this tree with a star. Moving on.
Oh, hang on. Chat, that counts. That was FNAF ambience. That was FNAF ambience. Hang on, that counts. FNAF ambience. That counts. He's dead. No, that counts. He's dead. That counts. I said a FNAF edit. That's a FNAF edit. It's the FNAF 1 ambience. CJ. He's cooked. Mods. Half an hour. And what was it? Richie? Is it Richie Pete Media? Whoever got the membership? Kill him as well. Okay, listen, it counts. Listen, it might be a penalty, but it counts as GA, okay? You know what, bet you. No, you know what? Anybody who said that doesn't count, you're on the docket now. You're on the list. Whoever just said, mod, scroll up and count whoever just said that doesn't count. If Odyssey Central mentions Mario Odyssey in the next 2 minutes, you're all banned, okay?
Moving on to our next course, we get a bit more basic road, but I do like that a few moo-moos were thrown on to help make it more distinct. The addition of the power line to rail grind on also helps with the gameplay.
Mention Odyssey Central. You love Mario Odyssey. Jump up Superstar. Come on.
Since we know that they can use retro tracks for these intermissions, it would have been kind of cool if they used N64 moo-moo farms here. Luckily, our yearning for retro is a bit satiated in the second section as we get to drive through Choco Island from Super Mario Kart. It's not really super.
So I said as well. I'm gonna ban you in place of her.
Perfect sense to be here, as our next track is N64 Choco Mountain. This is one of the more interesting remakes, as they totally
it's from Mario Odyssey. It's a Mario Odyssey reference. Come on. It's an Odyssey reference. It's an Odyssey reference. Come on.
It's been turned into a weird mechanical
Super Mario World. Yes, it's like Mario World, isn't it? Mario World reminds you of Mario Odyssey.
Gameplay-wise, it's still really fun to go through, and I love the additional charge and chucks added here to fill in the empty space. The iconic boulder dodging section is still perfectly intact, and overall, I think this
We still got a minute. We got 1 more minute, chat.
I can understand some not loving the theme they went with, but after just having the normal version of the boost course pass, I appreciate the switch.
Come on.
The intermission following has
Come
to
on.
drive through some more
Lunch. It reminds you of Luncheon Kingdom. It reminds you of Luncheon Kingdom. Luncheon Kingdom. Luncheon Kingdom. Come
Only
on.
because I love brambles, but they're a nice
We
way to
got
get
50 seconds. Come on.
I also like how the road here has a lot of sloped walls to drive on. It reminds me a lot of Moonview Highway.
Fuck, it reminds me of movie. Fuck, it reminds me of movie. We're gonna get a game. It's gonna happen. We've got 42 seconds. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come
Some
on.
even split up into alternate routes, which makes this road segment more interesting than the standard. Eventually, after crossing over a drawbridge, we end up in our third track, Toad's Factory.
Come on.
Everyone predicted that this one would return as it's a fantastic track, and this
It reminds you of.
did not disappoint.
It reminds you of
It's pretty
New
much
Donk City.
exactly the same as the Wii
High
version,
up
with a
in the
few alternate
sky,
routes thrown into the
there's
ceiling.
no
That just
power
makes it
up
an even
like
stronger course, as it really
dancing.
highlights
Come
all
on.
the wall jumping and
Do the
rail riding this
thing.
game introduced.
Do the
This is
roar.
definitely another one I'm very sad we don't
What-
get to spend a full 2 laps on. Moving on to the intermission, it's
Fuck, we only got 15 seconds. Hang on. Gamers, we have it. There's a chance. If the intermission he played on has a Odyssey track, it could happen. It could happen. Musty, stop forcing it. Morkin, you can go. You can go as well. You know what? A minute for you, okay? It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Watch.
starts pretty basic with some water and some road, though I do like that there are some skeeters on the road to act as obstacles. Eventually, though, we reach the gate
Please.
of Bowser's Castle,
Do it.
and this is when I start to like the intermission much more. Once we go through, we
reminds you of
actually placed
Odyssey.
onto a retro battle course, N64 Big Jump.
Fuck, okay, whatever. Alright, whatever. Okay. So, you win. Okay, you win. It's not happening. You guys got lucky. Okay? You guys got lucky. Okay. What?
This works perfectly as it splits the road off into two, and we have to try and avoid several boom booms.
I'm just
The lava
sad.
pool in the center just makes so much sense.
mods
to
went
match
through
up with
all the
Bowser's
trouble
Castle
to
aesthetic.
make a
Once
good
both
list.
paths recombine, we still have a bit further to go before the actual track, and this area is really cool.
Hang on, okay. This is a shot in the dark. I'm not gonna play the music for this one. If when the sparks go blue, do you know when the sparks go blue on the Bowser Castle bit? If he makes the papyrus joke, I'm putting the chat in emote mode only, okay? If he does the "you're blue now, that's my attack," if he does that, then I'm putting the chat in emote only mode. He's not gonna do it. I'm not gonna play the music, but that'd be funny if he did.
Cool. We essentially have to climb up a volcano, which gives us a ton of different route options as we have to avoid lava.
Come on, you're a zoomer. You love Undertale,
If we
right?
manage to survive all of that, we are finally flown up into this game's rendition of Bowser's Castle. This is a really good contender in the Bowser Castle competition. The interior section gives several alternate route choices with this game's
does, quite
parkour
neat, isn't it?
mechanics, and I also love the outside turn afterward, going past several lava bubbles. The best part, though, definitely comes when we shoot ourselves up a lava fall into the sky. It transitions so smoothly into a storm cloud, and the road we land on has a really fun mechanic that forces you to drive
blue.
extremely fast while on top of it, indicated by the blue sparks.
It's
from the
nice, isn't it?
fires. That makes this section very fast-paced and
thrilling.
intense, and what else could you really ask for in a Bowser's Castle track? This is easily one of my favorite takes on the theme, and I think it's a perfect ender for this cup. So while it was
Hell
a bit
yeah.
weird having Moo Moo Meadows at the start, the Lightning Cup afterward just kept hitting us with bangers, including many of the intermissions.
That's what I'm saying.
Definitely well deserving of placing high up on the list.
That's
To
what
the start.
I'm saying. He put what the fuck? What the hell? Number 2? Ice, and more ice? Ice, baby? Good grief. Actually, guys, we can't play the game. I actually have to react. What the fuck? I have to react. Oh, no. I actually have to do my job. Oh, no.
Cup. This
Oh,
is what I
video.
would class as this game's Snow Cup. Oh, and Wario's there. I've always liked snow settings, so automatically I was kind of already biased towards liking this cup, and it definitely did not disappoint. It starts off with DSDK Pass, which is a course I never really loved from that game. Unlike
No, neither did I.
Desert Hills, though, it's not because it's a bad course, it's just not as interesting.
Okay, can you do that again? Hang on. Gamers, you know how I'm doing the band thing that reminds you of zombie... Okay, I'm saying, Musty, it's just like zombie catch all over again. Listen carefully again, guys.
Course I never really loved from that game. Unlike Desert Hills, though, it's not because it's a bad
Hitting the mic just like zombie catcher, right? Guys, I really am getting nostalgic. How very appropriate. How very appropriate, huh? It's literally, it was all written in the star shells, written in the star. One more time.
DSDK
One more
Pass,
time.
which is a course I never really loved from that game. Unlike Desert Hills, though, it's not because it's a bad course, it's just not as interesting to me as most
He must have hit his desk by mistake. That happens sometimes. It's why I have like an arm. Literally, it's the reason why I have an arm. Because I am a desk smacker all the time, which is why I'm so happy I have an arm mic. It's like one of the best things I've ever bought. I'm not even joking.
intro courses. In
How many bonks for a ban? I should, bro. How was I supposed to know?
though, I actually enjoyed the track quite a
Fuck.
bit, and I'm
Okay,
alright.
hang on. Actually, hang on. You know, I'm being mean, gamers. I'm being mean. I don't care. Who do I feel like banning today? Actually, Actually, yeah, Bamberg. Bamberg is banned. If he mentions the ramp, Bamberg is banned. Okay, Bamberg is banned.
With its reintroduction, even if there are a few
Mention
others
the
I
ramp,
would rather
mention the
have
ramp.
instead. It's sort of a Shroom Ridge situation for me, where I didn't care for the course originally, but in a new setting, I think it's pretty cool. There are a few new added shortcuts on the way up to the mountain, and I like all the cabins added up near the top, as it makes the track feel so much more lively. I do, however, have to criticize the fact that for some reason, they
they removed the snowman, that's what you're gonna say, right?
removed all the snowmen at the bottom.
Same.
That was like the most iconic part of the track, and the snowman is one of the game's new characters, so the model is literally
That's what
in
I'm
the game.
saying.
Well, whatever. The track was still fun even without them being there. Moving to the intermission.
There's the... Oh, my God. Do you know what annoyed me about that as well? Not only did he not mention the ramp, there's the FNAF... Oh, Musty, you're forcing content. Musty, you're forcing content. I knew he would do another FNAF joke. My twin telepathy was miscalibrated. I told you he would do another one. He's a fucking zoomer. He loves his FNAF. He loves his fucking Fortnite. He loves all it. 4 fucking seconds. It took you 4 fucking seconds to piss me off. This is not going on Musty. This reaction sucks.
I really like the vibe they went for here. Having to drive past log cabins and a bunch of moose is just really cozy.
Meese?
I also love the theme of the second section where we have to drive up a ski resort. It's a bit too
It's
wide and
nice.
easy to avoid.
It's a bit too wide, just like I said. It's a bit too wide, just like I said. Okay, gamers, if he mentions that the Starview portion was stolen by Rainbow Road on Ice Ice Outpost, everyone is banned. Or, that's the wrong music. Everyone who just got gifted is banned, okay? Trayton Station, Echo, Colat, Funny Toadman, Spike, and Xenogray. If he mentions Ice Ice Outpost or Rainbow Road getting stolen, if he did the same thing I did, yeah, you're banned, okay? You're all banned. And Len. Throw in Len as well. Throw in Len as well.
The Shy Guys in
And throw in Rockstar as well.
Bros, but at least the theme is good. That brings
And
us
time out your average epic gobbledygook fan just for the fun of it for a minute.
up to the Comet Observatory for our second track, Starview Peak. Now I know, I'm Mario Galaxy's #1 hater. But this track is good. Hey.
He likes it?
Hey, Rosalina's Ice World still sucks. I think they utilized the theming here way better.
What do you mean you like it? It sucks.
Stealing Ice Ice Outpost.
Oh, I mentioned it! He mentioned it! Yes! Yes, you're all dead! Gracie, get my shotgun! Get my shotgun! Half an hour for all the ones that were just gifted! Kill him now! Yes. Okay, if he mentions that the Water Road was stolen by Rainbow Road, emo only mode. Emo only mode. Emo only mode is over.
I love how vertical these slopes can get. It really feels like some Mario Kart 8 anti-gravity stuff at times. I also love the glittering water road that we fly to near the halfway point. It's definitely one of the best looking water
Stolen by
sections in the
Rainbow
game,
Road. Stolen by
and it has
Rainbow
plenty
Road.
to do with rings to speed through and places to trick on. So even if I may dislike
didn't mention
Galaxy, I can't deny a good track when I see one. I also can't deny that the intermission.
He didn't
after
mention
this
it,
is
okay? He didn't mention it. He
too.
didn't mention it. Okay, you guys got lucky. You guys got lucky, okay? You guys got lucky. All right. You guys got lucky. Okay, you got so lucky. Okay, if he... Okay, no. Okay, hang on. He's probably not going to do this. If he mentions the fact that the cave section is really boring and could use more hazards, Starlight is banned, okay?
It takes place on a very icy cliffside, which is already interesting as it means the road is very slippery. I also love how at one point you get to go into an icy cave. Yeah, really happy you downloaded that game Switch to
Why are you pissed? That's funny.
to play it. After the cave, penguins even start
Oh,
to
he didn't mention the cave. Okay, you're safe, you're safe. But if he mentions, I'm gonna think of some Starlight. You're getting banned, okay?
slide all over the road too, which just help make staying alive here all the more difficult.
Okay. If you hang on, next 2 minutes, FNAF edit. I'm calling it FNAF edit. Next 2 minutes.
I also love how this ends with a giant leap off the mountain. It really
2 minutes,
makes this
gamers. FNAF
intermission
edit.
much more
He's gonna do it.
special
Again.
than the others.
He's gonna do it
That
again.
transitions
He's
us
gonna do it
to
again,
our
guys.
third
FNAF edit.
track, 8 Sky High Sunday. This is technically the only 8 Deluxe track in the game, even though we all know it was made for Tour and just so happened to get an 8 Deluxe first. Now, of the Tour original tracks, this was definitely my least favorite, so I was pretty disappointed
Please.
that this got in over Ninja Hideaway. But with that said, this
Fuck
is another
Ninja
track
Hideaway.
that was significantly improved in this game. Throughout the entire track, there are now a ton of alternate paths. I also love that the super weird and out of place
on.
rail that gave you anti-gravity boosts in 8 Deluxe is now used.
It's finally gone, huh?
Honestly,
Shit was
that alone makes me
ass.
think this track was originally designed for World, and they just decided to put it in
Freddy?
Tour 8 as well.
Freddy
because
Fazbear?
Seriously, what were they thinking?
Hold it up.
The new
Is it
graphics
Freddy
in this game
Fazbear?
also make the ice cream theme look so much better and not just like a Roblox obby. But that brings us to the final
Oh, he's not gonna do it. He mentioned Roblox. I should. My telepathy was off. fuck? He's gonna mention, so obviously we're not gonna have a FNAF edit because he mentioned he did a Roblox edit, so he's probably not gonna put another FNAF edit that close in. I'm still waiting though. We've got a minute and 10 seconds. Okay, he might do a FNAF edit still. Okay, he's probably not gonna though. He's probably not gonna. But he did a Roblox edit instead. So I told you he's a zoomer. Okay, he likes the fucking Roblox and the Fortnite and the FNAF. Okay.
This is especially nice to see since the Vanilla Lake tracks have never been remade outside of Tour and Super Circuit before. The additions of Freezies and snow skating Goombas are also a great touch. Moving off that track for section 2, we are put into a cold dark river section.
It's dog.
I love the atmosphere here and the fact that it has nostalgic ice bros. It also very smoothly transitions us to the next area.
That's the same thing! Oh my god!
This is a lot more interesting than normal as the water is filled with a ton of waves, which opens up far more tricky areas. That storm water is obviously a big part of the final track, 7's Wario Shipyard. This is a very interesting remake as the original used underwater
Game of JGB, my god.
In Mario Kart World, though, that feature has been removed, instead having us drive on top of the water.
20 seconds, please. 20 seconds.
Which version of this track
do a FNAF edit this time, please.
Least, the fact that this is stormwater here makes tricking all over the place a lot of fun.
It does, you're right.
Ghostly atmosphere given to this track and world.
It's like Foxy. It's like Foxy, right?
Either way,
it's like Foxy. Pirates Cove, jump scare. FNAF 2, jump scare. Foxy. Foxy, FNAF, Freddy, Foxy.
Snow theming, I think the Star Cup is easily one of my favorites in the entire game. Honestly, might even change to be my favorite later, as it was an extremely close contest.
That's actually really strange to hear that it's second best. I'm just like, Starview Peak is mid. A lot of the intermissions are shit. DK Pass is alright. Sky Sunday's fun, but I just wanted another fucking lap of it. And Warriors Galleon, like, literally the only, like, part I'm, like, actively having fun is, like, the lead up to Warriors Galleon itself. Like, come on, bro, see, like, fuck, man. Wrong opinion.
As of right now, I think I'm going to...
Is number 1 is special?
Have to give the crown to 1, the Special Cup. Yes, if you didn't know, the Special Cup does indeed
the 7 Chaos Emeralds?
First by beating all the others. I think the concept for this cup is really cool by itself, as if you look at the world map, it's just a straight...
Okay, listen, Starlight, you're on the docket again, okay? I'll tell you, listen, I want to make something up that's going to kill you, okay?
Shot leading up to Rainbow Road. Before we get there though, we start off with Acorn Heights. Mario Kart is no stranger to these tree tracks with others like Maple Treeway and Wild Woods. While probably not my favorite of the bunch, I'm gonna think of Sign, okay? I like the tricks you can do at the start, and the area with the leaves and mushrooms following the glider is a lot of fun too. There is so much space to parkour around here, so this is another one I really look forward to.
Ban him if he makes any movie reference. Do you know what? That's a good one. If he makes a single movie reference, if he does the, am I gonna risk it? Am I gonna do the, no, I'm not gonna do the FNAF thing again. Yeah, if he makes a movie reference, you're cooked, okay? For the next 2 minutes. And you know what? Spongy can join you, okay? Spongy can join you. Starlight and Spongy are getting banned.
Forward to seeing the optimal route.
Actually, no, I lied. FNAF. It's gonna be FNAF. It's gonna be FNAF. It's gonna be FNAF. I'm going on FNAF, gamers. Gamers, I can't stop winning. One more time. 2 minutes. 31 40. Okay, 31 40. He's gonna do FNAF. He's gonna do FNAF, gamers. He's gonna do, I promise he's gonna do FNAF.
The part leading back up the tree with the falling acorns.
He's gonna do, guys, he's always been on FNAF.
So many options of paths to choose from, but you can never really tell which one the big acorn will.
It's gonna be FNAF.
It's kind of like gambling, and I love
gambling too. Yes.
Gambling. But that's pretty much the end of this track, and I think it's a great one to get the full 3-lap treatment.
Go on.
Intermission now. We still stick with the forest setting for a bit, which I like, even if the road itself is a bit.
I like the forest part too.
Also get thrown in after this, and while they are easy to avoid, it's nice to have some more unique obstacles. Speaking of easy to avoid, there are also some sting bee, but again, I think if you put even a little bit of effort, you'll be able to easily avoid them. But that brings us into track 2, SNES Mario Circuit. What the hell are you doing here? Yeah, having a Mario Circuit in the Special Cup is kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
There are some difficult turns here, but it still feels really out of place.
That's what I'm saying.
I actually thought this was a pretty well done remake.
That's what I'm saying.
This takes a very interesting concept of combining the first 3 SNES Mario circuits into one big track. I think that works really well, as the original SNES tracks are obviously a lot less interesting than a modern track. Now, as for criticism, I want to kill Mario Circuit 3. This track has no reason to return in over half of the Mario Kart series when Mario Circuit 4 has not shown up since...
Oh, he's a Mario Circuit 4 guy. Wow. Give me a FNAF edit.
Super Circuit. Mario Circuit 3 was just an 8 Deluxe's booster course pass, so I think this track makes that choice even more baffling. Mario Circuit 4 either should have been there or please, come on. But driving through these tracks is still fun, and I appreciate that this cup lets... It
reminds you of Rockstar Foxy or something.
Get the full experience. The only other thing I'd criticize is the fact that the glider ramp for Mario
20 seconds left, gamers.
Mario Kart 7
I give
isn't here
up.
anymore, and I
It's
think it
31-40,
should.
okay?
For SNES remake though, this track is definitely one of the best.
I give up.
Moving
I
on
give up,
towards the
gamers.
intermission,
I give up.
we honestly
I give
have a
up.
pretty plain
He's
one,
not
as
gonna
it
mention,
starts
is
out
he?
on some open dirt with barely any obstacles.
I've gone
At the very
cooked.
least, section
I've
2
lost.
is a bit cooler, as it has us use a glider ramp to fly over the road and eventually into Moo
Guys, come on,
Meadows.
come on,
Now
man.
this isn't one of the 4 main tracks, but since it was on the way, we do get a few Moo Moo cameos.
It is nice,
Another
isn't it?
missed opportunity to add N64 Moo Moo Farms.
10
but
seconds,
hey,
bros.
this is still
Come
a
on.
good section,
10
especially
seconds,
since
10
we get to
seconds,
see
10
portions of
seconds,
the
10
track
seconds.
that we don't race on normally. Unfortunately, the
Come
intermission
on.
section after this is extremely
no.
weak, being a super open road with tons of space to avoid any cars. I'm really not doing a good job selling this as the best cup, huh? Well, things do at least.
Okay, if there was a FNAF edit right there, good lord, I was gonna fucking... I was gonna die. Yeah, no, guys. I'm just losing. I'm just losing. I've got nothing.
Improve as we get a lot closer to our third track. I really like the chain
I'm
chomp
just the
bouncing
worst guy
around
ever
the flower
made.
bed
I'm
here, as
hooked
it
and
reminds me
cooked.
a lot of DS Peach Gardens, which is likely intentional since our third track is Peach Stadium. Now yes, this is one of the repeat tracks, but remember, the Shell Cup version was... So since we barely got to
It's good. This version's good though, isn't it? I read that MC3 was the first one I got Corsair made, so it's likely a tribute. Or tribute these.
or there, this version feels
I'm cooked,
way
man. I'm
better.
cooked.
The road
I'm
here
just
feels
sad now, guys. I'm just sad. I don't know what to
windy
talk
and
anymore.
vertical, like
I don't know what to
anything
talk
like
anymore.
Mario Kart 8
What's the point?
The other tracks in this game are really not styled like this, so it helps it stand out. And again,
Are you also going to mention that it doesn't look like a stadium like I did?
the original version in the Shell Cup was completely flat,
just
so I
sad,
don't
guys.
hold anything against the Special Cup for the reuse, only the Shell Cup. But that brings us to our final intermission of the video, and it's actually the shortest one, as it's a perfectly straight line. This fits
Okay,
with
gamers.
the theme
Gamers. I think I got it. Gamers, I think I got it. For the finale, I think I've got the perfect one, gamers. I've got the perfect one. Gamers. For every adjective he uses that is similar to the word spectacle, so spectacle, majesty, anything like that, I will ban one person for every one of those words he uses. Starting with coffee bean, starlight, then it's day day, then it's spongy. That's the order. And after that, it's going to be a free-for-all, baby.
theme this cup has been going for, as it's all just build up for the big event. While the gameplay in this intermission isn't horribly special, I think it works well for that anticipation build up. Once we finally reach this floating star, it's time to enter Rainbow Road.
Come on.
Up until this point, this cup has just been a pretty
Come on,
solid
Musty.
one, but what makes it the best
I'm ready to kill some
is this
people, okay?
track right here.
Come on.
This is easily one of the top 10 Mario Kart tracks of all time.
Is
In
it?
my opinion,
Shit.
Probably the game's best showing. I was
Really?
genuinely taken aback by just how phenomenal this thing truly was. And the
It's
best
good. I
part,
don't know if it's
it's a
that good.
segment track. So just like DK Spaceport and the Mushroom Cup, we get the entire experience
whole
in this
shebang.
special cup.
Yeah.
First off, even if layout-wise it's not your favorite, this is
Did you say phenomenal?
easily the best looking.
I wouldn't count
Rainbow Road,
phenomenal.
which is such a relief after the original one for 8 was probably the weakest looking in the series. I really want to save some of my discussion for the track itself for when I do my track ranking, but I do want to mention that there are just so many highlights here. The anti-gravity-like road appears once again, and it feels super fitting. I also love the fact
Best looking.
that the super speed road we saw in Bowser's Castle makes several appearances here, which fits
I
the
think Coffee
fast-paced
Bean
and
has to go,
intense
chat. I
nature
think
of the
Coffee Bean
Rainbow
has to
Road
go.
series of tracks just
He said best looking. That's one. I'm counting that as one. Coffee Bean. He's banned, chat. He's banned.
well. We also get some split roads to jump between, which is a Rainbow Road staple that I always like to see. Oh yeah, and all of that was just in the first section of the track.
All gamers, are you ready? He's definitely going to mention spectacle, amazing. Come on, it's going to
This
happen.
is a genuine journey, as it takes you to so many unique locations on the way, which I think fits this game in particular so well. The second section, featuring the glittering water from Starview Peak, is so magical, and I love
Magical. That 100% counts. 100% counts. Starlight, mods, kill him. Kill him as well.
that the Rainbow Road also has a blue color throughout this entire section. It's so unique from any other Rainbow Road in the franchise, and this track just
I'm
keeps
rubbing
it
my
going.
hands
The
together.
section following brings us into a space station, but executed so much better than 8's version. I love
I would
that
say
the
so.
primary color here is red to contrast the blue we just came
Day
from.
Day, you're
and I
next.
especially
Day Day
love
is
the
next.
section beside the two. This just straight up is anti-gravity, and the fact that we had to both dodge rainbow thwomps and have the special fast-moving road makes this a blast. And then of course returning to the Rainbow Road itself for the final section was just so magical. I think this
Magical
track is
again! Day Day! Send him home.
easily one of the Mario Kart series best, and it hard carries this cup up to number 1. Even if there were a few weak intermissions,
Spongy, you're
the fact
next.
that most of the cup
Spongy, you're
is
next.
just this journey on Rainbow Road 100% makes up for that, and then some. I can understand some people not fully agreeing that this cup should be number 1 due to
I would
its
say so,
low
yeah.
points, but I can't deny the magic of this Rainbow Road.
Magic again! Spongy! It's over. It's over, Mr. Sponge Man. Over again. Next up on the list, Gamer Moment. Gamer Moment is next on the list.
So because of this
Come on.
track and the others still being pretty solid, I think the Special Cup is my current favorite in Mario Kart World.
Oh, that's it. He's look at that was it. That was all of them. 4 dead gamers. 4 dead found in Detroit.
But anyways, that's it for this video. Do you absolutely love the intermission between Shy Guy Bazaar and Wario Stadium and hate me for ranking the Flower Cup low? Let me know in the comments. This is my first of many Mario Kart World videos, and wow, was it way longer than I was expecting it to be.
Oh, you know, hang on. It was way longer than I was expecting it to be. Surely we banned someone for that, right? Surely, God, Mero, surely. That got me thinking of outros. Surely someone goes for that. Come on. Either way, game is just gambling time. Arend with 10 gifters for the worst reaction video I've ever made. James Mackey, Pan, Zombie, Melty, Flubber Fan, Doc Bree, Mayra Lou, David E, Mayo. Why is there so many people that sound like Mayro? We've got Mayra and Mayo. And Green Donuts. Oh my god. They're lucky you're lucky you gifted the memberships after the gambling. Or after the death. Otherwise they'd all be on the docket. Thank yous if you got it. Oh, dang us if you didn't. And until next time, gamers. I'm getting ripped off harder than Odyssey Central in this reaction. Literally. Nah, listen, this was a live stream exclusive, chat. Don't worry. This was a live stream exclusive, okay? Because while this is a fun live stream, I'm not gonna I'm not, okay?
I really hope you all enjoyed it because I spent a ton of time editing this video.
Listen, I spent 0 time absolutely ruining your video, okay? I'm sorry.
To the point where I haven't really got to play the game much. But now I actually get to go play the game before getting back to work. But before I go, I gotta thank my members being Levi Strux, Alki42.
Oh, does he forget my name? Wait, I think I told him to. Was he? Did he do it, or was it another one?
Maidzio2.
This ain't going on YouTube, okay? I literally only if Odyssey Central says I can, then sure. But if not, then no. Okay, this is one where like I'll ask. He forgot it another. Wait, did he actually? Oh my god, no way. Did he actually? You're lying. You're lying.
Channel, Fredbear's Diner,
Hang on.
B, Set the Sunset Milano, Luma, Bless
Ain't you Nathaniel B?
Trainer Mo, Mevins 2001, Kid Prince 15, Kelly Shroom, Enchanted Skull, SMA, B Major 2003, Arson the Rat Boot, Sir Musty.
He did. No, did it? 2 vids? Hang on. Which one was it? Did he actually do the thing? Hang on. Okay, if he did the thing, everyone, it's emo only mode. Okay, you're all banned. Which one was it? Did he actually? Does he actually? He did it in 1.1. This one?
The Minecraft 1.21.6.
Oh, listen, Odyssey. Okay, I'd love to watch the video. I just want to see. I want to see if you did a thing. I want to see if you did a thing.
Fredbear's Diner, Nathaniel B, Set the Sunset Milano, Luma, Bless Tiger, Yanni the Duck, White Derpy, Trainer Mo, Mevins 2001, Kid Prince 15, Caddy Shroom, Enchanted Skull, SMA, B Major 2003, Arson the Rat Boot, Belandor.
He did it! He did the thing! He did the thing! That's funny. He actually did the thing! Yes! Oh, I thought, listen, I was just joking. Oh, man, I was just joking. But he fucking did it. Hell yeah. Okay, while our twin telepathy is still active, Odyssey Central, if you could, fuck, what else can I ask? Oh, next time, I got another one. I got a new one, Odyssey Central. Next time, pronounce it some Musty. Pronounce it some Musty next time. So, just so we know our twin telepathy is active, okay? If he does that, that'll be funny as well. And also do more FNAF edits, okay? So I can ban my chat, okay? Okay? Say, after who is it? Is it Arson the Reboot? Say Sir Musty, okay? That's all I ask. Yeah, listen, what do I even fucking say? This wasn't even a reaction. This was just slop, okay? I'm getting banned off YouTube if I upload this to the second channel, okay, gamers? I'm not doing it, alright? I'm not doing it.
After all of these years.
Fun video. I mean, no fairness. The first half of the video was us just copying your homework, I guess. And the second half was me just banning my chat because it's funny. So overall, I would say your video was great. Fantastic, Odyssey Central. We just agree too much. That's all. That's the problem. Because apparently we just share brain cell. We could read some of the comments. It'll probably just be the usual Odyssey Central fare of no Batman, therefore. But we'll take it. We'll have a look. Of course, we'll have a look. Brother 6? Where's my Brother 6 gone? I lost it. Script and editable with 3 days. There's any work about the editing, believe me, I blame that. Now to go back to play the game more. Brother was on the grind. I was like, how the hell did you get this out in like a week? You're crazy, man. Good lord. Oh, good lord, you're crazy, man. On Odyssey Central, don't rank the intermissions higher because the music they play, it's random. The music's random. I scream in futility. Walter, just misspelling Walter White. Oh, your comments are too funny. Okay, stop it. Don't worry, Zach Scott is probably working on a patch for that. Working on a patch for what?
Defense on the lead up as well. Missed opportunity to make them Elephant Luigi.
Yeah, Zach Scott will definitely do that. He'll work on that 100%. If you do an intermission from Airship Watch to Wire Stadium, shug up as I get to drive inside the... Oh, you get to drive in. You get to go inside the castle, gamers. Oh my god. I want to stay on spot. Ask, well, no fiance, no job. I mean, he's in college, isn't he? So for him to have the time to grind this out, hey, good on him. I respect it. Okay, I'm too slow. By the time I get my cup ranking out, no one's going to watch it because everyone's already seen it, guys. But attendance will be so low. Gamers. It's going to hurt my feelings. None of you guys are going to want to watch it, okay? Because you guys have all seen Odyssey Centrals. It's going to be a 10 out of 10 video. In between sections is random. Oh, people are just mentioning that. Missed opportunity for the ostriches to be ostros. True! That's actually true! That's true. They should have been ostros, and Shy Guy should have been riding them. They should have. Rank every Miku song, please. You should totally do that. That'd be funny. I forgot they did Peach Stadium in Shell Cup compared to Special. In that version, you're not even racing on the proper track. Yeah, honestly, it's like... It's so bad. It's actually so bad, honestly. I generally feel like 4 is the only track where the intermissions are better than the track. Honestly, it's sad, isn't it? How sad is that? Should we do bands based on bingo? I think we're just gonna move on, okay? This reaction was already slop as is, okay? It's already slop as is. Odyssey Central, come on now. You know you make good content, okay, gamers? You know what the score is. No, not send him off, okay? Guys, you know what the score is. You know the score, okay? If you're not already subscribed to Odyssey Central, go subscribe to Odyssey Central, guys. Guys, please, everyone go subscribe to Odyssey Central, guys. Make sure you brush your teeth before falling asleep. Gamers, make sure you make your bed after you get out. Make sure you subscribe. It's basically as basic as me saying that, okay? You guys know what the deal is, alright? Do your thing. Good channel, great stuff, great success, okay? Go subscribe. I subscribed back in 2022. Yeah, well, you know what, Boris, unsubscribe and then resubscribe, okay? How about that? How about you do that, Boris? Right, Boris. Thank you so much, friend. They should have made the Panzers in Shy Guy Bazaar, and Angry Sun should have been in Desert Hills. It should have been more references. I like references, gamers. The stream is suspended until he hits 295. I don't know how close he is. I don't think we can do that. I don't think we have that much power, chat. I don't think we have that much power. Yeah, Odyssey, man, I'll leave you there, broski. The video was fun. Video was fun. It's finally fun to do a cup ranking. It really was. So, gamers, next stream, we're gonna do a ranking, okay? Okay, my fiance is genuinely asking, what's FIM? What do you mean, what's FIM? What's happening? I need to yell at her, okay? What do you mean, what's FIM? Honey, what do you mean, what's FIM?
What is it?
FIM!
What?
FIM!
What's FIM?
FIM!
Like, are we doing, like, Zach and Cody?
No, my chat Zoomers, they won't get that joke. FIM, honey!
Okay, but, okay, how come, okay, I actually don't like this, because you're supposed to be the boomer between the both of us. How come you get these references and I don't? What am I missing here?
You're just kind of like fucking old, babe. Like, what can I say, man? You're not
I'm 4 years younger than you.
You're not hip. You're not hip with the Zoomers, okay? Okay.
What side of TikTok are you on that I'm missing, huh?
I'm on the film side of TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the film side. You just don't get it. Situation is a little film, innit? She's too old for that. She's not a filmer. You know what I mean? I'm on film talk. I'm on film talk. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just don't get it. You're just old and skibbity toilet, honey. What can I say?
I'm gonna create words too, and I'm gonna make you feel old. I hope you know that.
Yeah, sure, do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go on. See how much that gets you, okay? See how far that gets you.
Yeah, it will. It will. It'll drive you crazy.
It will. Okay, it will. How about that, huh? It will drive you crazy.
I'm gonna grow boss. Yeah, I'm gonna grow boss.
You're gonna gaslight and goal keep as well?
Yeah.
No.
Definitely on the gatekeep part, and heavy on the gas though too.
Let's see you try. Let's see you try, loser. Okay. Let's see you try.
That's not very fun of you.
That is actually very fun. Okay.
That's not very fun of you.
Finboy fishing. we're not Mira's got on the mind. Okay. Classic. Right. I'll talk to you in a bit, honey. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna film up my chat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just young. You just don't get it. You just don't get the film.
Yeah.
Old.
Okay, you know. Yeah. Maybe it is a boomer thing. You know. I'm glad I don't get it now. I'm glad I don't get it.
Old and bald. Okay, I'm hanging up. That's unbelievable. That's actually. I'm leaving. I got bald. I'm mad and balding now. Oh man, I'm just really tired today. I'll be honest. I've just been exhausted the whole day. I'll be real with you, chat. Can I be so real? I'm just exhausted. I don't know what it is. I feel like I just woke up on the wrong side of bed today. I think that's what it was. I've just been tired all day, man. I'm just tired, boss. I'm just tired, man. Oh, normally I'm quite full of energy, but like today I'm just fucking exhausted, man. It's only been like, what, 4.5 hours of a stream? Normally I'd be like, yeah, we can go for another 2 more hours. Just tired, boss. I'm just tired. FIM is a real acronym. It's not anymore, okay? It's for us. It's for us. What's tomorrow gonna be? I think tomorrow's gonna be Mega Man on Twitch. I think tomorrow, we'll just do tomorrow. We'll make tomorrow, Spongie's back. Welcome back, Spongy. Spongie's free. Spongie's free and ready. I think, do you know what we do tomorrow, chat? We'll make it a double stream tomorrow. I think we'll stream Pokemon early, and then we'll do Mega Man in the afternoon. How does that sound? We could do 2 streams, you know? We'll do like a couple hours of Pokemon on the main channel, and then we'll move to Twitch and do some Murgamoon laptop gaming, yeah? We'll make it a big gaming day tomorrow. Big on the gaming. And then Friday... Fuck, what am I doing on Friday? What's my own stream schedule? I think I'm working on Friday as well, so I gotta be careful. Did I schedule anything on Friday? Oh, more Pokemon. No, hang on. Oh, no, Friday is tomorrow. Saturday. Fuck. Saturday. Tomorrow's... I'm losing track. I'm already losing track. My days are mixing. So Saturday's more Pokemon. Okay, that's fine then. That's fine. Don't let the backseaters get you during Mega Man. Trust me. The lion does not concern himself with backseaters, okay? But yeah. A bit of a shorter stream today. But yeah, I'm just tired, gamers. I'm just tired, boss. I will see you guys for Pokemon and Mega Man tomorrow. Does that sound good? Great. Look at the drop frames, gamers. I think we might be back. We might be back, chat. I'm going to be honest. We might be back. And hopefully the engineer actually fixes my fucking internet tomorrow. And it will actually be like back proper. No internet issues. FIM gamers. Have a FIM night, alright? I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much for being so generous, by the way, this stream. Everyone who gifted subs. By the way, far too generous, chat. For what was a stream I was probably going to cancel if my internet was bad and I was a bit too tired, but I decided not to because the lion always sticks to his stream schedule, okay? I might be late for a stream, but I usually don't cancel a stream unless I'm like dead. I think I have to cancel a stream then, don't I? I think that's kind of justified, right? I would say so. I'd say so at the very least. I am the lion, okay? I am the lion. You're so right for that. What I will say, other than thank you so much for watching, is my fiance the woman you just heard, has also started live streaming on her Twitch. So if you like, if you want some more chill alternative to the craziness of Sir Musty, go follow her on Twitch. Wow, crazy. She is pretty cool, I would say. I'd say she's pretty cool. I don't know about you guys. I would say she's pretty cool. So yeah, she started streaming a bit. So if you want to give her a follow, check her out. By all means, that'd be very, very nice. Can we get her to 41 followers? That'd be amazing. Either way, gamers, have a good night. Peace out. Hey everyone, it's me, Albert Boris. It's my live stream now. Oh, hey everyone, lol, exclamation point, lol.